you for joining us this evening. We ask that you please silence your cell phones and any other electronics. I'd like to invite at this time Pastor Sandra Tice from First Presbyterian Church to come forward and lead us in the invocation. Please all arise.
Friends, there is a lot of energy in this room. Let's all take a deep breath, shall we? To you, O Holy One, from whose hand comes the work of creation so artfully designed, we pray that this work we are about to do may be done in companionship with you. May the work that we will soon begin sing praise to you as songbirds do. May the work that we will soon begin add to the light of your presence because it is done with love, respect, and care. May the work that we will soon begin speak like a prophet of old, of your dream of beauty and unity. May the work that we will soon begin be a shimmering mirror of your handiwork in the excellence of its execution, in the joy of doing it because it matters, in the respectful way it is collaboratively done, in our invitation to others to share in it, and in its bearing fruit for our city and for your world. May we be aware, in the midst of all that comes, that through this work we lean into, we draw near to you. We come to you, beloved, with ready hands. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Tice. Now I'd like to invite Eden Sanchez to come forward. Eden is the grandson of a city employee. Eden will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Susie serves in the City of San Bernardino's Police Department. Thank you for being with us. Eden?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're trying to make some additional room available, so if you'll bear with us, we appreciate your patience. City Attorney, if you would please report out from closed session.
Yes, I will, Mayor. Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Under closed session, under item A, existing litigation, matter of the city versus, or excuse me, in the matter of the City of San Bernardino versus Lee, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 5-0 with Barrios and Nickel absent. In the case of Arzula versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 7-0. In the case of Morse versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by 7-0. And in the matter listed under real property negotiations regarding 18 acres at the corner of Highland and Arden Avenues, Council gave negotiation directive by consensus. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. This evening I have two appointments. One appointment to the Personnel Commission, Ms. Deanie Gallagher. Could we take both of these at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Move for approval.
And the second one, Russell Fritz for the Public Safety and the Human Relations Commission. Please cast your votes.
On items 1 and 2, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher and Mr. Fritz will stand up and come to the podium and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Deanie Gallagher,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which
upon which
I am about to enter.
I am about to enter.
I need to sign there.
Thank you. If I could ask you to stay here for just a moment, I'd like to present to you this recognition of your appointment. Deanie Gallagher, City Council of the City of San Bernardino, member of the Personnel Commission. Thank you. Mr. Russell Fritz, also like to present to you this commission appointment with the City of Penn. So would you like to say a few words? No. No?
No, there's enough words tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Even.
Thank you for accepting those appointments. We have two special recognitions. I invite the council member from the Second Ward to come to the podium for the recognition of Citizen of the Month.
Did you see a dog person?
Excuse me. Excuse me, it's Fifth Ward.
You're ready to take one for the team.
Well, it is an honor this evening to recognize a citizen for the good deeds that they have provided in service of our community. Sometimes we think the good things we do go unnoticed. I received an email from an individual who will remain anonymous, who highly recommended that this individual be recognized this evening. So it is my honor to invite to the podium Mr. Preston White. Preston is an unwavering, committed volunteer of our VFW Post 777 Little League at Blair Park. Preston provides service to the Little League both in terms of policing, maintaining the park grounds. He doesn't do it for the recognition, and he's probably a little surprised that we recognized him this evening. But Preston, I just want to say that you are a tribute to the type of people that make San Bernardino great. You do it without... You do it not to be recognized, you do it because it's the right thing to do. And so it's an honor to recognize you tonight. So with that, I would like to present, I'm sorry, I'm a little choked up because people like Preston, if we had 1,000 more Prestons, let me tell you, this would be a great place. It already is a great place, but this place would be wonderful. So Preston, on behalf of the mayor and council of the city of San Bernardino, it is my honor to present this Citizen of the Month Award as a concerned investor, committing time, talent, being involved, being zealous, enthusiastic, and neighborly, in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous needs for the benefit of the citizens of San Bernardino, presented this 20th day of June 2018. It is my honor to present this to you, Preston. Thank you. And of course, our invaluable San Bernardino lapel pin. Wear it with pride. Thank you. Absolutely. It's all yours.
I don't know I could talk right now, but I'm from San Bernardino. I'll be 38 this year. I do this because I want to save these kids. So I would like to thank Jim, Gary, Mitch, all the people at the city parks and Recs, everybody. Thank you to everybody. Yeah, my mom.
Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nickel, and thank you, Preston. We'll now turn some time over to the Chamber of Commerce for announcements.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I see you have a full house this evening, so I'll try and be brief. I'm Colin Strange, with the Director of Business Resources with the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, with the coming events in the next 2 weeks in San Bernardino. So grab a pencil at home if you want to take any details. On June the 25th at 9:30 a.m., the California Department of Tax will be holding a small business seminar entitled Tax for Nonprofit Organizations in this building here, 201 North E Street. Telephone number to call 493-8183 for information. On the same day at 6 o'clock, Loma Linda University Health, NAFTA and U.S.-Mexican relations discussion and reception will take place at their beautiful new building at 250 South G Street. Call 558-4420 for information. On the same day, there will be an Inland Empire 66ers home game at the San Manuel Stadium on E Street, beginning at 7:05. 888-9922 for info. Further home games are scheduled for Tuesday, June 26th at 7:05, Wednesday, June 7th at 11 a.m., and Thursday, June 28th at 7:05. On Wednesday, June 27th at 7:30 a.m., the weekly Coffee Clutch speaker will be T. Milford Harrison of the San Bernardino Water Conservation District, and he'll be updating us on some important water issues in our region. This meeting takes place at the Chamber offices at 546 West 6th Street, which is right across the street from the Feldheim Library downtown. June 28th, beginning at 7:30 a.m., is the Arrowhead United Way Awards Ceremony and Community Breakfast at the San Bernardino Unified School District Professional Development Center. which is at 4030 George Boulevard. 884-9444 for more information. And finally, on the same day at 5 p.m., the Chamber will be hosting their monthly Business After Hours Mixer, which this month is hosted by the Western Region Little League and Softball, and that takes place at 6707 Little League Drive. Call 885-7515 for information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now move into public speakers. The first speaker slip is for Harry Hatch. This is on 9, 10, and 36, the three that you've identified.
Good evening. My name is Harry Hatch, retired Deputy Sheriff, San Bernardino County. First thing I want to talk about is fireworks. The fireworks resolution that you are thinking about tonight is a 10% fee. In no way is that going to cover the costs of the destruction of the fireworks that you already have, much less the ones you're going to get this year. The DTSC, Department of Toxic Substance Control, has made it almost impossible to do away with the fireworks that you have in the state now. They ship them out. But to do that, they have to pay for it. And paying for it means it comes out of our budget, your budget, and the city or the people's pockets for taxes. You need to watch what you're doing with the fireworks and have enough money available to do it. Number 10, you're outsourcing the city attorney. I understand that. I sat on the Board of Retirement with the County of San Bernardino for over 20 years. We brought in-house counsel in to make it easier for us to get an opinion that counsel would give us, which was a good opinion and gave us good direction. By outsourcing, you're shutting down the availability of having an in-house counsel available to you at all times. Opinion only. On 36, which is the animal shelter, there are several other locations and ways of handling your situation of outsourcing to Riverside. One of them is allowing San Manuel to have their meeting so that we find out if whether or not they're going to be able to fund a new facility. It appears as though they are. It appears as though they want to. By waiting until after their meeting before you make this decision of outsourcing, you will keep a lot of people from spinning their wheels and looking at it, and give us a chance to find out if we can solve the problem ourselves rather than just making it somebody else's problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Plunk? Plunk?
Good evening. Truth is clarity. First, thank you to the San Bernardino Police Department, San Bernardino County Fire Department, and the County Sheriff's Department for their tireless efforts to push for a safer city and county. However, I cannot tonight say the same to you, Mayor, and this council. I am a disabled senior looking to finish my quality years in my family's generational home. I have voted in every election for the past 48 years. To vote in this country, I take very seriously. and your ineffective governing is now affecting my right to live in a safe environment, and that is unacceptable. Mayor Carey, when you were voted in to pull this city out of the dark hole which Councilman from Ward 3, along with his crony friends, put us into, you did a fantastic job, and thank you. But since that time, your office has been sloppy, hanging all the flags upside down, causing unnecessary stress, causing us to believe we were under another terrorist attack, sending off to Washington an illegal letter breaking Robert Rules of Order. And since I only have 3 minutes, sir, I have to move on. And here we are, back to summer, in which you believe that the money over the lives of this community is your ultimate goal. You have not offered the citizens of this city any mandate, sir, at all in the bid to remain in your chair, despite the violence that plagues this city like a disease. If all of you have to offer, sir, is the same old boring rhetoric, improvements of roads, hiring a few officers, and you're still riding the coattails of pulling the city out of bankruptcy, that is just plain sad, sir, and your campaign manager is doing you no favors. Please do better. And before Councilman from Ward 3 thinks my vote is swinging his way, you're next, sir. Councilman from Ward 3, you're shiny. You are the perfect politician. Your speeches are hollow, sir, because your actions speak to the truth that many of these issues you call Mayor Carey out on have your signature attached them to also. And let's not forget that you, sir, with your crony friends from the past council, put us into this dire situation that we are here tonight. 48 years I've heard the same rhetoric that you're spewing now. I know you want to think that you're special, sir, but you are not. This city is swallowed up in crime to the point where a beautiful mother was murdered and dumped in a box and left like trash, like all this city looks like. All of you can ever do, Councilman from Ward 3, is talk about how great you are. Grow up. You say you're in a recent news article that the mayor is weak and you're the man that's going to right the ship. I challenge you, sir, because you are the ship, and the citizens of the community should be jumping into life rafts to save themselves.
Paul, your time's expired. If you could please wrap it up.
To this council, your inability to raise hope to this city is palpable. You continue to marginalize these city's residents because of your lazy governing, and you're putting your self-serving agendas over the safety of the city, and that is shameful.
Thank you. Val Hansen.
I wrote the wrong, it's for the shelter, if you want to call me back later. I wrote the wrong
So
agenda.
you want to speak on 36?
Yes.
Thank you.
That'd be okay. Thank you very much, sir. My name's Val Hansen.
So,
Okay,
so
sir.
we're not on the,
Okay.
we put all of the shelter together, so, all right. We'll reorder your comments.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, and we are asking people, there are some people that are still standing in the hallway. We have opened up that second room, and there's now speakers and a television prompter in there so they can actually watch in there. So again, that other room is open, and we are letting the people know that. That's why they do have a little bit of a delay. That's why they're applauding a little bit after, yeah.
Thank you. So hopefully you heard that announcement that the community development, the door just to the east of this building, this room, now has some space available. And there is video feed there so that you can hear it also. So if you're more comfortable. The next item is the animal shelter. There are a number of speakers. We want to hear your thoughts, and we would ask that you be brief and make sure that you keep to the point. So the next speaker is Frank Becerra. And the following speaker will be Deanna Adams, if you could be prepared.
Good evening. It's really hard to believe that you would consider a proposal that would increase stray animals in the city, that would increase aggressive animals in the city, that would increase the likelihood of dog attacks in the city, that would decrease an option or decrease the likelihood of a family being reunited with their animals. It would take away or make it very difficult, add a significant burden for a family to consider adoption. And that's one of the things we try to share with our kids is the importance of adoption, the importance of animal welfare, humane education. So it would remove that. It would increase the likelihood of dogs, animals, cats getting hit by cars on already treacherous roads. And from an agency, we would move to an agency that has well-documented or well-reported financial problems similar to what we experienced, so much so that they hire a consultant and spend $40 million on how to tell them how to save money. So it makes little sense to me to take that big of a risk with public safety to save money, which I understand is significant, but in the scheme of things would make it more unsafe in our city. And it would rip out the heart of our city. Looking around, we have a lot of impassioned people. The shelter means a lot to us personally and as a city. And if you really consider, if you really vote for this tonight, to me it sends a clear message that we're not optimistic about keeping our shelter, that we're not that optimistic about our chances of thriving in the future. And it would send a clear message that we're probably going back into bankruptcy. But I think it could be a good story in harnessing the energy of the community, harnessing local businesses, and the power of the city in saving something very special. And we would make a big difference to our future, to our kids, and to the animals that have no voice here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Adams, followed by Linda Chalk.
Before you run the clock, I put in a request for a agenda item, that is the animal, and another non-agenda item. However, I did not know that we had such a totalitarian system that this administration, this Davis administration, rolled all the agenda items, including the non-agenda items, in one. So how do you wish me to address the agenda item pertaining to the animal shelter and the non-agenda item? Please, can you just advise that?
Yes, you have.
I can roll it all in one if you like.
If you would, please. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, this is a reflection, people, of how unfit, how inept this administration is. It has outsourced a 137 fire legacy and placed $137 or $143 parcel tax. Plus, this city is totally mismanaged. Is losing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in fire prevention fees. For example, my fire inspection when the city had the fire department was $93 and it went up to $505. So again, we are exploited. Kerry Davis is pushing his responsibility. He's an outsourced mayor, and he is the cause of all these issues and the woes of this city, including Bureaucratic and what happened to all the budget revenues. He has not explained how that revenue came about having $30 million on hand. We sold $30 million to Bureaucratic as a one payment and plus $3 million for every year to service that as a franchise fee. Plus, the rates pertaining to the fees are increased. This administration doesn't stop. This is the reflection of outsourcing. We've outsourced our fire district. We have outsourced our natural heritage. We have outsourced our dignity, who we are, our identity as a people. We're planning to outsource the city attorney's office that has been around for many, many, many years. And now we are outsourcing our animal. The animal is very, very close to us. Look at all these people. You will lose in this election because you have failed, sir. You have caused citizens pain and injustice. That's what you have done. You have outsourced. You have given all of our assets to everyone. And what happened to all people today got notices to leave their jobs. And now there's 3 people that are administrating or taking care of the parks. How is this city running? It's deplorable. It's very provocative. It's disconcerting. And I'm very, very deeply, deeply upset. You just don't know how emotionally upset I am what you have done to this city. You have outsourced everything. Most of all, the identity, who we are as a people. And this is all the reflection, inside and outside. People are standing out. And another thing is you need to negate the totalitarian rule that we have to speak 3 minutes on all the items, including items on the agenda and items are none on the agenda. I'm about having a heart attack here because you have just told me that I'm not able to discuss, I'm not able to engage with my government. I am not allowed to engage with my government. You took away my freedom of speech. That's what you have done. Not just me, but everybody. Thank you.
Linda Chalk, followed by Shirley Harlan.
There'll be no speaking when number 36 from the public is at 3.
You indicated 36 on yours. Yes. So
this is the only time it comes up pretty late.
this is your opportunity now. Yes. But we have another speaker first. So
All right.
Ms. Chalk is.
I'm going to give you copies of each. I have 7 and later
But right now it's Linda Chalk's time at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Linda Chalk, and my husband, JB, and I hold the only state and federal permits for all wildlife rehabilitation from San Bernardino all the way to the Nevada border. We've sat on this city's Santa Ana River Trail Planning Commission. We're not paid. We're retired out of human medicine, infection control, pharmacy, and cardiology. We've been proud residents of this city. I hope this background helps explain our recommendation that we keep our shelter open rather than being outsourced. Closing the shelter is a public health risk. It's likely to produce city expenses that were overlooked in the preparatory reports in favor of outsourcing. The federal government's National Center for Biologic Information clearly concludes that there will be an increase in human-wildlife interactions and bites once we remove a shelter. They rise dramatically. Our residents will have no local place to turn in trapped strays. Many cannot or will not make the trip to another county. The round trip from my home is 60 miles. To Corona, it's much farther. California Department of Fish and Wildlife does not respond to your wildlife calls unless it's a bear, a mountain lion, sometimes an eagle. The eagles come to me. Montebello has already spent over $100,000 because of this. Cities are left to deal with this themselves. Lawsuits are also filed against businesses like Forest Lawn for bites when their patrons encounter stray animals and wildlife. The Riverside County shelters average 40% or more euthanasia. Corona's at 68%, and nearly all wildlife is euthanized. Why does this matter? San Bernardino Vector Control has trapped mice infected with hantavirus in our sister cities. It's deadly. You contract it by breathing the air around the mice. There is no cure. If you were my patient, I'd put you on a ventilator and pray. 1 in healthy 3 adults dies. Riverside euthanizes every hawk and owl, the last barrier against this disease in humans. San Bernardino's potential savings will be wiped out litigating the very first lawsuit when it is shown that no measures were taken to minimize the risk of bites or disease. Hawthorne closed its animal shelter, and a contracting city could not come to pick up a stray dog. Police officer couldn't catch the dog, shot it, and they were sued. Lengthy transport increases cost, pollution, and the shared ventilation increases disease transmission.
Linda Chalk, your time has expired. Please wrap it up.
Okay, there's a misconception that a shiny facility equals quality of care. I inspected hospitals. This is no more true for a hospital than it is for an animal shelter. You are encouraging backyard breeding of unvaccinated, unspayed animals, and we are going to lose the revenue for animals that don't exist on paper. 15 years of dog licenses that could help fund us. Why are we not the city that is now soliciting
Ms.
other...
Chalk, your time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Please save our shelter. It could be a source of revenue.
Shirley Harlan, followed by Acela Ojeda.
That was a lot of information that I didn't know, and I appreciate it. I'm not Shirley Harlan. I'm not an expert animal control on animal control. I've read the 18-page report, and I'm a resident. Turn to page 1358. Start with background information. Staff recognizes that animal control operation will not create a large annual budget savings. 2, page 1376. Commission meeting minutes. I approve their recommendation that a group be formed to research fundraising options to keep animal shelter open and not support privatization to Riverside. That is your commission. Why? I understand the directive to the city manager to review services that can be privatized. This is not the service San Bernardino residents want privatized. We are already experiencing garbage and fire protection. This one is different in relation to our daily lives. The personal is political. Our voices and bodies are here to tell you that you do not have our support for the staff's recommendation to privatize animal control services. Our pets are part of our family life and involve our daily activities. 3 points I would make. 1, related to capital improvements. The facility has been in need for many years, and unfortunately a strategy plan was not prioritized in past council years. It is overstated as a crisis now, combining its replacement, the services, and all of this staff report, and give it to Riverside to deal with. There are rumors that need verification, that there are sources now responding since the publicity to deal with improvements. 2, the police department is correct. It does not want to manage an animal shelter. I support that position, but do not to Riverside. That's another county. This is San Bernardino. 3, not only the commission, but at public meetings, opinions express no support for private transfer of animal control service to another county. For programs to be successful, you want support from us residents. I have heard council members say how hard some of your votes are. Your roles have changed from a charter city administration to a council manager one. I recognize that this is not easy to do and costly, but don't use this as an excuse when you're voting. Hear our voices in this manner. It does not create large savings. Families are already dealing with increased costs from recent outsourcing and privatization, and this is a city service. I'm on my last paragraph, last sentence. And this is a city service they want here, not 27 miles away, which is actually 54 because you got to return, and a personal assault on quality of life since their pet is part of the family. Persons who have pets have special feelings for all pets. Doesn't mean their own, for all pets.
Ms. Harlan,
And
please wrap it up.
I am. I'm just about finished, Mayor. Just like parents expressing about their children. Consul, this is not the service to outsource to Riverside. We want it here. Empower the commission. Thank you.
I call Acela Ojeda.
Thank you for letting me
Sonia
speak.
Tops. Sonia Tops, next.
Thank you. I am going to divide my talk into two. The first talk is going to be West Side. I'm an educator here in San Bernardino City Unified School District. All Common Core standards have a regulation that states, well, not a regulation, but a unit that is animals are our friends. So all children, Common Core. So as a teacher, it's my duty to teach the students that animals are our friends, how they work with us, how police dogs work, how search and rescue dogs work. So that's as a teacher. Now, as a resident, I'm angry as a resident. I live in the North Side. Okay? I'm angry that I keep on hearing this word outsourcing, outsourcing, outsourcing. But really what you're doing is pimping. You're just pimping everything out. Just send it out. Just send it out. Aren't we, as a community and as a leader, I'm not going to go do a tautology and tell you, mayor, but as a unit, can't we do it? There's this thing that says, sí se puede, pero con ganas. If you don't have ganas, means I want to do it. I want to do it. And that's what I'm going to do. The reason I came today is I heard you already made this decision. That this is done and that's all that's going to happen. I stay away from these places like the plague. I would never come. But for the furry babies, I'm here. For the children, I'm here. These are the innocents. Okay? On the West Side, you see, there doesn't go 1 month that goes by that I don't see a carcass on the street. A dead cat. And not only that, guess who sees those when they're walking to the school? The children. Miss Ojeda, there's a dead cat. There's a dead cat in the middle of the street. Miss Ojeda, there's a dead dog. And it affects them. So do I have to tell them, oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart, we have to wait another 3 hours. They're coming from Corona. Or do I tell them, don't worry, sweetheart, I'll call the office and our city will take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Tops, followed by Jasmine Martinez.
Good evening. I'm here from Riverside County. I am an unincorporated Riverside County resident. I come here tonight after being asked by many people who run rescues within the county, outside of the county, urging you guys to reconsider this. Being a resident of Riverside County, we are in very trying times. I don't have any sheriff coverage. I don't have any code enforcement coverage. What I lack most of is animal control. Last year in their budget, they allowed additional monies to come to animal control. The money came specifically to the Temescal Valley area in the southwest portion of the county, but the people never did. Mr. Jeffries, one of the Board of Supervisors members, was very upset at this fact. And continuing this year in our budget, we are lacking funds. And I don't know how the county figures that they are now in the dog catching business and they are going to contract this stuff out. We don't have the money to take on your animals. You guys have got to find a better way. I hear many of the people with other options, volunteering, looking into San Manuel and what options and things that they can provide to the community. It's a volunteer shelter as it is right now, and I think it seems to be working pretty successfully. You have a whole room here and a hallway and an outside corridor that people are waiting and came here tonight to speak to you guys on this. And I seriously urge you guys to reconsider. Because I'm sorry, as a taxpayer of Riverside County, I'm not willing to let you guys have better services than I currently get. And that's inappropriate. I seriously urge you guys to reconsider this because this is not the solution. There's got to be a better way. And I think if you opened and had an open dialogue with many members in this room, you guys could work together and actually find an option that works best. Because that's what's lacking in local government is the open dialogue. And many counties and cities are finding that if they bring community members to the table and have that, they can come together and create an option. So I hope you consider that. And at least, if anything, postpone this till after San Manuel has their meeting in August.
Thank you. Jasmine Martinez, followed by Newcomb Gefton.
Hello, I'm Jasmine Martinez. I'm a college student at San Bernardino Valley College. Normally, I'm not one to attend these type of deals for many of the things I've heard about you guys on the council and your unwillingness to accommodate the community and their beliefs and what they want to do. My first concern with the contract with Riverside County is that 16 other cities, including Colton, Fontana, Grand Terrace, and Rialto, are or will be in contract with Riverside County for sheltering services. And as a resident of Riverside County just said, they're having problems as is maintaining the services for their county as is. So why are we going to throw our responsibilities their way? I live off 9th Street, which is a pretty main street. I constantly see stray dogs. I constantly see stray cats. I constantly see animals being hit on the road. And I do my best to call animal control and go to the shelters and turn in these stray dogs, and they do a wonderful job. On many occasions, I have turned in animals and seen that they have gone to forever homes and to rescues that truly take care of them. So I don't see why you guys would consider, diminishing their value in the community. There are a lot of rescues based in San Bernardino who have done their best to maintain the population of stray dogs and stray cats on the streets. There's people who go out of their way with their own funds to catch stray dogs and stray cats because the city itself isn't doing what it can. So there's many problems with what you guys are trying to do. Most importantly, the fact that many people can't commute all the way to Riverside County, including myself. I'm a college student. I can't afford to buy a car. I can't afford to go 60 miles if I want to turn in a stray cat to help them. All we're doing is trying to help these animals. And I think that's something that you guys aren't understanding. You guys can find another way to do this. You guys can look towards the San Manuel, wait for their meeting. You guys could look towards the rescues who have been willing to offer you guys options around what you guys are trying to do. You guys could readjust the budget. On many occasions, you guys have turned down cannabis businesses that could really bring in money to the city. You guys have turned those down, and you guys are trying to do this at the expense of these animals, and that's just not right. Like I said, there's many ways around this. You can make money off of the cannabis industry. That's something you guys could look into. There are many ways around this. A lot of funding could come from different ways to maintain the animal shelter. So I just hope you guys consider that and listen to the people that are here, bringing a voice to these animals who are, in a sense, helpless. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Newcomb. Newcomb Gefton. Lynette Glaspie, followed by Nicole Glaspie.
Did you say Robert Porter?
Hi,
My name is Lynette Clasby. I'm a citizen. Oh. Close to the mic. Okay. I'm a resident of San Bernardino in the first ward. I came from LA County about 15 years ago. Ever since I've been here, I'm very sorry, but I've rescued kittens, and now it's dogs. I'm a senior citizen, retired. I don't have the money anymore. I'm disabled. You just can't close this place. I've been there. Yes, it needs repairs, but look in other ways. I live on Windsor Drive. Right? There are so many people that come down my street and dump animals. We have rescued so many of them. We've worked through different agencies to try and find them homes. I have found homes for over 30 kittens. We have found homes for every dog that we have rescued through agencies and keeping a couple. But you just can't close this place down. You need to, like they say, look into other options. To drive to Riverside, you think that these people that are dumping their animals now are going to even, or the ones that do take them to the animal control, they're not going to go to Riverside. They're not going to drive over there. That's not the solution. You need to come up with a different one. I don't know really who any of you guys are. I just know that there's got to be people up here that have a heart towards animals. And you've got to do it what's right. These animals need help. Have you ever looked into the eyes of some of these dumped animals? We have one now. We foster him. He's so happy he's with us. He was loved by somebody at one time, but something happened, and now he was dumped at the high school. So we have him, and he's happy. And Angela, we've gone through her with him. So things have been taken care of. But you really, really need to reconsider closing our shelter.
Nicole Glassby, followed by Elizabeth Schilling.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Clasby. I am a resident of the First Ward. I am also a civil servant myself. I've never been to one of the meetings before. However, this particular subject is very dear to my heart, as you just heard from my mother. I have lived in LA County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, different counties in Oregon, and honestly, in my 44 years of life, this is the worst area for dumped and stray animals that I've ever lived in. And that's with a shelter that we're working with, and that helps us. So I'm actually terrified to see what's going to happen if our shelter goes away. We do have limited transportation, and we have limited resources ourselves. However, as I mentioned, I believe our shelter has actually improved over the last several years, particularly with partnering with our 501Cs, our rescue organizations. I don't see how the problem could possibly get any better if we outsource to another county. I'm not an expert on facts and figures. I'm actually very pleased to hear a lot of people give them out so I can educate myself a little better. However, hearing from a resident from Riverside County has really opened my eyes. Like any sliver of hope I thought that this might be a solution kind of disappears with what she had to say. I have limited experience with Riverside County, but I know in comparison between our two counties, they tend to spend big and then crash, where we're more conservative. So I would urge that, looking at the difference in gap, which I believe is about $500-something thousand that we would save by outsourcing, for my budget, that would be astronomical. But I think for our city's budget, it's not quite as bad as it looks on paper. I do think that we have options. I do think that we could look at rebudgeting. I absolutely think that we need to wait for the San Manuel meeting to see if there's an option there. And also work closer with our people that are rescues. I'm technically not a rescue. I'm just boots on the ground. So what I can tell you is what I see. We have rescued over 30 kittens bottle fed. Has anyone here ever bottle fed a kitten? Okay. So I'm only giving you the figure of the ones that didn't die in my arms, or the ones that the mail lady brought to me too late. If the response time from Riverside County to come and get these babies is exponentially increased, how many more are going to die? How many more? How many more dogs or puppies? My 17-year-old daughter has actually become desensitized to seeing carcasses in the road. How much worse can the problem get if we don't work with the shelter we have now?
Nicole, your time's expired. Please wrap it up.
The last thing I would want to say is that I am absolutely thrilled to see all the people here today. And I want you to know that this is an issue that's not going to disappear. There's a lot of issues people stand up and get passionate about, and then when voting time comes around, maybe they forget. But what I want you to know is that all of us here see this every day. All of us here smell dead carcasses every day. All of us bottle feed these babies. All of us wipe their butts because they're too young to be able to poo and pee on their own. So when voting time comes around and it gets worse, we're not going to forget it. Not at all.
Elizabeth Colbin, followed by Gabriela Quintana. Excuse me, yes, thank you. Elizabeth Schilling.
We're almost interchangeable, but not quite. So thank you, and you obviously have a lot of comments here. I think there's going to be a lot of repetition, so I'm going to try and keep my comments very short and save you a teeny bit of time, maybe a minute. So I'm a veterinarian. I'm a resident of Redlands, but my practice area for the last 25 years has included Riverside and San Bernardino counties, and I've worked extensively with animal controls in all the jurisdictions from LA to Palm Springs to North San Diego over the last couple of decades. That's hard to say, actually. Sorry. I'm also a member of the California Veterinary Medical Reserve Corps, which will help the county given a memorandum of understanding in disasters, but that's a separate issue. I have three concerns. A lot of this, like I said, overlaps with comments that other people have made. And one, moving the shelter or abdicating a shelter and contracting with another city at this distance. And to access this Riverside shelter, we have to go through probably the worst traffic we have. I can't think of a simple way to get over there, and I'm in a mobile practice, so I deal with traffic every single day. So by moving the intake, we're putting obstacles in the way of animals being relinquished or rescued in terms of getting them to the shelter. And by putting those obstacles in the way, we will decrease the relinquishment of animals and increase their abandonment, and we see plenty of that already. The consequences of that are both human and animal health risks, as well as the graphic instances we've already had of carcasses in the road. That's just going to be worse. By not having a shelter here and having to go all the way to Riverside, we've also put obstacles in the way of recovering animals and rescuing them. So many of these rescue groups are in this area or the high desert or even out towards Banning and Palm Springs, and that makes it even that much further for them to travel to rescue these animals. And by putting those obstacles in the way, we'll also increase abandonment of these animals. And that just leads to greater numbers to have to deal with. Thirdly, and this is perhaps a little bit different, but in terms of disaster planning, I think the shelter and animal control has a really important role. So I'm wondering if where animal control is and where this closure of the shelter is going to fall in the OES Annex O, dealing with animals in the case of a disaster. And we've had a couple pretty good ones in this area. We know we're going to have more. So our goal should be resilience in the community. And by taking away this resource, I fear we're really jeopardizing that resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize for the confusion. Elizabeth
That's
Colvin?
okay, we're frequently confused. We work together on a lot of different projects, as there's lots of familiar faces in the room. As you can tell, it's a very small community. I'm Elizabeth Colvin. I'm the founder and president of a local nonprofit who our main purpose is to raise money to support other rescues and agencies. We recently had the opportunity to donate almost $6,000 in supplies to the San Bernardino City Shelter based upon the wish list that was put together by their staff and their employees. Sure, it was our pleasure. And we worked with Paws Pet Supply Store with their wholesalers to make that happen. The New England Journal of Medicine recently reported a story on a woman who experienced broken heart syndrome after the loss of her dog. Broken heart syndrome is when someone experiences grief and heartbreak so severe that they exhibit symptoms that mimic a heart attack. People grieve more for animals, studies have shown. People grieve more for animals than they do any other family member other than a child. Loma Linda University Health has a pet loss grief support group. What does all of this have to do with the San Bernardino City Shelter? I gathered these statistics and information to share with you to try to emphasize the extreme importance of people's companion animals in their lives. You clearly can see that people are passionate about their animals and they want to have the care provided in accessible format for them. And I think that these are some examples of things that can emphasize that fact. I won't take up too much more time, but I want to close with this. This is a poem that I have referenced. I actually referenced it when we were getting the dog park built in Redlands. He is your friend, your partner, your defender, your dog. You are his life, his love, his leader. He will be yours, faithful and true to the last beat of his heart. You owe it to him to be worthy of such devotion. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Quintana, followed by Alberta Vanettes.
She had to leave, but she left some photographs that she wanted me to pass around for you to hold.
Gabriela did?
Huh?
Gabriela?
Yeah.
Yes, if you, Pat, give it to the city clerk. After Alberta will be Debbie Kaufman.
Hello, my name is Alberta Vanettes. I am a resident of San Bernardino. It's been about a year and a half only, and I'm going to speak for a rescue that I have worked with before. And let me try to get through this as quickly as I can here. Good afternoon. Please don't close the San Bernardino City Shelter. The Riverside Shelter is not the solution. The Riverside Shelter is an extremely high kill shelter. This shelter kills dogs when they have empty kennels. They label dogs, cats, kittens, and puppies code red for unknown reasons. Code red means that the animal is in danger of being euthanized and needs to be rescued immediately. Another concern is the amount of dogs the shelter incorrectly labels as aggressive. A dog may be scared, and rightfully so, but that doesn't mean the dog is aggressive. It is not uncommon for this shelter to label a 16-week-old puppy aggressive. Sadly, I have seen this happen too many times. Once a dog is marked as aggressive, the chance of the animal making it out alive is almost zero. Last month, a woman contacted me asking for help. She had adopted a dog, and she was waiting for the dog to be neutered. She said that she had been waiting 9 days for her dog and asked me if I knew anyone at the shelter that I could contact to help her get her dog. She said that she called the shelter every single day, and each time she was told that they were so backed up with dogs that they would get to her dog as soon as possible. Obviously, there was nothing I could do to help her. My point is that Riverside already has more than they can handle, which is why we need San Bernardino City Shelter to remain open. If Riverside takes over, the animals won't stand a chance. I can assure you that there will be fewer animals rescued because rescues have to pay $105 to rescue a dog when it becomes available. This fee can be reduced to $55 if you wait 2 weeks to a month to rescue. This wait time guarantees you that the dog will be sick. The sooner the dog is rescued and out of the shelter environment, the better the dog will be physically and emotionally. San Bernardino doesn't charge rescues a fee. I have been working with the San Bernardino City Shelter for approximately 4 years now, and I find this shelter to be very transparent, unlike the Riverside Shelter. Riverside is dishonest to the community when asked if they are a kill shelter. I have had numerous people tell me that they were told that they only euthanize an animal if it is suffering. In fact, they even post this on their website. This couldn't be any further from the truth. I also find it disturbing that the Riverside Shelter kills dogs rather than let them go to shelters that have space and are willing to take them. For instance, the Upland Animal Shelter stopped helping Riverside because of the ridiculous $159 transfer fee. I'm not here to bash the Riverside Shelter. I want you to be aware of the way Riverside operates its shelter. I have thought long and hard, and I am unable to find one positive aspect that can prevail if Riverside takes control of San Bernardino. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie Kaufman,
Yes.
followed by Jara Marus.
Hey, I'm from Ward 7. I'm a resident since 1990. I moved here, and one of the first things I did was get a dog, and it's the best thing that anybody can do. I've had 4 from the shelter over the years. I went over to this Riverside Shelter because I wanted to see where it was and see how far and everything. And it's like, I Googled it, it's 22.8 miles from my house. You get off on Magnolia, then it's another 9 miles on the road to get to it. And it was about 38 minutes to come back, and that was on the carpool lane. I'd like to know when these, if Riverside, gets the contract, when they pick up animals, how long are they going to be in the truck before they get back to the shelter? Are they going to be rolling around in a hot car and then be dead by the time they get there? And I think that Riverside, they're signing up too many cities for the shelter. It's a big shelter, and it's nice, but I added up the population of 5 cities, including us, and it would be over 600,000 residents would be using the shelter, and that doesn't include any other Riverside cities that might be on there. And I think they'd be overrun. I talked to a couple of the people that work there, and they told me they get slammed at the 4th of July time. They're completely packed, so the euthanasia rate would go up that time with them. And I think that there'd be a lot of loose, like everybody said, stray animals. There'd be a lot more. People are going to dump their animal at the shelter, whether it's open or not. They'll just tie them to a post and hope for the best, or if they move out of a rental, they'll leave them in the backyard unless a neighbor finds them. So there's going to be a lot of animal suffering on the road. I mean, just this week in my neighborhood, a lady walking her dog found a cat crate on Valencia, and there was 2 kittens inside. So, I mean, they're dumping them now, they're gonna really be doing it if we don't have a facility here, and I think you should wait till San Manuel has their meeting, and maybe there'll be something then. Okay?
Hi, my name is Jana Marcuse. Good afternoon. Okay, I'll speak up. Can you hear me? Okay, first I want to talk about the presentation video shown at the last shelter meeting. The video of Riverside showing a new building with just a few dogs and the happy, tranquil music playing in the background. And I think it was really deceptive, and I think we all know that that's not the reality. Okay, once the San Bernardino shelter is gone, it won't be coming back. Unless you can come up with the bloated figure of $17 million the chief had quoted, and we all know that's not going to happen. The San Bernardino shelter is not perfect and does need work, but has managed so far with staff, dedicated volunteers, and rescues and networkers to save the lives of 4,000 animals last year that wouldn't have had a chance to live at the High Kill Riverside shelter. Did you know that the Riverside shelter has a building that only certain rescues are permitted to go into? Inside are pit bulls, chihuahuas, pregnant dogs, and senior dogs. Access is limited, and these are the hardest dogs to find homes for. They limit access to people to see or photograph these dogs. That pretty much seals their fate to euthanasia. I adopted a pit mix at the San Bernardino shelter 2 years ago. Her name is Ruby. It never even crossed my mind to go to Riverside to look. Riverside Shelter has contracted or is in the process of contracting with the cities of Colton, Loma Linda, Rialto, Fontana, and I guess quite a few more. I wouldn't be surprised if DeVore was next. What point does Riverside Shelter stop contracting with other cities? 10 more cities, 20 more city shelters? Where do they stop? Is there any limit on that? It appears that they have found a money-making operation of warehousing animals for euthanasia, and the proceeds are paying for them to have a new police station and a new jail. The city of San Bernardino is the largest city in the county, and it's the county seat, and shouldn't be contracting out our services to other counties. I understand San Bernardino is recovering from bankruptcy, but be strong, or there will be nothing to recover to. Sure, it's easier to make decisions about financial cuts when those most affected by the cuts don't have a vote and can't speak for themselves. The San Bernardino City Shelter has been neglected, and now the council is considered dumping it. I find it ironic that that is exactly what has been done to so many of the shelter animals by irresponsible people, neglected and then dumped.
Ms. Maroos, your time's expired. Please wrap it up.
I'm respectfully asking you to please make the right decision and take responsibility for the business of San Bernardino. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jane Gottiger, followed by Janet Thomas.
When I've spoken here before, I didn't greet people correctly. So good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Good evening, dog lovers. And if there's any others of you here, I hope your evening's okay. I'm a member of this Animal Control Commission, a representative appointed by Benito Barrios. And I was called and asked if there would be a copy of the letter that the commission's recommendation was to the city council tonight, and I've learned that there's no letter, but I was asked to call and report, to come and report to you what our recommendation was. Marilyn Taub stated it's this way in the minutes, that she made a recommendation that a group be formed to research fundraising options to keep the animal shelter open, with there being no public support to have animal shelter services contracted with Riverside County at this time. I want to tell you that during all this, we've heard discussions, as you've talked about, that San Manuel may build a new shelter for us. I've also heard Cesar Millan will. You know, it happens in other cities. I don't know why San Bernardino can't be in line for the good stuff this time and let them build something like that. Good, I'm glad I got some applause. I also like to have humor, and I have said in other meetings, every year I live in San Bernardino, as I get older, Riverside gets further away. And if it's that way for me, and I have a good car and a full gas tank, what is it like for most of the residents of San Bernardino? They can't go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Thomas, followed by Angela Hathman.
Hello, good evening. My name is Janet Thomas, and I came to speak because I thought there wouldn't be anybody here. I own commercial property in San Bernardino, and I have major concerns. I thought I would come up here because I am now fostering a dog that was brought into the shelter, and I took pictures of him. He was very good with the children in the office and other dogs. We don't know their story. It's easier to get them adopted or rescued. They told this gentleman, he said he had found this dog in Colton. They told him he had to take the dog to Devore. 3 days later, here comes the same man with the same dog, the same halter. He had taken that dog home instead of driving this dog to Devore and brought him back, and now he found him in San Bernardino. My property is right there in that area, and there's vast open fields. The dogs, if they're released, or cats, will be lost in the bushes. The Orange Show is right there, that whole city block. There's fields all over. They are building, but there's places for these animals, and I'm worried about the disease. A lot of these animals are not spay or neutered. It's obvious they are accounted for, so we have those numbers at the shelter, what comes in neutered and spay. We are starting these outreach programs. We reach these people through this shelter. We don't know how to get them, and the local people come in and they do ask for our help, and we help them, and we find out who needs the help. So I hope that you really consider that, given the opportunity to keep the shelter going, that we look for some options, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Angela Hoffman, and I'm a City of San Bernardino resident in Ward 5. And several years ago, I started the nonprofit San Bernardino-based rescue cause for SB Paws. Throughout the years working with the San Bernardino City Shelter, the shelter has come so far. What I wanted to touch on today was I read the notes that the city or the Animal Control Commission provided based on what the city staff did to research whether or not we should outsource. So there are a few points I just wanted to bring up. There was a point made about city staff spoke to Fontana and Colton animal control officials since Fontana and Colton have been using Riverside, and they noted the following evidence, but it all sounds very anecdotal, and I'm wondering how data-based this is. There was a lot of concern raised by the community about the number of strays that will now be in San Bernardino, the number of dumped owned dogs that would now be in San Bernardino, as well as cats and kittens. And the notes that were provided by the city staff of San Bernardino said Fontana and Colton noted fewer strays after they outsourced to Riverside. And I'm just wondering, where did that come from? Is that something based on research and data? Are those numbers that we can actually see
It sounds very anecdotal. Also, that pet owners in Fontana and Colton that are not deterred by the location. And I was also wondering what is that based on? Was that based on interviews with Fontana and Colton residents, or is that just what Fontana and Colton AC officials said? Another question that I had was the superior shelter conditions were noted as well. And like was mentioned earlier, that a beautiful shiny building, Western Riverside is beautiful, but a beautiful shiny building does not make a good shelter. So that was noted as well as a reason to outsource. And another thing that was mentioned was that strays are more often spayed and neutered and chipped now due to Western Riverside requiring microchips when an animal is retrieved. One of the biggest benefits or one of the biggest improvements at San Bernardino City Shelter is now when owners go to reclaim their animals, they are required to spay and neuter them. Okay, we can require that they chip them as well. So more of our animals would be chipped in San Bernardino. That could be a requirement. Another concern that has been raised is transport. Well, the answer to that, according to the city officials that did the research, is that Riverside would send officers to owners' homes in San Bernardino who want to surrender their dogs. But the bigger concern is not that. The bigger concern is people driving to the new shelter or Western Riverside Shelter to try to reclaim their own dogs. And we know that no one is going to be driving the dogs from Western Riverside to San Bernardino to hopefully reunite. So that's the bigger question. How are people going to get there to reclaim their dogs? And I realize I'm out of time, but there were a few concerns not addressed in the city research, okay? And one of them, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to rush through this. There's only one shelter.
Your time's expired. If you could please wrap it up.
I am. There is only one shelter coordinated at an already high-volume shelter. I rescue from Western Riverside. It is nearly impossible to rescue a dog quickly. So dogs that are youth listed, that are stuck in the rescue-only building that we don't even really have access to, the partnered rescues to Western Riverside, we do have to be escorted, and we cannot take any pictures and we cannot take any videos to try to get these dogs rescued. So is that going to change? Has research been done about the current practices at Western Riverside?
Yeah, if you could please
yes.
conclude.
Okay, so I implore you, I beg you, please, let's form a team. Please reach out to us. You have local rescues here that have been begging you to work with us. Let's form a team. Let's do the research. Give us 1 year. Let's figure out how can we keep the shelter local and how can we make it better. Thank you.
Alan Bartleman, followed by Robert Porter.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. I'm going to begin where I thought I was going to end and tell you that if you proceed affirmatively in this matter, what the citizens of this city ought to do is pick one or more of you council persons who votes to proceed affirmatively and make sure in an organized manner that you are defeated at your next election or that you are recalled. And I hope the good citizens of San Bernardino will show as much compassion for those poor homeless individuals that we see on our streets as we do here for our dogs today. I'm as much a dog lover as the next of us, but there are human beings in this town who need help too. And there's the reason why I don't have any friends. I want to tell you the story of Honey, a 7-year-old Malamute Shepherd mix who I brought to my marriage with my late wife, Carolyn. Some number of years ago when I was a young lawyer practicing, Carolyn and the 3 children decided to fly to Arkansas to visit her father and their relatives in Arkansas. And I, with my new practice, as many of you probably know, lawyers don't get 2 weeks off. So I had stayed and worked while they went on their well-deserved vacation. They left at 8 o'clock in the morning, flying out of Ontario Airport. And I came home about 6:30 that night to find a note on my door that Riverside Animal Control had taken Honey. When I inquired, I found out what had happened, that a malicious neighbor who always took delight in tormenting Honey over the fence had called and said that Honey had been abandoned. And Riverside Animal Control came, and when Honey protected her territory, as a Malamute shepherd will, by barking and baring her teeth at the animal control officer, the animal control officer somehow took Honey into custody. They wouldn't tell me how. Took her to Riverside Animal Control. They declared her abandoned and vicious and put her down. I demanded to see Honey's body. They took her out of a 55-gallon oil drum with numerous other corpses of murdered animals, and I wouldn't let them keep her. I took her corpse and I buried her out on the desert myself. That's who you're dealing with at Riverside Animal Control, ladies and gentlemen. You're dealing with a devious organization over there, and these folks have told you statistics about that. That's what they did to Honey. That's what they're going to do to our dogs. Don't pass this resolution. Do your job in the right way and proceed, and let's do better for the people of San Bernardino by reinforcing our local organizations. Thank you.
Robert Porter, followed by Carol Wright.
Mayor, council, good people, thank you for the time to speak. This is obviously a very, very, very important time. If this many people come to an event that you guys throw, maybe it matters. So consider what they're talking about. I do know that the water department offered a piece of property adjacent to that a while back to use, and you guys decided not to do that. So this plan has been in the works. Or it just recently came up and you decided to do it. If you're going to sell the land to the water department, whatever you're going to do, you should work with them and figure out how you can build a new shelter with Cesar Millan or with San Manuel, or whoever else would be willing to help you guys out. Because we have just as many animals as Riverside. They have their own issues. Let's deal with it in-house here. The other thing is I'd like to speak about is I got my book here, Legends of the Arrowhead, for you, Mayor. But the main thing is I want you to know that I've been getting a lot of call from city workers. And these aren't even my friends. These are ones that are afraid. They're afraid that the city manager is coming for their jobs. And they're afraid Devereaux is coming for their jobs. And they say that he's been going around at each of the departments looking where they can cut as much as possible, and if possible, cut the whole department. When you have people make decisions from outside our community or who been dealing with other entities that not necessarily want what's best for San Bernardino, you're going to get policies that create situations like this. Whether it's cannabis or animal control or farming out all our different departments, it's not always what's best for us, what's best for the consultants. So just please keep that in mind, Mr. Mayor, because I feel like they're using you, and until you step up here and realize that they're selling away all our history. And you could save that. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Carol Wright. I don't really have an agenda to speak to tonight. I'm just an animal lover from the age of 4. But I did find out about this meeting just Monday. An animal control gentleman came by to pick up a cat. Unfortunately, it was killed in front of my house. And I don't know, we just started talking together, and he says, I hear you called in Saturday. And I said, yes, and today's Monday. I mean, I realize it's a dead cat. No, who cares about a dead cat? But he said, I sometimes work 18-hour days. And I find that not acceptable. And I said, is there anything personally I could do to help out? And he said, no, probably not. But so I realized if the city stopped the San Bernardino shelter, the man may not have a job, and he wouldn't have to work 18 hours a day. But I think there's some solution here that has to come. You know, so. And I'm so happy to see so many animal lovers. I see some of my friends here tonight, and my minister gave the invocation. So I'm not a crazy cat lady after all. At one point I had 30, but you didn't hear me say that. So I'm down to 5, so I'm in pretty good shape. But please don't let our animals be taken away to another city where they're probably not going to be cared for. Like I said, these people know what they're talking about. I just feel. So I don't want to see anything happen to the shelter. Thank you.
Carol Voudray, followed by Jacinta Valdez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I came here tonight, it was kind of a last-minute thing. A friend called me. I'm originally from Riverside. I lived really right down the road from the county. My parents lived there for years. I'm originally from Connecticut, and when we moved here, we moved there. In the 80s, I came to San Bernardino. I live in Ward 7. I'm here tonight because I'm really concerned. I have been concerned for a long, long time. I'm an 18-year volunteer with the Humane Society. I did help with the shot clinic, and I helped with the euthanasias. I know how hard that is, and I'm just really concerned about outsourcing, especially to Riverside County. It was hard enough for me to drive over to see my mom when she was sick, so I know how hard it's going to be for people to take their animals over there. It's just unrealistic. I know we're looking at a budgetary issue here, but I think it goes beyond that. It goes more for compassion, what are important to people. Our animals are, they're everything to us. I have no kids. I know that my animals give me unconditional love when a lot of people don't. And it's just, I really feel like you're also taking away from the city history, what's important here in this city. I think we need to keep it here in our area. I think maybe there's a lot of people that are very knowledgeable on what's going on here, rescue groups, that we need to form a joint commission and not make a rash decision, possibly look at San Manuel or Cesar Millan. He has a lot of money. And I just think that it shouldn't be made, a decision should not be made tonight. I've helped with, I know myself, because I've done work with the Humane Society, I used to have people dropping off animals in my front yard. I had to put a sign in my yard saying, please do not drop any animals off here, because they were. I came home from work one time, and there was a dog tied up to my post with the house. So I just feel it's a really important issue. We need to take more time to look at this and be realistic, let everybody put some great input in, and that's all I have to say, really. Okay.
Thank you. Next will be Jeanette Cheney.
Good evening. My name is Jacinta Valdez. I began my teaching career in San Bernardino 28 years ago. I bought my house here 26 years ago. It'll be mine, free and clear, in December. I've had people tell me, why do you continue to live in San Bernardino? And I said, because I have hope. I have hope that things are going to get better. And they have gotten better. They have gotten better incrementally. But if you choose to outsource us to Riverside, it is going to set us back tremendously. Like Carol, I volunteered with Humane Society for 26 years. I started the San Bernardino shot clinics on Saturdays when they were up on H Street and Highland. I've had people drop off dogs at my house. I've had people walk up to my house. People saying, "Usted es la señora que nos ayuda con los animales? Are you the lady who helps us with animals?" People who come to me bringing their dead and dying animals because they don't know where to go. If you, at least right now I can say, if you can't take care of your animal, there's hope, there's help here. We can get you help. If I have to tell them to go to Riverside, they aren't going to go there. I'm telling you right now. They're not going to go. I'm going to paraphrase Albert Schweitzer. He said that we as a community are judged on how we treat the least among us, which are our animals, our elderly, our children, our poor. They don't have a lot of franchisement. We are disenfranchising them further by taking away local options. Are you aware that last week, Riverside Shelter lost a little tiny Shih Tzu out of their shelter? It was in the shelter with a broken elbow. That dog was later found on the road in front of the shelter dead. How do you lose a dog that's in custody? That's a Shih Tzu. It's not a husky that jumped an 8-foot fence. It's a Shih Tzu. It's a tiny little dog. Ineptitude, that's how you do it. If I lost a child in my job, I would not only be fired, I would be in handcuffs. We need to speak for the animals. They have no voice. When you won your elections, that was not the end goal. That was the beginning of the starting line. That was when you chose to take on a job. And a job means a bit of work, un trabajo. You chose to become someone, to become a public figure, and that's not always an easy thing. Many times you're vilified, you're hated, but I'm asking you to dig deep and find your wisdom. Find your wisdom to be patient. Be patient and wait. Look for solutions. Look for the right answer, not the easy one. It would be easy to quit and say, we're going to outsource to Riverside, but we're not going to.
Your time's expired. Please
I will wrap up right now. If you choose to make the right decision, it's not always easy, but I guarantee you, you will benefit from it, and so will the people, the citizens of San Bernardino. And that is how you will win our votes, by doing the right thing. Please do so.
Janet Cheney, followed by Tim Prince.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Janet Cheney. I'm also known as the Possum Lady because I rehab possums. And years ago, when Animal Control first found out that I was working with wildlife, I started getting all the possum calls. Yeah, and I'd go down to the shelter and I'd pick up the animals. And as I in-serviced animal control officers on the animals, and I'm also an educator. When I belong with Possum Society of the United States, and when they found out I educate, they put me on their education team. So now I'm permitted by the state of California and USDA to educate with an ambassador animal. I go out to the animal walks and I do events, and anyway, some of the officers will actually bring animals to my house instead of taking them to the shelter first, because they know I have to drive down there. I don't think Riverside is going to do that. I heard somewhere that Riverside will send their wildlife to Sunshine Haven. Sunshine Haven is run by a Riverside animal control officer who is not trained to do wildlife. I understand from people that she's sending possum calls to me. And I'm rehabbing out of 4 counties anyway. I have 60 animals in my care right now. But I don't think Riverside is going to send animals to me. they will euthanize them. So that's the point I wanted to make. Also, when the wildfires happened, the two big ones, I was at the shelter volunteering, and the first time they sent home a little dog with me that was due for euthanasia. He kind of fell through the cracks. I've had 4 shelter animals that I adopted, and I would not go to Riverside to find another animal. It's too far to go. All of my animals are rescues. And our shelter is so important to this city. It would be a tragedy to lose it. That's all I have.
Tim Prince, followed by William Snyder.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Prince. I'm a lifelong resident of this city and 25-year attorney practicing in what's left of downtown in this city. I'm also a pet owner, and pets are a huge part of a family, especially a family with young children. I've made prior comments to you, often with a room full of people. Consistently, this council has ignored. And I want you to, before you ignore this comment, I want you to remind you what's happened and the criticism you've gotten. The Carousel Mall is a constant source of embarrassment and criticism to you because you didn't listen and you didn't care about the businesses that were in the mall. City Hall was a disastrous mistake, the way it was abruptly closed, the way it was done without applying for grants, the way it was done without considering expert opinions in a way to keep that important public asset open. And the Radisson Hotel, Mayor, I asked you time after time, what are we doing about the Radisson Hotel? It just continues to sit. But your outside consultants tell you what to do, and you listen to them, and you don't listen to these good people. So this once great city, the All-America city, has become outsource central. Our leaders in this city used to be courageous. They sought to provide our own services to our own citizens. Those citizens could be proud of the services they got. And we could save money in occasions, like with animal control, by having other cities come to us, the county seat of the largest county of the continental United States, for help with their services. That's the kind of city that we envision. You didn't tell us any different when some of us voted for you, but that's what you're doing. You're outsourcing everything, and you're making us ashamed. You listened to your failed city manager, who's lost most of her recent jobs since she was last here. You listen to out-of-town consultants and pay them in the tens of thousands of dollars, but you don't listen to Mr. and Mrs. Joe and Jane Citizen. The city manager is not part of our city. She was not raised here. She does not understand our people, our needs, our culture. When you go to San Bernardino High School, you understand people from both sides of the bridge. You understand they can't drive to Riverside to go see if they might have a pet in their shelter in Riverside in a different county. That would take a vehicle, gas, and that vehicle will put air pollution into the air. It'll clog our freeways. I came back from Riverside today in stop-and-go traffic after a deposition. Low-income people don't have a large entertainment budget. They don't have a large transportation budget. They need you to do your job, keep our services locally in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
William Snyder.
Yes, sir. I'm William Snyder. I actually work for Animal Control in San Bernardino, and I've been privileged to be associated with a lot of good people in the city. Animal Control, Police Department, a lot of really fine people. They work hard. They give their all for it. They really do. And I'm really afraid that if you do away with Animal Control, the people living here, it's going to hurt them tremendously. They're poor. They can't afford to go to Riverside. I watched the shelter go from probably a 60% euthanasia rate down to 7 or 8%. A lot of people worked hard to get it there. People working there, the rescues that have partnered with us, and it's a very passionate thing. You know, you have to care about animals. And I really hope that everybody here cares as much as I do. I don't have much to say. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Yorm, followed by Carol Buffington. Debbie Yoakum.
Hi, good evening. My name is Debbie Melvin Yoakum. That's where it's a little bit complicated. So I'm a resident of Riverside County, and like the person that was here prior to me that spoke about Riverside County, I can relate to what she said. I was first introduced to San Bernardino when a friend of mine from Georgia, who follows the posts that are made by the local shelter here, asked me to go look at a dog in San Bernardino. So I had never been there before. I went there, I walked around, I found the dog, and I found that this dog was deemed aggressive. However, the staff actually took the time to show me the dog, to introduce me to the dog, and it was determined that after the second lick on my face, the dog wasn't anywhere near as aggressive as they made it seem it to be. So we decided that we were going to contact a rescue, and we actually got the dog rescued. And I looked at that as a Riverside resident, and I thought, wow, these people out here are a lot different. So I started watching the page that my friend from Georgia, and it seems like not just her, but a lot of people from all over the United States actually look at your page and are impressed by your local residences and your local rescues. They think they're amazing. And these people are starting to call and ask other people in the community that aren't even in San Bernardino to become a part, and I've come to join their cause. I am, again, a resident of Riverside, and I have a citation here that I'd like to share with you if you'd like to take it. Basically, it's a citation for $750, and it's because I had a dog, and they had the wrong address. So they sent me the citation. I have until the 5th of July to pay it, but I just received it this weekend. This isn't the first time I've received a citation like this. In fact, this is probably the second or third time, and I have to keep going back to them and ask them for their help, them being Riverside County Animal Control. And they just tell me that there's a problem, but it's on my end. This address isn't my address. I don't feel like this is my problem. I feel like this is their problem. And this isn't the first time. I've also received my name on a citation from my neighbor's address, again, for another $650, for a dog that was abandoned, and somehow my name made it onto that citation. So I feel like you guys have a gift here. And you might not realize it, but maybe you do now. Maybe you didn't realize it yesterday, but I hope you realize it today, because the people here are willing to help you become better than you are today. They want to help you, and they have the resources to do it. All it's going to take is a little bit of time and communication. And I hope that you can see this ribbon that's wrapped around them, because it's here and it's possible. You just need to take the time and look at the options, and I'm sure you can come to a solution that's actually better than the one that you thought you found when you looked at Riverside County. Because, you know, they're here for you. They're here, we're a team. Let's do some teamwork and come together and try to figure out how we can become a better city than the one that you have right now. You guys could be a great success story. It's all up to you. Thank you.
Carol Buffington. Followed by Catherine Bowman. Carol Buffington.
I'm Catherine Bowman. I'll take up the minutes.
Catherine Bowman?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Friday I call animal control. Friday I called animal control, and he lives across. Well, I called on him, on my neighbor, who lives across the street at 1530 Massaro Lane. He has 2 dogs that, I don't know, they're in the backyard. The heat in San Bernardino is unbelievable. Sunday night was Father's Day. One of your animal control guys came out, and he knocked on the neighbor's door. And the guy that we called on, he was lighting illegal fireworks. He didn't want to answer the door. He goes, there's a meeting that's going to be held tonight, and he goes, show up. So here I am. I have 2 dogs that right here. And what's going to happen? I don't know. 2 years ago, my sister, we've donated money to your shelters. 2 years ago, a year ago, I rescued a German Shepherd off the 210 freeway. I had him in my Ford Explorer for a week. We couldn't get him out of my car. So I took him to the shelter. I gave him food, water, and money. A year after that, my sister bought a brand new Honda Accord. There was a dog on the side of the road. She called 911. Your police department came. He didn't want to pick him up, so we came on her new car, opened the trunk, and put him in her trunk because he didn't want to take him to the shelter. So we brought my mom down from Lake Arrowhead. She lived with us with dementia and everything. I don't know what's going on in the world. I know we have a voice, the animals don't. So I don't know how long I'm going to be on earth, but I got Tippy and Sugar here. So they're waiting for me in heaven. So all good dogs go to heaven. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what are the minutes I can pick up for tonight's meeting? At the end of the week? The minutes for tonight's meeting, I can pick them up for in a week?
Yeah, you can call the city clerk's office.
Okay.
They can make them available to you.
Okay.
And they'll be online.
Yeah. Peace and love.
Monica Temple, followed by Sharon Logan.
Hello, Mayor, council members. I'm Monica Temple, and, oh, that's Bob, my husband. I'm passionate about animal rescue, the welfare of animals. I retired as a nurse, a clinical specialist in critical care and trauma. I taught nursing at San Bernardino Valley College for a very long time. And that is how Ebony came into our lives. Ebony. On a Monday between a boring faculty meeting and a 1 p.m. lecture, a colleague and I decided to go to the city shelter. It was kitten season. Laura left with a little white fluff ball named Ivory, and I left with Ebony. 3 years ago, one of our veterinarians came to our home and put our dear Ebony to sleep. She was 22 years old and one of the kindest animals you would ever have known. Bob and I began rescuing animals as a young married couple. He actually did at one time have dark hair. And we're still going strong, dogs and horses and cats. We are part of a rescue network that is unparalleled in the Inland Empire. We make a difference in the lives of God's creatures. The city shelter has been central to the rescue efforts and animal welfare in the Inland Empire for a long time. Without it, animals will suffer. Without it, animals will die. These are our family members about whom I am speaking. Proximity matters. Having a local community shelter enabled Laura and I to go and enabled Ebony to become a part of our lives. I can tell you more stories about the city shelter, but I know that time is short and other people have spoken so well. But I want you to know that having to go to Riverside, outsourcing this, will be a detriment to the survival of animals, of puppies and of kittens. Distance will preclude people from dropping off at the shelter. Dumping will increase. Senior citizens, like apparently now we've become, will be left out of the adoption and rescue loop due to distance and gas money. Again, dogs and cats will suffer, dogs and cats will die. You simply cannot allow this to happen. I beg you not to do this. There is a better, more humane way, and look at the gift that was just spoken of, that is wrapped before you with so many good suggestions. Please do not underestimate the passion, persistence, and dedication of the people here, like Bob and I, who have devoted so much of our lives to the welfare of animals. We believe that they are God's creatures, and we are in stewardship of them, and we hope that you believe the same.
Thank you. Sharon Logan, followed by Mark Estemeyer.
Good evening, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is Sharon Logan, and I am a resident of Huntington Beach, California. I own and operate a 501c nonprofit for the last 8 years called Paw Protectors Rescue. I am also the plaintiff in Logan versus OC Animal Care. I filed a 24-page lawsuit against OC Animal Care regarding their numerous violations of the Hayden Act and their illegal euthanasia practices. After a 3-year legal battle, we entered into a 48-page settlement agreement with OC Animal Care. I stood before the City Council on April 7, 2014, advocating for a more compassionate shelter director at SB Animal Care and better care and more humane conditions. Since that time, the shelter has made a 360-degree turnaround because of the community, the rescues, the advocates, and the caring and compassionate shelter employees. One of my attorneys actually said on a live on-air radio interview that the OC shelter employees were cold and callous. My point here is that although my County OC just built a brand new fancy $35 million state-of-the-art shelter, the OC shelter does not have the heart that San Bernardino City Shelter has, nor does OC shelter have the kind, caring, and compassionate shelter employees that San Bernardino City Shelter has. This little shelter has come a long way from the 4 years that I stood before you. In the 4 years, this shelter has become a progressive shelter, a shelter that has the community support, a shelter practicing pro-adoption over pro-kill. If you contract to Riverside, you will be going back to regressive shelter practices. SB City Shelter must remain open for the shelter employees, for the community, for the rescues, but most importantly, for the animals. Please, for the animals of the city, find a better alternative and a better solution.
Thank you. Mark Estemeyer, followed by Mick Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. It's so good to be in front of you again. It's been a while, but you put something on the agenda that is a bit of a concern again. The revenue generation and job creation that you're talking about on the cannabis issue. For the most part, it's all pretty good. The numbers don't look too bad or anything like that. But again, there's these little consequences, these unintended consequences that take place. And I'm going to talk specifically, and I can't remember exactly with what page it was. Hang on one second. On your agenda, but it actually refers to the tax, the revenue generation part of it, the percentages, that you actually have it down.
Mark, this item is the animal control.
Oh, my bad. I thought, I apologize, okay.
Did you want to talk on the animal control?
Yes, I did want to talk.
Yeah.
This is just going to be really, really brief, okay? These people here are extremely well organized. I've been listening to them. It's pretty amazing. And quite frankly, you have a bunch of people here that are willing to make something happen. And I believe that some form of privatization is something that can work. It really could. I know that there's a center over in Riverside, and I can't remember the name of it. In fact, when I Googled it, Humane Society in Riverside, there were 3 of them that came up. And one of them was it's actually an adoption society that actually got 4.4 stars. But Riverside's, animal control got 3.1 stars. But my point is that you actually have a great opportunity here to appease a lot of people. Put this aside, have some more conversation about it. We're not talking about a huge pension issue or anything like that. It's not going to break you. But I do understand the $24 million ticket to try to make something happen with the current facility that you have. So, but take a look at privatization. Really, it's really, really important that you do that. But that's really all that I had to say on this. If you wanted to roll me into the canvas part, I can just go ahead and do that if you want. Or
No.
I could, okay. Just thought I could save you a little bit of time. It might be a little while. Thank you much. And my water.
Mick Davis.
Mia Dreyfus?
Mia? Sorry.
That's all right. We'll get it right one time, eventually. Okay. Of course, I'm not going to say anything that that everyone else hasn't already said, but I'm going to just reiterate it. And I do have some stats that were given to me regarding the Riverside Shelter. That the euthanasia rate at the Riverside Shelter is 40%. Euthanasia rate. San Bernardino Shelter, I think 10.6% euthanasia rate. Of 1,778 dogs from Colton and Fontana that were taken to the Riverside Shelter, only 399 were returned, so that's 22% of 1,289 cats that were taken to the Riverside Shelter from Fontana or Colton. Only 6 were returned, that's 0.4%. They utilize rescues for 24% of the dogs and 6% of the cats versus San Bernardino County, which they utilize rescue for 85% of the animals. And again, the euthanasia rate is 10.6, which vary just a couple points from actually being a no-kill shelter. So understand there is an issue and there's a financial issue. I mean, we really do all understand that. But the Riverside Shelter, regardless of how beautiful it looks on the outside, is not, it's really not the right option. It isn't. And I know that you guys are, right there on the verge of writing a proposal. Please don't. Please take heed to what everybody here is saying. Take heed to the people that are out in the trenches, to the people that have animals, the people and that live in Riverside and what they experience. I mean, really take heed. Don't follow what other cities do and outsource. I mean, my goodness, this is the heart of San Bernardino, and there are so many people, even on Facebook around the country, it is true, that network the animals from San Bernardino Shelter. I mean, it's just amazing to see the support that San Bernardino has. I mean, San Bernardino rises up, then all the cities within San Bernardino County will rise up. And we're the most overlooked county in the country. And it should not be that way. The people are amazing. There's so many opportunities. We need to work within our community. We need our jobs within our community. We need to flourish. And we're asking you to please consider the other options, get a council together, and we've all pretty much have said the same thing. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Rosengard? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Followed by Janine Nielsen.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rosengard, and I am the president of Daisy's Hope Foundation. We are a foundation that focuses on your city to provide free services for the residents who have pets. However, I wanted to talk about the fact that I reviewed both of your budget, the Riverside proposal, and the staff report, and I do have some questions, concerns. First of which, your staff report states that the budget to run the shelter is $2.5 million, when in actuality, last year it cost $1.5 million. So my concern is, where is this additional $1 million coming from? And is it possible that it could have been inflated strictly to persuade the city council to vote to close the shelter? When I glance at your budget, I see right off the top, $121,000 can be taken right out of this budget. And that would be for material and supplies. These items are either already been donated, are being donated, or can be donated. $121,000 right out of the budget. When I look at Riverside's proposal, the statement they have here is, it does not include owner-surrendered cats and dogs in the sheltering cost formula. The pet owners are charged directly for this service. What happens if they don't reclaim their pets and they abandon the animals? Who pays for that? City? Is that a hidden cost that you need to consider? The second statement is, the number of stray impounded is solely based on dogs and cats presented by animal control officers or brought in by the public. Who keeps track of that? How do you know how many strays Riverside's picking up? If they send you a bill and say they picked up 2,000 strays, how do you know if that's true or not? Maybe they could inflate the bill. Where are the checks and balances to make sure that what you're paying is the actual cost? When I look at, there's a statement in here that says something to the effect of credit for using San Bernardino's animal control vehicles, $25,000. What happens if those vehicles break down? Who pays for that maintenance? I did not see anywhere, including in their O&M costs, that vehicle maintenance is in there. That's another possible hidden cost the city should consider. When I look at their overtime costs, their overtime costs say actual costs may vary based on overtime usage and license processing. Who's going to keep track of that? And what is that cost? Is that built into their estimate? It's not. So you could very well be paying more for overtime than what you think based on their proposal. It's another hidden cost you should consider. When I look at their license checkers, I have a very simple solution for that. $14,000 a month. Volunteer license checkers. Doesn't cost you anything. You collect all the profits from the licensing, from the citations. Shave that right off. When I look at their staff report.
Ms. Rosengard, your time's expired.
Okay.
Please wrap it up.
One more line. It says 18 million. I know that's a calculation based on the Humane Society, but that doesn't include what we as a community can put together. Donations for materials, labor, rates. Does it really cost 18 million? Did anybody solicit any bids from any of our local contractors and builders to see what it would really cost?
Ms. Rosengard, if you could please
Yes.
conclude.
And the last thing that's most important, in the staff report, for residents that lack transportation options, an animal control officer will be deployed upon request to pick up any animals a resident wishes to surrender. So does that mean they have to pay the surrender fee and transportation costs for someone to come to their house and pick up the animal? Or does that mean that the city has to pay for this, the transportation costs, while the resident pays for the surrender fees? Is that possibly another hidden cost that
Could
you
you
should
please
consider?
conclude? Thank you. Thank you.
Just one last statement. If it is a cost that somebody has to pay, I would assume, is it considered overtime, which is now an unlimited dollar amount?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Janine Nielsen, followed by Jessica Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. My name is Janine Nielsen. I am a board member for Daisy's Hope Foundation. I have been rescuing for over 4 years now at the San Bernardino City Shelter. I did look over your proposal, or your budget, and also the Riverside's proposal. And although nicely written, it does not address, or it does in writing, address some of the concerns of the community and also the rescue groups. It does not take into consideration, though, the following items. Currently, when animals are brought into the San Bernardino City Shelter and the finder is told that it is not San Bernardino jurisdiction, but Colton or Fontana, or even DeVore, the county, the finder either reacts with anger over having to drive 20 miles away, which amounts to up to 45 minutes one way. And that corridor we know is awful down the 215. When that happens, they either threaten to dump the animal right in your Target shopping center, which we see it happen over and over again because we're in the parking lot 5 days a week, or they cry because they're afraid that they can't make it there or the gas. So what happens? Staff at San Bernardino City and also the animal control calls the rescue groups and asks us to intercept them. So there's a large number of animals that are not on the books because we're intercepting those. I get calls, text messages, emails weekly from Rialto, Fontana, and Devore territory asking us to intercept the animals before they go to those shelters because they know they will not make it. We have gotten calls from animal control in the field to say we have bottle babies. We don't know how long they have gone without eating. It's hot. There's no mother. Please come and get these babies because they were picked up. We don't know where, and they need to be fed. What's going to happen? Are they going to make that long drive to Riverside? Guess who gets called for the intercepts? That would be your rescue community. We have gotten calls from Oscar Perez himself when he has had to go out and drive as an animal control officer to say, Janine, I have bottle babies, meet me at the shelter. That's not going to happen at Riverside. I have been and applied to be a volunteer at your shelter for more than 4 years, and I've never been approved. I live in the city of Redlands. I got approved within 2 weeks by that shelter, which is also run by the police department. There's some great inefficiencies, but you have a great team of people and a community that wants to support what you're doing. So please consider that.
Jessica Lopez, followed by Mona Harnish.
Hello, my name is Jessica Lopez, and first I want to say thank you for listening to the public comment. I know that in the animal welfare field, we are very, very passionate, as you guys know, and sometimes the line between becoming an advocate versus an adversary is sometimes crossed. So I want you to know that this is all in really, really good faith. So one of the first things I want to talk to you guys about is some of the things that I've already given to you. One of the packets I gave at the last commissioners meeting was on the economic impact that it does to have a no-kill shelter within your city. I've emailed it to you a few times, and I know that somebody's probably read it at this point. But there are cities throughout the U.S. that are functioning at a no-kill rate that have seen a significant economic impact. And I know as city council members, it is your fiduciary responsibility to allow economic growth within your community. So there are a few other things. Currently, Riverside is the lowest performing animal shelter in California. California is one of the highest kill states within the U.S., but Riverside is the lowest performing animal shelter system within California, and that is something to take into account. Currently, the cats, particularly from Colton and Fontana, that used to be with San Bernardino City, have an 82% euthanasia rate. 82%. And this is with, I know somebody mentioned that only 6% of rescues are able to pull these cats. Whereas conversely, at San Bernardino City, they have an 89% live save rate, which is the complete opposite. Currently, right now, Riverside euthanizes roughly 35 animals a day. Conversely, San Bernardino roughly is 2 animals a day. What do you think is going to be the impact when you increase their intake by 10,000 animals annually? San Bernardino itself is only 7,500, but with the additional cities that are coming in, you're looking at roughly an additional 10,000 animals. With that intake, with their current euthanasia rate of nearly 40%, you're looking at almost 52 animals a day with that increase, just with a few other cities adding in. If this proceeds and you guys are still dead set on Riverside, I believe you guys should ask for some concessions. First, that they require to maintain or improve the live save rate that they have for the San Bernardino City animals. Also, to increase the return to field attempts, including adoptions from taking the animals from this city back into this city so that way they could be reunited with their owners. The 0.4% of the return for cats is below, below the country's average. And then one other thing I would also say is that you should get in writing what Riverside is planning to do to continue the live save rate. Just adding another 10,000 animals is not indicative of them trying to improve their live save rate. So you're going to be increasing their intake, but they have no plan currently on how to save the animals that are coming in. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Mona Harnish, followed by Val Hansen.
Good evening. My name's Mona Harnish. I also think we need to wait and see what San Manuel's offering. One of the possibilities we can look at is pause in prison. With Glen Helen right here in our vicinity, there's an opportunity for inmates to care for them, to train the dogs. Many organizations like the Lions Clubs and veterans groups use those animals for blind people and for PTSD. The inmates learn responsibility, empathy, and pride, possibly for the first time knowing they're helping society. Their recidivism rate nationwide is 50%. When they've been in these programs, it drops to 11 to 13%. Dogs trained by inmates have a higher chance of being adopted. They're trained. They're graduating. The Lions Club said that these dogs are better trained because inmates are with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, giving them the training they need. That could also save the city money in having these dogs housed at the prison and giving the prisoners an opportunity to be better inmates when they were released from prison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Val Hansen. I'm a teacher in Redlands. I'm also a volunteer at the shelter. I've been volunteering for a couple of years, and I wanted to talk to you about the wonderful people that work there. The staff and the volunteers and the rescues all work together to make sure that those animals get saved. The staff works with, when we have people come in that don't have the money to pay to get their dogs back, or the fees when they want to adopt a dog, it's the staff that's helping to bail them out and helping them with vet bills. It's a family working environment. Now, the San Bernardino shelter works super hard to make sure that the animals are reunited with their pets. If there's an owner surrender that's coming in, the staff will let the rescues know so that they can be intercepted and not actually have to go in the shelter. The staff accommodates the people, the people that are coming in, and they always have the pet's best interest at heart. Even after they're closed, the staff will open their doors if somebody's dropping an animal off. And some of these animals, you need to understand, the people cannot take care of them. They might have skin conditions or they might have some sort of illness. And going to the shelter actually helps these animals survive. No other shelter does this except for SBC. This is the type of shelter that this city needs. I adopted a dog a couple of years ago that's a Chow Pit mix, that if he would have been in Riverside in that rescue only building, he would have been euthanized. But with Oscar Perez, he made sure that guy had a chance. He started in isolation, made his way to general population, and now my 93-year-old mother comes over and he rolls on his back to get a tummy rub. The city needs this shelter. It needs to stay open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. E. Negretti, followed by Paula Stewart.
Good evening. I'm here speaking in support of keeping the animal shelter open. I just want to remind you that on Christmas Eve, we lost someone with good intentions. We already know we have stray animals. Most of us, just out of kindness, you're going to do whatever you can to avoid hitting an animal. You either slow down, stop, or you're going to swerve. And that was the case in Christmas Eve when Officer Larry swerved to miss hitting 2 dogs, which led to a violent act by the idiot who was hit. 2 days later, we lost that officer. So know that. Keep that in consideration because most of us will do the same thing. Thank you.
Paula Stewart, followed by Maria Kennitz. Paula? Maria? Maria Kennitz? There aren't that many more. Could you state your name, please?
My name's Maria Chemnitz. Mayor, City Council, I'm mortified to speak in public, but I have to speak for the animals who cannot speak. And I prefer to speak in terms of facts, but unfortunately, I only came aware of this situation last week and have not had ample time to fact-check and argue points made in submitted staff report and or newspaper articles I found on the subject. So I will briefly mention a few points. I live in the 7th Ward and have been active with the local dog rescue for the last 10 years and rescuing what I could before that. Personally, I have been involved with over 200 dog rescues in the 25 years I've lived in the city. The first issue is there is a huge dog community here in San Bernardino as we're all witnessing today. I always participated in the fundraisers years ago for the Humane Society and know that the doggy community would rally together again for the rebuilding of a dog shelter. I have no doubt about that. What cannot be stressed enough is that the shelter is contracted with, that if the shelter is contracted with Riverside, there will be abandonments, regardless of what you think this contract will provide. People in the city of San Bernardino will not be going to Jurupa to surrender the animals. I cannot stress that enough. The police department's interests are not dogs, so of course they want to wash their hands of it. Let the shelter go back to the way it was organized before the bankruptcy. I have the utmost confidence that Oscar will provide great care for the animals and lead the shelter in a productive and positive direction as he has been doing, and let the community come together to do that, what is right for both the citizens and animals of San Bernardino. Otherwise, the city of San Bernardino will be going backwards, not forwards, with the work that has been done by the local dog rescues and shelter, and I will again be picking up 2 to 3 strays a day on the streets when I go from North End to the center of the city. And then I'll close with, you can judge a person's character by the way he or she treats animals.
Thank you. Jessica Garcia, followed by Summer Stewart.
Hello, my name is Jessica Garcia. I am a registered veterinary technician that works in San Bernardino. And I just want to speak on the behalf of the medicine side of it, where we are not a shelter, we're not a rescue. And sorry, I'm not good at speaking in front of all these people. But we have animals that get abandoned in front of our hospital.
They're tied up to poles, they're left overnight and kind of hoped someone finds them. I've had kittens left in 110-degree weather, and they still had umbilical cords. I really feel like if you close this shelter, it is just a snowball effect that's going to affect everyone around the situation. I rescue animals on my free time with my own money. Of course, I am a little more knowledgeable in medicine than the average person, so I don't have to spend a lot of money on care, because most of it I can do on my own. But with the animal shelter closing, it's going to create so many more animals that are abandoned, and a lot of us here, there's so many people that rescue in their free time with their own money, and it's going to just create chaos, and it's just going to be quadruple the effect on everyone. We still need our shelter, and we need to enforce spay and neutering somehow. We do our best in the clinic to, educate everyone, but it's not enforced, and somehow it needs to be enforced to control the animal population. And animals are dying because of people's senseless breeding, and we are aware of, the things that need to get repaired at the shelter, but we have these millions of dollars to go and contract with Riverside, but why can't we use that for improvements? And the first meeting, I left with more questions than answers, and I feel like how, after 7 years of being under the police, how do we barely come up with all of these things that need to be fixed, and it's not being told to the public, and now that everything is kind of just needs improvements, we don't have an answer, and we're not given time to come up with an answer or resolution. And the last thing I want to just say is that in my life, I live by a rule, and if one person tells me something, I kind of take it with a grain of salt. 2 people tell me something, I might consider it. If 3 people tell me the same thing, then I need to kind of reevaluate myself and what I'm doing. And there's well over more than 3 people here, and we're all telling you the same thing. So we're just kind of telling you what's going to happen in the future, and it's so true. It's going to create chaos for everyone.
Summer Stewart, followed by Monica Sanchez.
Hello, my name's Summer Stewart. I live in Riverside County, but I serve the community of San Bernardino. Me and Jessica work at the same hospital, so I too am a registered veterinary technician. I spoke at the last 2 meetings, so sorry for those of you that had to hear me again. There's so much I want to say, so I'm going to try to just put it all in one thing with the most important things to me. At the meeting on June 7th, we were told by Captain Green that we don't have the turnover rate for I think he said 2 openings for the people that are to check the licenses for the residents of San Bernardino. The turnover rate was so high that they couldn't keep anyone in those positions, so they're just not really worried about it. No one's in those positions, which means the people that me and Jessica see along with our coworkers and doctors, it's the same thing every day. I can't express that enough to you. I can't tell you how many times we've gone home and cried. There is a serious problem in the city. As of April 5th, 2007, there was an ordinance mandated that all breeds, all dogs over the age of 4 months be spayed and neutered. And I can tell you from working at this hospital for over 3 years, at this location, that none of our clients, if any, know about that. And that is because it's not being enforced. If we have someone in those positions to enforce that ordinance from back in 2007 and have people going out and ticketing people, that generates income for the city. It's going to benefit everybody. The city is going to make money. It's going to have less, we're going to have less animals hopefully coming in to the shelter, having you spend more money on taking care of them, because it's already a problem. There's backyard breeding. It's going on. People, if they know, have a chance to, we educate them as best we can, but we can't do it alone. And losing the shelter is just another resource that we have. And if we lose that, we're going to be picking up even more animals than we already are, and our husbands are going to kill us. Not really. But we're at full capacity, and we don't want to lose that resource. I've donated to the shelter. I've spoken to the staff of the shelter, rescues that are behind the shelter that spend all their time outside of their regular jobs to keep this place open and keep the animals, you know, in a good state and hopefully find their forever homes. And I just hope that you guys really listen and take it into consideration. I beg you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Sanchez.
Hello. I wasn't going to speak today. I just actually heard about it a few days ago on Facebook. And I actually follow the shelter on Facebook as well. And I think I've seen a few of you guys have Facebook. I was looking that up, and you guys should actually follow that San Bernardino shelter and see how many dogs that they put on the euthanasia list or that are available for adoption. You're going to transfer all those dogs to Riverside. It's just so sad to see, and I see some signs people were trying to hold up and show you, and I mean, it's just important. It's emotional, and I mean, I got all my dogs from San Bernardino shelter. My dog's 13, and I mean, she's getting to the age where she may pass away, and I plan to go back to the San Bernardino shelter to adopt again, you know, because they have such great animals there. And I know you guys are tired. I see you guys shifting in your seats, standing up. You know, you guys are in our eye view. But I definitely decided to speak, and I'm not a public speaker because I do want to take that 3 minutes of your time to tell you how important it is to me, and something that takes me out of my comfort zone to express. Like, I am a part of the community. I work at Loma Linda full time. I go to school at University of Redlands full time. And I found time to come here today to explain to you that this is very important to the people of the community. And for you to represent us, I think that you should listen to our opinion and take our voice into consideration and rethink ideas. You guys are all educated people, and I think, you know, problem solving is something that you guys do, and I don't see why this is your only option. I really don't. And I know you guys don't dialogue back, but I mean, think in your mind, rhetorical question, why can't you guys find another option? I mean, San Bernardino shelter, the staff is amazing. I lost my dog for 3 months. I believe somebody tried to keep it. He's a little bit of a troublemaker. They dropped him off as a stray. Called me. He had been there for a whole month, and I had no idea. I believe they were going to maybe euthanize him because they had him for a whole month, and they scanned his chip. The first time he came, it didn't scan. They scanned it again, and I was able to pick him up, and he's with us. Yeah, he's still a troublemaker, but he's with us. My little Chihuahua, he's about 2 years old, and we found him as a stray. We wasn't chipped, wasn't neutered. We looked for an owner, didn't have one, and my little 4-year-old fell in love with him. I was ready to take him to the shelter because I was like, I can't take in another dog, and my little one was like, but I love him, and I'm like, then we love him, you know. So I'm telling you, I know people are saying that people drop off dogs, but there's plenty of people here that are on the other side of that and willing to adopt dogs, willing to donate, willing to, you know, help get them vaccinated, willing to donate to the shelter and provide their time. I mean, not everybody can do time or money, but there's people that will do one or the other. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
Carmel Rowe, 41-year resident, City of San Bernardino. So a few years ago, my dog got arrested, and he found himself in the San Bernardino shelter. And my daughter was there, and she was crying about her dog, and I was crying about my dog, and one of the dog lovers came up and friended us. And make a long story short, they sent out 1 million emails to you guys. You probably remember it, and they raised $2,200 for my dog in less than a week and rescued my dog. After that, the shelters started to go uphill instead of downhill, which it was very downhill. So if you were going to outsource or if you were going to do anything because you wanted to sell the land, you should have done it in 2013. Now that all these people have worked their tails off for this city and for these animals is not the time. I mean, this is one of the only hopes that people have left in this city. This is where San Bernardino gets a lot of its love, okay? And San Bernardino, it desperately needs a lot of love. You don't see this many people in here advocating for the homeless, but you see them for the dogs. We have the Lowe's building right up there. You guys could purchase that. Sell the land to the water department like they want. But why does the dog money got to go to you to pay for unfunded pension liabilities? Why are you guys talking about this before you guys even have a marijuana tax? Last year, you guys came up with $400,000 unexpected from that user utility tax, which was from cultivation of marijuana within this city. You know, when you guys were able to steal the money from the dogs prior to 2012 and 13, it was a real good business. But now that you've been giving it back to the dogs and you've been putting back into the shelter, now it's not lucrative to you guys, so you want to just annex it and exit out? Man, that ain't cool. How many of you got a dog? My dog is my best friend. I got him from the shelter. Okay, my kid loves that dog. I housed 13 dogs. I found 13 dogs' homes. It's not an easy job, man. They trash your house. Worse than your kids. Okay? But all these people here, they have love for San Bernardino because they have love for our animals. Like, don't shut the door on them. It's one thing if you don't want to hear me, but I'm not the only one here today. Don't shut the door on all the love that comes to San Bernardino because of the animals. Now, I got 34 seconds, and I want to tell you, don't do what you're going to do with the community center. You guys wasted money. You wasted $500,000. I live in a 3,300 square foot house. My house didn't even cost $200,000 to build. You guys spent $500,000 to build nothing, to board it up, to kick it down. Man, don't do that to the Fifth Ward. Don't leave the seniors without a place to be. It's hot as heck. You know, I let my kids be in charge of my air conditioning last summer, and they raised my bill to $700. Don't make seniors sit in their house and raise their bill. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers related to this item? Yes. Roy Murray?
First off, I want to say there's been 2 times that I've really been proud of the people of San Bernardino. One was on December 3rd, 2015, when we all gathered for a candlelight vigil to celebrate the lives of the 14 people that were slaughtered. And tonight, I want to thank everybody that came out to speak on this issue. I've seen some happy endings at the San Bernardino Animal Shelter. There was a blind dog named named Isaac, who had a little friend named Isabella, and they were inseparable. Isabella was Isaac's little seeing eye dog. And they needed to be adopted out together, and they were. And I was there when someone drove from Orange County to adopt them out. You know, I said I was proud of the people of San Bernardino for showing up tonight, but at least 3 counties have shown up tonight. Riverside, Orange County, San Bernardino County, and thank you. You know, we bought our house 20 years ago next month, and we've always set our trash cans by the driveway along the wall until Burtec became our waste disposal. We got someone knocking on our door from Burtec, said that we can't put our trash cans there anymore, so we have to haul them into the backyard. So much for outsourcing. The fire department, outsourcing the fire department was a bad idea. We've had a lot of bad ideas. The express omnibus, which has ruined East Street and Hospitality Lane. The Lakes and Streams project. The billboards along the 215 freeway, Operation Phoenix. A lot of costly, stupid mistakes, but they pale in comparison to outsourcing our animal shelter. There are so many wonderful people here that will help you. They'll raise funds. They'll volunteer. They'll foster animals. These are wonderful people, and you know, San Bernardino, some of these people are friends of mine, some of them are total strangers, but we all have a couple things in common. We all have big hearts, and we all have long memories. So, if you do this against our will, believe me, Your political careers will be very short indeed. Thank you.
Hilda Wenhan.
Good evening. I was going to give the opportunity to speak to the animal lovers because I believe they have a lot of passion. I have seen Janine day after day after day after day pick up animals. Her home is a shelter, and she's on backing call day and night. And I've seen this day in, day out, and I have seen the passion of Daisy's Hope Foundation. They have spoken enough about the animals. I'm going to speak about something else. We all play Monopoly. It was our favorite game. When you start selling your property, eventually you know that you're not going to win. There is no way. The only way to win a monopoly is to own your property. My question is, why would anyone sell their property? Why is San Bernardino selling itself piece by piece? Why? It doesn't make sense. The economics of getting this shelter closed, you're not going to feel it today, but you are going to feel it. 2 years from now, there will be animals all over the city. Do I need to remind you where we stand on the totem pole of cities? There will be animals all over the city. The real estate, I've been a real estate agent for 27 years. I know the animals going all over the city are going to affect city and taxes and, of course, the property value. Where is the economics of this? Because it's like, I'm going to save this much on a credit card when I buy something. Do you want to save 20% if you apply for the credit card? It's going to cost me $300. I just saved $25. I don't understand. It's basic math. Forget the animal lovers. And someone said here, not many people show up for the homeless. Why do you think these people are here? To upset you? They don't come to see you. They really don't want to see you. They just come for the animals. And this kind of love, you're not going to find for the homeless. You're not going to find for civil liberties. You're not going to find against immigration. Nothing will promote this kind of love. But if you don't do it for the love, do it for the economics. Don't sell the city. Stop selling pieces. Because unless you have 3 pieces, you cannot start building your house. And if you don't have all 3 pieces, you can't build hotels. And as you know, when you start selling your pieces, the game is over. He who owns the 3 pieces gets to build a hotel. So don't sell anything else anymore. Just cut somewhere else, but don't sell pieces. Count on your volunteers, count on your foundations, count on your money. But do not take the easy way out, because we're all going to pay for it. Thank you.
I have a slip from Kim Kraus, but there's no number on it. Is Kim Kraus here?
Yes.
Kim Knaus? She's 41? Okay, thank you. Bess Fry? Yes. Was this the issue you wanted to speak on?
I'm a senior. I live in San Bernardino at a senior apartment complex called Leisure Point. It's supposed to be independent living, but as we get older, our seniors get more infirm and depressed. We have a large number of seniors whose emotional health depends on their dogs and their cats because their relatives don't visit them. Some of them are stuck in their bedrooms, and their animals give them the love and the courage they need. I want to tell you about 2 things that the shelter did for our residents. We had a woman, she's now deceased. She had lost a leg. She was ill. Her reason for living was her dog. And when the dog went missing, we didn't think she was going to survive, and she ended up going to the hospital. The dog fortunately had the chip, and the dog was found. They found her, and they returned the dog to her. And she lived another 6 or 8 months with the love of that animal. If we didn't have a San Bernardino shelter, she probably never would have gotten her dog back. Now, when she did pass, her animal was taken back by the shelter, and they found someone else to love and take care of that dog. The other story is we had a resident who simply wasn't able to handle this very frisky dog. And they ended up having the dog taken to the shelter. The dog, at the shelter, they found a family who wanted the dog, who loved the dog, and could take care of the dog. Our resident missed the dog, but the shelter found a family who wanted that dog. Nobody's going to go from San Bernardino all the way out to Riverside to help people who can't drive and probably are in wheelchairs or confined to beds.
Ms. Fry, your time's expired. Could you please wrap it up? Thank you.
Please consider keeping the shelter. We need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Babcock.
I would like to make a suggestion that someone have the gumption, the kahunas, to make a substitute motion that we put this for a study group for 6 or 9 months. Some people already have their minds made up. A mind is like a parachute. It only works when it is open. And we need to consider the animals and what they do for our city. In a little box just like this 2 days ago, there was a feral cat that gave birth to 5 babies. I was going to put it, the one that died, I was going to put it in a new Tupperware. And I went instead to 99-cent store and I got 2 boxes. And I gave this baby, and I could have fit 3 of them in here. I gave it a proper burial. We can do nothing less. We need to extend the time on this. I can't remember who, Rory, and I'm not allowed to talk to the public, but there's a famous comedian that has helped you personally. Ann Boozler. And Cesar Millan, a few years ago, said that he was interested in helping this. I've talked to several people from San Manuel. They love our city. You guys owe it to our citizens to give each child, each pet, each senior citizen a proper burial.
Alice Chow.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Alice Chow. I've been a teacher with the San Bernardino City Unified School District for 18 years. I'm a volunteer at the shelter, and I am president of Dream Team Angels Rescue. We ask that you keep the shelter open for 1 year under the San Bernardino City with assistance from rescues and volunteers. The shelter becomes its own entity again, like it did before the bankruptcy, not run by the police department. The police department needs to deal with crime, not with the shelter. The volunteers will come in and establish a 501c3 nonprofit where we can get grants. We already have San Manuel Band of Mission Indians interested, KCAL radio station, and many private businesses and organizations who have approached me that will partner with us once we get our 501c3. We will rebuild the shelter with the money that we get from our grants, and it will cost the city nothing because we will do all the work. We will get volunteer license checkers, and we will bring in revenue. That will be 100% profit. Currently, we have no license checkers, and in January, we brought in $1,368. When the city had license checkers, they were bringing in 15 times that amount, which is about $33,000 a month. The city is trying to save $538,545 to outsource Riverside. On the paper that you see there, we have the money. We currently have this money in our funds exclusively for the shelter. The spay and neuter is $138,265. Vaccinations is $43,702. Shelter donations is $38,897. Shelter improvements is $607,731. That's a total of $825,597. If we subtract that amount from what we're saving contracting with Riverside, we still have $287,052 left in our funds. Why hasn't these funds been used? And my question is, what will happen to these funds when we contract with Riverside? Why did we not propose this sooner? On May 9th, at the Animal Control Commission meeting, Captain Green and Rebecca Kramer told us and the commissioners that the closing of the shelter was a rumor. We trusted them to tell us the truth. There's magic that happens within the shelter, and you've heard all these stories. I hope that you have the compassion and care for its residents and its animals, and that you can choose to vote to give us another year so that we can build an amazing shelter, take back all the contracts from the surrounding cities, and make San Bernardino Shelter great again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrea Nasis.
Alice is a hard act to follow. My name's Andrea Nisis. I'm not real good at public speaking, so please be patient with me. I do love the animals, and I'm at the shelter every day. Every day the shelter's open, I'm there. So I wanted to bring up one thing. The reason Fontana and Colton numbers are down is because we're taking them. San Bernardino City Shelter is taking these animals. Whether it be the rescues are coming and intercepting these animals, yeah, they're down, but it's because Colton residents are not driving to Riverside. They refuse to. I've seen them tie animals up. I've seen them put baskets and boxes, and oh, Mr. Valdiva's not here again. I was just really upset when I saw that Colton said that their numbers were down. They're not down because of anything Riverside did. They're down because San Bernardino has great volunteers who really help the animals. Also, I'm skipping through here fast. The building is old. Can't we rebuild the building one building at a time? Maybe bring a trailer in there or something, you know, and like DeVore did, and do one building at a time. There's $777,000 sitting in a shelter repair fund for the shelter. I know that the police department, Mr. Green, was complaining the other day about how bad the shelter was. Well, yes, but you're the one who didn't fix anything. He has not used any of that money. That $770,000 is sitting in a repair fund for the shelter, and no one has used it. Another thing, you, Chief Bergman, you told Alice and I both at the last meeting we were at that there would be nobody losing their jobs. Now I hear that the whole shelter is having to reapply for positions in Riverside, and they go on the bottom of the totem pole. Now that's not right. That should have never happened. That was just not right. City Council, I just want you to know that you guys, it's in your hands. Whatever happens in the future, I want you to know that this is something you got to live with. This is your baby. You know, I mean, you guys are the ones voting, and do the right thing by us, please.
Thank you. I don't have any other speaker slips. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I do appreciate all of the comments that have been made, and I would like to, with the permission of the council, move this item forward for the benefit of those who have come out. And I would like to take the issue up at this time ahead of the consent calendar in deference to those who have been here. And
do we need to do anything officially on that, or just through consensus agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So I support that as well.
All right. So I think that I know that we have a presentation, but in lieu of the hour, I would also maybe suggest that we put forward this for continuance to a future date and remand it possibly to the Animal Commission for further study. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion, Mayor. And I think we should have at least a tiny bit of discussion about some kind of direction we want to give and what we kind of expect to come out of it. If we turn this over to the commission, and I think the commission's probably heard all of this. We've all heard it, and I think we generally know what we'd like to see. But give it some more time. 6 months probably is a minimum. It's been talked about a year, but let's start with 6 months, I think, and give the volunteers and the commission and others the opportunity to follow up on some of the concerns that have been voiced here tonight.
I think that makes sense, and also there is at least a standard to be looking for. We have a couple of proposals. We have the cost of the city's shelter, and we have one from Riverside. So those are a couple of benchmarks I think that we potentially could be working towards. And so
to be clear, my motion is to continue for at least 6 months.
At least 6 months. All right. So, Councilmember Mulvihill.
Now, we are going to listen to the presentation from the people from Riverside.
I don't see if it's necessary to take the time. We have a pretty full agenda on top of that, and so I would suggest that we send it back to the Animal Commission and let them come back with the other options and alternatives. The issue is before us. I think all the council members had a chance to be able to review it. Is there anybody that on the council that hasn't had a chance to review the information in the packet? Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you here. I took a lot of copious notes, and there were approximately 50 speakers on this item. I feel the passion, I feel the love, and I must say this has been a very emotional agenda item for me, because my Dora Linda was from Kennel 130, and I'll always remember she's from San Bernardino City Shelter. But at any rate, real briefly, there's a lot of very important points that all of you made that I had not considered, so I will also go along with the recommendation to continue it, not because we're kicking the can down the road. I want to incorporate many of your ideas. Somebody mentioned San Manuel. Cesar Millan. I'd like somebody have reach out to Rachel Ray also. I don't think anybody mentioned her. And most importantly, the rescue community. I think all of you are here. I think we can do some great things in the future here in the city of San Bernardino as opposed to going to Riverside County.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also commend our public comments.
We thank you for all of your input, your dedication to your passion and pursuit for animal care. I'd like to also recognize the very hard work our city animal shelter has provided our community for many, many years. And while we certainly are deficient in some of our structures and build-outs of the animal shelter, there is progress, and we sense that there is a sentiment here tonight and hope and inspiration for our community that we should keep this shelter. Some of the moving and touching aspects of tonight's public comments that I have also taken notes is that I enjoy the opportunity to collaborate and partner with grassroots people. That's what this community is built on. That's what makes our community shine. It allows and incorporates the goodness of heart, of dollar, of sense, and it inspires and motivates us to really provide a better solution than just outsourcing. And so I would like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to move to table this tonight, and the second corresponding is to send this out to a one-year study. There is hope. There is
City
awesome.
Attorney, could you please chime in?
But you can't have a motion to table and then take action. Once
Okay,
there's
well
a
then-
motion to table in a second, there's no more discussion.
Okay, thank you. So then let's. Well, I can move.
You made a motion to,
We already have a motion on the table.
Well, I'd like to make a
It's been
substitute
seconded.
motion. Let's move to table this matter tonight. Outsourcing this shelter.
I don't hear a second for the table, so the table failed.
Very
All right,
good.
Councilman Bell.
No, I'm not done, Mayor. So the opportunity is certainly, we need to study this further. That takes boldness, folks, to really study this. I'd like to move to table this. You heard me. Unfortunately, there's no one else in the council here. I'd like to move to table this. What it does, it allows our community to really collaborate and think from within. And it certainly allows our employees, our stakeholders, the assurance and certainty if we were to kill this tonight. It allows the freedom of thought. It allows incorporation of better thinking from our grassroots people. And if we were to move to table this, then it would allow for us to really get down to the invasive, core, critical, and candid discussions of moving this internally and sending it out for further study with our grassroots. So I do appreciate our public. Mr. Mulvihill, please. I do appreciate our public. Thank you for your input. Thank you to our commissioners, Ms. Gottinger. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your passionate plea to keep this, to keep our animal shelter.
Mayor, through the chair, I'd like to make it clear.
Councilmember Charette.
I'd like to make it clear to the public that tabling this item is no action at all. And so I hear you all want more than 6 months, and I understand that. But tabling this is not the right thing to do. That would be killing the item. It could come back in 2 weeks again, and we'd be in the same place. So tabling is not the right thing to do. We need to, you want to talk about boldness, we need to deal with this tonight, and a bare minimum of 6 months is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the commission to start working, and 6 months doesn't mean that at the end of 6 months that there can't be some stuff come back that we can look at even further. But
Mr.
tabling
Charette,
it, I'm not going to debate with you, John.
compromise.
Tabling it is no action.
Okay, well, I would appreciate
Mr.
a compromise.
Valdivia, you're out of order. Councilman. Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do wanted to point out, I mean, I agree with my council members that, we do need to take a closer look at this. But I want you guys to understand, I can speak for myself. I never decided or agreed to outsource this shelter, ever. And so, and I appreciate you guys voicing your concerns. And don't think that this council is just automatically going to shift to the recommendations that was given to us. And I want to thank Jane for being the leader of the community that she was chosen to be tonight, and bringing forward the fact that the commission didn't give this recommendation. That holds a lot of weight, I think, for this entire council. So thank you, Jane, for pointing that out to us.
Councilman Nichol?
There's, it's not.
You've already had your opportunity. The council needs to have the opportunity to be heard.
And
Councilman Nichol?
And so I wasn't done, Mayor. With all the ideas that are out there that you guys presented tonight, I know we can find a solution. And in the next 6 months, I may or may not be here. But know if I am, then I'm going to support keeping this shelter here. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the public to please refrain from interrupting the council members when they're speaking. Councilman Nichol?
When I first joined this council about 4 years ago, my email was bombarded with complaints about our animal shelter. At that time, I thought maybe the best route was just to get rid of it and not deal with it. Tonight, I think we saw an army come out and show that our animal shelter is not only working, it's succeeding. And we have a great opportunity to show how San Bernardino can work and thrive and succeed. So what I'm asking is all those of you that are here tonight as part of this army, let's work together. I'm going to put forward a substitute motion that we extend the study time for a year.
Second.
I would like to see this come back in 6 months so we get an update on the progress being made with San Manuel, opportunities for outside funding. But I want all of you, please, stay in contact with each other, be a force, be part of the solution. I'm proud of every one of you that are here. This is what makes a city a great city. Thank you.
We have a substitute motion on the floor. And we have a second. Any further discussion?
I'll do a voice vote on this one. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Absolutely.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The motion was to extend it for a year. It passes.
We appreciate your passion that you've demonstrated, and your council has heard you, and I think has taken appropriate action to find a way to come up with a better option, and we appreciate once again your attendance. We will take a 10 minutes break. For your attendance, thank you for your indulgence, allowing us for a short break. We still have public speakers.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion. I had a constituent make a special request on the item 41, asking that we move that up for consideration. I'd like to make a motion to that effect. Item 41.
You don't need to make a motion, you just have to have consensus to take it now.
Okay. Could I get consensus to take item 41 now? I know we've had some residents with children at home, and they've asked if we could please consider that item now.
All right. All right, so we will take item 41. Item 41 is to receive and discuss and provide direction on a report related to Verdamont Community Center project as requested by Mayor and City Council on April 4th, 2018. Council meeting, direct staff on next steps for disposition of the Verdamont Community Center. Lynette Kapler. Richard?
Sorry.
Mr. Kapler, if you'll press the button, please, turn your mic on. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know how many of the city council, well, first thanks for letting me come up here and speak. How many of you have been in the 5th Ward and seen Algoon Park? Is everybody here seen it? Okay, I'm passing pictures around, so please observe. First thing, I think I'd like to thank the city manager for a couple meetings ago. She kind of let us know that Algoon Park, which is in the 5th Ward, is possibly for sale or to be traded by developers. Well, you basically said that when we were talking about the community center.
No. Let me clarify. What I said is developers have inquired about that park and inquired about whether there were better places to position the park. I didn't say that we were selling the park. But there are developers that have asked about that. I think they've asked council members about it.
Yeah, well, I sort of want to address that too.
Okay.
So, okay, on the pictures, picture number 1, you all have your pictures? Yeah, and there's an information sheet. It's basically the front of the park with a closed community center in the background. Picture 2 shows the statue, the Little League player statue that greets visiting families each summer as they attend the regional tournament. This is a gateway to San Bernardino they see. Number 3, this is a shot of the interior of the park, which is surrounded by fully grown trees and a wrought iron fence that goes around the footing. 4 is a shot of the amphitheater, which is also handicap accessible and is used by Azteca drumming group. They come up there almost every week and practice up there. Number 5, this is a gazebo used by families for parties. In the foreground is half of the double basketball court. And then number 6, these are basketball courts that are in use usually every afternoon, early evening by many. They're always being used. 7 is a panorama shot of that park, and it's basically to show you the mature trees and stuff, which to replace that park with another park we never get those type of trees and stuff. And it's just, it's used all the time by the residents in that area. Plus people that use Vallis soccer, they overflow in that park and use it when they have the tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynette Kaplan?
We're going to go with Kim next because she has to get home for her babies. Sorry. Kim Canals.
Kim Knaus? Thank you.
Thank you. I first want to note what just happened before that break. I'm trying not to cry. That right there was amazing. I want to thank each and every one of you because, again, so many times you hear how our city doesn't care. That right there, I want to highlight. I'm going to blast that all over social media. Thank you, guys. Now, in regards to the Verdemont Community Center, I was a little disappointed at the three options. One, because at the last meeting, I did think, or what I understood was that the option to explore a brick and mortar community center would at least be explored. Andrea Miller mentioned that a brick and mortar facility in the long run might be more cost effective than a modular. So I did not see from the backup that I was able to see that that was even explored. Going to the third option of demoing the community center and replacing it with a playground. We're right back to where we started back in April. What was troubling about that option was a statement in there that said there would be a citywide assessment of parks. Basically, do we need a community center? That's what I perceived from that statement that was in that option. That's troubling because it makes it seem like you guys are questioning, is there a need for a community center? The figures that were stated to me seemed underestimated. Only 5 to 10 people using the center per week. That is a gross miscalculation of how many people really frequented that center. Virginia Marquez stated the last time we were here when she attended a function there how it was filled. So again, to me it seemed like a perception was trying to be made that there is no need for a community center. The second option was looking at alternate choices to where we could possibly have a community center. The Western Regional Little League, the San Bernardino Unified School District, and the Generations Church. As we know, schools, it's not a good option. Schools, they have certain hours that will not accommodate the community. Generations Church, I have to note, I am a Christian, I believe in God, praise Him all day long. However, I have chosen to start a community organization to benefit my community. A community that is diverse, that has different backgrounds, different religions. Having a community center at a church, we have to be cognizant, does that really support the community? We don't want to feel like we are segmenting a portion of our community. So that leaves us with option number 1, to replace the community center with, unfortunately, a much smaller modular. When I started this, I said I was not going to fight for a trailer. However, I'm not just fighting for a trailer, I'm fighting for a community center. And if that is a means for my community to have a community center, I'm asking that not only is that option chosen, however, but that option is seen as a very temporary solution and that we continue to work with the community. We're here, we care, and we want to be a part of this process to see our community have a long-lasting community center. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I am, thanks. Thank you for the switch. I'm Lynette Kaplan. I sent all of you a letter this week addressing my community center concerns, but I was upset at the last meeting, so let me read what I have. Several weeks ago, I spoke before the council with concerns about the loss of the Verdemont Community Center, only to discover that the city was in negotiations to trade the Al Gwynn Park. Little did I or any other Fifth Ward resident realize that the city was plotting to sell a lush green park with mature trees and active community use to developers set to use the parcel and that of Blast Soccer for a future warehouse or a commercial center. The park is used every day by people seeking to sit outdoors and enjoy the shade of mature trees. We have many, many dog owners and trainers who use the park daily. Many people take their lunch breaks during the week and lounge under the trees. Parents play catch with their kids. Teens and adults meet to use the basketball courts during the day and in the evenings. Families gather for birthday parties and celebrations using the picnic tables in the shelter. With the water rationing, it's unlikely that another park will be able to grow and sustain the mature trees that Alguin has. The sale of this park would not only make the area less attractive to prospective new residents, it is a signal to the Fifth Ward residents that they don't count as much as other wards, even though they pay some of the higher residential taxes. I understand that the city needs revenue, but would it not be more prudent and better for the quality of life of residents in prospective housing developments to sell one of the many, many other RDA lots? The proposed trade lot is next door to an animal crematorium. How will the ashes from the crematorium benefit the health of our children and soccer clubs? And remember, trees clean the air. And I did some research on this in talking to the Blast soccer people, and the developer has approached them about this swap trade sale. And they're counting on a lovely new big soccer field that he's promised them when he gets the Blast field. Thank you.
Chaz Kelly.
Sorry, I'm not Chaz, I'm Mandy Jacobs. I appreciate the work city staff has done to give us the options. Obviously, they were a little disappointing for what we wanted, a much smaller facility. I was just talking to Jim, we have all the stuff to furnish our facility, and I'm like, oh, well, that's not going to even hold what we have. But at least it's something. I mean, we don't want to have nothing. So if that's the only option that's available to us, that's the option that we would like you to pick, that we think you should pick. I have to amend some information, though, given on the backup reports. Firstly, the Verdamont group that has used the Western Regional facility is not the group that was using the community center. The group that was using the community center is the Kendall Hills Neighborhood Association group. And we do not have access to Western Regional at all. They will not give us access to Western Regional. Secondly, on the numbers, on the activity numbers, I have to tell you that there were lots of other activities that were not reported on in the numbers. For example, we had bingo nights with 10 to 20 people every week. We had Zumba, which had 20 to 30 people. We had the Kendall Hills annual events, Christmas, Easter, Mother's Day, and a fall festival that had 40 at minimum to 120, depending on the event. So all of those things, and we had a church group that met there, and we had the basketball court was in constant use and still is, and that's still available. And we like the gates open now, so people can drive in and use the basketball courts. I have many sign-ups in the storage. If anybody had asked me, I could have provided, but I'm disappointed that I wasn't actually asked about any of this stuff. And I've been available, so if anybody had asked me, I could have gone and I could have pulled the numbers for them. So, and lastly, I just want to let you know that we really do have a need for a community center. If we don't have a community center, right now my group has nowhere to go. We've had our events outside, but you can't always have them outside. The weather might not work for us. And one time we were blown away because of the wind up there. So we really need to have a facility where we can hold these events. And it's not just the Verdamont group that you guys have heard about from Western Regional. There's many areas and neighborhoods in the Fifth Ward that use that facility. You'll hear in a little bit about an email, which is super disappointing. I'm just going to touch on that when I read the email today, I just couldn't believe that there was 6 years wasted with all the money that we could have had, and you'll find out at the next meeting, so the next speaker about that one. But I appreciate your help, and I would really appreciate that we make sure that the north end of San Bernardino gets a community center in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Chaz Kelly.
Mayor and members of the council, although the options that are presented today are not what the citizens deserve, as Councilmember Marquez noted at the last meeting, that we deserve a center. Thank you, Virginia, for that. Going from 4,000 square feet to approximately 1,400 square feet is disappointing. The original center was modest and 40 years overdue. So someone on the dais needs to move the motion to demolish the existing center and replace it with a smaller modular unit and have it completed in 6 months. Remember, always have a timetable for your staff. This council needs to know the following. staff is correct. The $500,000 grant funding was not used for the Verdemont Center. The question is, why not? Let me present you with an email, and for the city clerk who she has it, for the record. And if you'll please pass it around to everyone. Mr. Kelly, I forward your email concerning the City of San Bernardino Verdemont Community Center project to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Here are the responses to your questions regarding the Economic Development Initiative EDI grant awarded to the City of San Bernardino for the Verdemont Community Center project. 1. Did the City of San Bernardino receive $500,000 grant from the federal government for the Verdemont Community Center? The City of San Bernardino was awarded a $500,000 Economic Development Initiative EDI grant. Second question, what was the purpose of the grant? The purpose of the grant funds were for the construction of the Verdemont Community Center. However, the funds were never drawn down by the City of San Bernardino. Third question, if the funds were received, is there a record of the transfer to the city? The funds were received in the form of an EDI grant award. However, they were never drawn down by the city. Therefore, there is no record of any funds being requested or advanced to the city. And finally, this is so disappointing. If the City of San Bernardino did receive the funding and return the grant funds, is there a record of this? When did this occur? The city let the funds expire without drawing any money from the grant. Based on a report from the line of credit control systems, the funds were set up in the system on April the 11th, 2011, and were never accessed before the grant term ended. So the funds were automatically deobligated and recaptured on September the 29th, 2017. 6 years, folks. So the question for this council is, why did this happen? You have professional staff at the highest levels that have transitioned out of the city and back into the city. The question remains, how could this happen? Members of the council could have used this money for filling potholes, grass seed, and to pay public safety officers. We could have used the
Mr. Kelly, your time has expired.
$500,000
Please wrap it
and
up.
received the other $500,000 from the federal government to build a brick and mortar building. This council is the what? Council members are the what? The how is the staff.
Mr.
You must
Kelly, please.
manage your staff
Thank you.
with,
Please
I'm
conclude.
finishing up, Mayor, I'm finishing up. You must manage your staff. We are counting on you to do that. This council must legislate that staff follow through on all grant funding and report regularly to the mayor and common council.
Mr. Kelly,
so that-
please conclude.
I'm going to conclude, Mayor. I have 3 lines here, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration, given the long evening and the consideration you gave multiple other speakers. So this never has to happen again. You must do this for the taxpayers. We depend on you. How many other grant opportunities have been missed for the city of San Bernardino that needs it? In conclusion, the residents of the northwest corner of this city need a community center. Please move to replace the center and get it done in 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a presentation.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Tricia is going to walk through the various options that were discussed. We do recognize that there are other options that we, given the timeframes, didn't have an opportunity to explore. The council has discussed repeatedly this idea that we want to assess all of our facilities, all of our park facilities, look at the existing infrastructure that's available at each park site, evaluate the age of that infrastructure, the deferred maintenance needs, whether or not that infrastructure that's currently there is really meeting the needs of that community, and then present an entire assessment of the city. It really isn't to assess necessarily whether or not community centers that are in existence are necessary, but really to provide that baseline assessment so we understand. We have, I think we've identified at this point $182 million in backlog deferred maintenance. We want to really then be able to tell you what that backlog of deferred maintenance is at the existing facilities. And we're talking about buildings, park playground equipment, even trees in some cases, signage and other amenities. So again, it's really an assessment of all the amenities at the park. We are still continuing to collect information. We've had a couple of requests in the recent weeks. Councilmember Richard brought one to my attention where we do have some of our community community centers that are interested in expanding or would like to transition. We have another modular type community center that's in the community, and they are also requesting a brick and mortar facility. And really, as we talk about the idea that we want to develop this world-class community and ensure that we're providing programs and facilities, we really need to invest in all of our facilities, and we need to have ones that are not only there for the short period of time, but really plan for that future long-term investment. So again, we're continuing to do that. I did want to speak just before Trish presents on the very particular options, though. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. This council has had conversations with a whole host of developers, and certainly one of the things that I appreciate about dealing with the development community is that they are always looking for the what if. What's the potential there? The city does own the Black Blast soccer facility. No developer has asked me specifically about Blast. They have talked about the potential, though, to exchange parkland and find areas where it might be more effective. So again, that doesn't mean that we're negotiating. That means that developers have ideas about things, and really part of our responsibility is to explore what those ideas might be, and then ultimately come back to the City Council and make sure all those are explored with you. The other item to be aware of, this city is undergoing, I think one of the biggest challenges that we have as we emerge from bankruptcy is the idea that we have various funding partners that we have obligations to. The council's aware we have a workout plan with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and a lot of that workout plan is related to the maybe inappropriate use of grant funding that's available to the city. Inaccuracies in terms of reporting, not using the money for directly expected or allowed purposes. We've made some repayments to various agencies. We've also not drawn down certain funds because we've been alerted by HUD and others that we weren't eligible to use the funds for that particular purpose. The funds that were referred to this evening, as I look back in the file, were really for a brick and mortar building. There was originally a plan a very long time ago, it's my understanding, for a brick and mortar building where we will locate ultimately the documents, but it was several $1 million to construct a brick and mortar building. Because we were not able to construct a brick and mortar building, we also were never able to get a certificate of occupancy. The city staff at the time felt it was not appropriate to draw down the funds and risk the requirement that we repay those funds. So again, that is the reason why we have an obligation to these agencies to make sure that we use the funds in the manner. If we don't do that, we risk having to repay the loans, or even worse, we risk being eligible for future grant funding from the state and federal governments. So it is my understanding that there was a decision because there was no certificate of occupancy, we could not meet that deadline, and the funds were not drawn down. So Trish, at this point, is going to walk through the efforts to try to identify. The request was, could we come up with some type of a temporary solution? So we've walked through those. She'll actually go through the details of each of those, and then we're here to answer any questions and then receive direction on what the next steps are.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm going to present to you the options as requested at the May 16th Council to come back and discuss if there are options, if the building is removed, the current building is removed, what are the options for providing community space. We looked at 3 different options. One is to replace with a temporary modular unit, look at acquiring space at other existing facilities that the community could use for their functions. And then the third one is essentially you always put in the do nothing, which is complete the assessment and then move forward with any kind of investment for a new community center based on the assessment. So option 1 is to replace with a modular unit. This would require that all of these options have the assumption that the existing facility would be removed. That in and of itself is about $60,000. To replace the existing facility with a new modular unit, the site would have to be restored. The soils would have to be recompacted in order to take a pile, a block building, a pier block building foundation. It would be a 24 by 60 double wide. And if you want to do the math in talking with the vendor, Every double wide you use, you would double the cost of the rental for those units. So right now, the cost of rental is about $11,000 a year. It would be $22,000 a year to go to a quadruple wide, I guess, to give you a sense. We would be paying rent on this. It would not be owned. It would be a temporary solution. And we would also, the contractor would provide all the ramps, stairway, ADA access, and those types of things. We would have to reconnect all of the utilities, electric, water, sewer, to the existing facilities there. This gives you an idea of the layout of a double wide. It is a rental, so no modifications would occur on this. It would be as is and placed on a pier block foundation. The cost overall, there's kind of two costs to this. There's the ongoing monthly cost, which is rental of both the modular unit and the stairways and other access. I also placed a cost for our facilities maintenance to support the community when bulbs go out, things break. We need to be able to respond to that as well. And then there is a one-time cost for installation and removal, and then also utility connections or disconnections for the case and recapping when it's done. Total cost overall, one time is $25,000, and annual rental cost is about $20,000 for this option. The second alternative is to look at alternative locations. We evaluated 3 different options. It's interesting that it's the Kendall group that uses I must have misunderstood a conversation we have, and I apologize for that. They are, this says not available. They are willing to support the group that was there, maybe not the Verdamont group, for quarterly meetings. They do not have availability to expand back to any kind of programming. These options, these 3 options really vary both on location, but also on kind of schedule options for the group. And so to use a facility like the Little League facility, they have space available for quarterly kind of neighborhood association meetings, and that would be it, but it is free. Let me go to the next slide. Oh, nope, I only had one slide for that. The next one, we spoke with the San Bernardino Unified School District. They are willing to work with us in providing space, but it will require further discussion. They needed to know more about what the requirements were to be able to say what that was. The message that they conveyed is it would have to work around school activities, obviously, which means that the availability time would likely be after school or on the weekends would be the options. There would be likely a charge for this, but we weren't able to get any dollars costs for that at this time. If the council was interested, we could move forward to further define the costs. We also approached Generation Church. This church is probably similar in nature to what the Wildwood Community Association uses. They use the church near in their area to hold, believe they have monthly association meetings. They have absolutely a multi-purpose option. The cost that you see here is to accommodate what we had available data for before the facility closed at Verdamont. They had about 3 days a week programmed for different activities, and about 2 hours a session for each one of those activities. Based on that usage, so we had about a year's calendar worth of what was scheduled at the Verdamont Community Center. And based on that, we talked with the church, and they said that they could make that time available. They were willing to work with the group, and the cost would be about $125 a day, or based on the hours, $1,000 a month in rent. The third option is to restore the site, remove the building, restore the site to either open space or playground equipment. In the long term, if the assessment, once the assessment is complete and it's determined that Verdemont is the best location to serve the northern area, that playground equipment could be moved. That is not a big impact. It just depends on how the space wants to be used. And the long-term assessment would allow us to understand what the costs are for a brick and mortar building, plan for it in our capital program, and get a design that fits for the community needs. So the recommendation before you today is direct Public Works to move forward with the removal of the existing facility, direct Parks to continue work on the citywide assessment, and then we are here just to get direction from you on any interim space plan you want us to consider and work on.
Thank you, Trish. Appreciate the report. Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, at the request of our constituents, I am asking for a modular option, and that we do commit to that option. I think long-term, I agree with the city manager. We do need to do an assessment. I agree that we need a specific plan for the area. I would hope that at some point we can discuss inclusion of a brick-and-mortar community facility for that entire area as it grows, matures. We need a place for seniors. We need a place for youth. We need a place for the community to congregate. We need a place where we can really promote the great things that are happening in the community. And so I really see these facilities as being multi-purpose. It isn't just for a community association. It's for the community. And so I would request that we go with the modular option. I will request that we also move forward with demolition. I would like to see this up and running in 6 months. I think it can be. I think it would demonstrate that the city can function properly, that we can meet our obligations to the taxpayers, and then work forward with that assessment. I'm with you 100%. Let's do that assessment, and let's make sure that going forward we're committed to serving the taxpayers and following through with our promises.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just add something to the comments that the Mayor Pro Tem made. I think long-term, we have a couple of community centers that are still being operated in modular facilities, and we do have one in Councilmember Richard's ward. I was very impressed with the programming that's being provided in that neighborhood, and they have a need for more space as well, and really can serve a lot more kids if we can give them a better space to do that in. And so I think as part of that assessment, one of the things that we need to understand, it's difficult sometimes when you have 65 square miles and you start thinking about facilities. Oh, wait a minute, that one's modular too, and that one's. The goal of this assessment is to really understand where our community centers are, what condition they're currently in, and then really be able to define where it is we need to expend our resources to have a plan for that. But long term for that neighborhood, going to the specific plan, we really have got to look at what that neighborhood looks like in the future, because in addition to and this is part of the reason why we are not turning anyone away when they have thoughts about what that looks like, because long term we also have to serve the needs of that community, and it's beyond the community centers. We're going to have policing needs up there. We have fire needs up there. Right now, all of our facilities are really centered in the center of the city. And as we look to the potential development of housing up there, and even for that matter, potential annexation of other areas, we've got to make sure that we have the entire city infrastructure in place to be able to serve the needs of that area. So I see that as that specific planning process is really not only looking at it from a land use. Certainly, that's important. How do we make sure that traffic flows appropriately and it's not causing backups for the community, but also that we meet the recreational needs, and equally as critical, how do we serve that community with all of our services that we need to provide?
Yeah, and I would also encourage that hopefully we can use this facility as a venue to really stimulate that dialogue with members of the community, with local businesses, with our developer community, and really start having that conversation. What's our vision for Verdemont going forward? I think it's a huge opportunity for our city to make sure that community is built out properly and in a way that really contributes to the bottom line of our city, grows revenues, and attracts the kind of residents that we need. So I'd like to see that facility really used in as many ways as possible and really leveraged to the greatest benefit of the city. Thank you.
And this would also be a project just to make sure that there's complete clarity that it will be completely managed by the city staff so that we don't have issues in the future like we've experienced.
Yeah. So hopefully I made my motion clear enough.
Second.
And I appreciate my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one crazy question. If a person, let's say myself in the community, wants to do something great in the community, wants to do something that's going to be set an impact, but not just to build in my name, but just because I want to give back to the community that developed who I am. And I were to say, you know what, I want to fund this whole entire project, not just for a modular, but for a pool, indoor basketball court, a tennis court if possible, however we want to design it. Would the city be willing to work with me or sell that property to me and or work out somehow some kind of deal for that to happen?
I mean, the easy answer is yes, but remember, several things would have to happen. One, we'd have to define what the property is that the person is interested in, what they actually want to do, what they see the long-term impacts being. I mean, is it a property that they're going to develop in some way and then we're going to be responsible for operating it and being liable for the activities that occur there and all that into the future? So we do a full analysis on that. What are the impacts of it? If they were asking for anything in return, so any kind of future commitment by the city, but we would do the financial implications of all of that and then present that to the mayor and council. If you wanted to transfer property in exchange for some development of a piece of land like that in a way that, again, fits with what your vision is, then certainly the council would have the ability to do that. Again, there would be a legal agreement involved in things, but yes, that would be presented to you, and then ultimately the council would have to determine, does this proposal fit in with what our long-term objectives are for the city? Because one of the things you have to be careful with anything, whether it's grant funding or even an offer like that, if it doesn't ultimately achieve something you want, it ends up being something that you have to pay for, you might be better served declining that opportunity because it doesn't fit with ultimately what you're, and I think about for years, cities chased grant funds for years, and all of a sudden they found out that they were doing some programs that they otherwise really weren't committed to, but the grant dollars were there. Well, we don't really have the capacity anymore to do that. So if it fits with your overall vision, you may very well want to pursue that as a council.
And how would that one person, or how would one go about presenting that to you?
They would need to present a proposal to us.
Okay, Thank you.
Councilmember Mobley.
Yes, I think, thinking about the proposal that Mr. Nickel has given, I think that it should be recognized, though, this is just a temporary solution, that in fact there's going to be a needs assessment taking place, and that needs assessment may be in the future that this community center is not going to stay at the position it is now, maybe to a more central location for the entire Vermont area. And whether, and I wasn't quite sure how this quite worked out. The Kendall Hills people can use the Little League, and the Vermont people can't. What was that?
So Vermont uses it, Kendall Hills doesn't.
Why?
Because Kendall Hills is actually not in Western Regional neighborhood, it's the next one over.
Can I add on this? There was a member of the Vermont Neighborhood Association that was opposed to the community center because it was bringing people of color into the neighborhood, and so we didn't want to use that facility and kind of push to use Western Little League. I hate to call it as it is, but that's what it is.
Anyway, well, and again, sort of stepping back from this, this is a temporary solution, and once a needs assessment is done, we really need to look at permanent facilities and facilities that are don't get into the discussion of whether it's Kendall Hills or Vermont or Wildwood or whatever it happens to be, that we really need to get a solution for the north end of the city, which I don't believe the north end has got a community center anyplace except at the senior center, but over by Ferris Hill Park, which really isn't the north end at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. So just for clarification purposes, we're going with option one. That's okay, the replace with temporary modular facility, and we do have the funding in the general fund to make that happen then? Okay, thank you.
I mean, we will come back to you with a budget amendment and everything, but
Got
yes,
it.
I mean, we will find the details and demolish and do the assessment.
And within 6 months.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Councilman Charette?
Just a real quick,
I'd like to clarify, Mr. Nichol. So I heard that you wanted a needs assessment, but you also wanted to go with the demolition, go with the modular option, and have that up in 6 months, running in 6 months as a multi-use facility. Is that correct?
Yes, and don't touch the amphitheater, don't touch the basketball courts, leave them right where they are.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify.
All
Don't
other
demolish
features would
the
stay.
amphitheater, please.
Councilman Charette?
No,
All right.
all other features would stay.
Just the center. Thank you.
Councilman Charette?
thank you, Mayor. We all know how sometimes temporary things become permanent. Is this motion or what we're doing tonight, is there going to be a date certain that we work toward? I mean, I know we're doing the needs assessment. It's going to take 6 months to build it or have it operating. At the same time, we're going to be doing these needs assessments throughout the city. So starting January 1, so to speak, there'll be a temporary facility up there. Are we going to plan that for 2 years? For 1 year? Or
we
for...
would, really after the assessment, we're really hoping to have that assessment done so that we can begin having those long-term strategic discussions about what do you see. We want to have those done within the next 6 to 8 months. So-
I'm going to support this item, but my concern there is that it takes 6 months to get it up and operating, and we're doing a needs assessment, and the needs assessment comes back and says on January 1st, well, we really don't need it there, we need it somewhere else. Then where are, and that's what might happen. So that could actually, theoretically, it's not probably going to happen, but theoretically be built and never open.
I think the reason why.
Or never be used.
I understand what you're saying. I guess the reason why I'm not overly concerned about that, though, is because I think once we do the needs, and I'll, just because it's an easy example, because I had the meeting, like, last week, I think. You know, we have so many other needs in the community. Even after we do the needs assessment, you're going to need time to digest all that information. Then we're going to identify what those priorities are. From there, you know, we aren't going to be able to fund everything at one time. And so after we establish, really, you know, go through each one of those and you establish some priorities, then we're going to begin to look for funding, like, for instance, the funding that was returned. You know, there are funding opportunities for some of those, but it may be temporary for a period of time until we have a true building in that area someplace, but I don't see it going away in 6 months.
Okay, so I might caution that you might be careful what you wish for, because we get something temporary, and because now the needs assessment says, well, we don't need to really deal with them because they got a temporary facility, we're going to go over here and do some things over here. So it could impact how soon you get your permanent brick and mortar.
I guess I get, and it may very well.
So,
but the other thing, I think the pressure is going to, you know, you have made a clear, specific comment that you want to create a world-class city. World-class cities don't typically operate in temporary facilities. So I really think, since we're paying rent on this temporary facility, so we're going to want to get out from under the lease cost. I think temporary facilities would be some of the sooner things that we would recommend replacing with permanent structures.
No problem.
Yeah. Again, it just doesn't fit in with the vision that you've said you have for this city.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Do we have results of our vote?
We do. The motion was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
And Mayor,
Councilman
in
Shred.
the interest of equality, I've had a request that we bring forward an item, since we're going all over the place. Item number, I think it's the first one on the staff report.
We do have, we still have public speakers.
I get that, but
And
maybe
they-
after the public speakers, we could do that. That's, what is it, item 34, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of staff here
Let's
on
allow
that
the
item
public
as well.
speakers their
Okay.
opportunity. Wendy Mechanic? 37.
Need a drink. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wendy McCamick, I live in San Bernardino, contrary to popular belief. First of all, thank you very much for putting before the voters a tax revenue generator that might actually pass and can go right into the general fund. Number two, the annual permit fee numbers that the staff report calls for appears to call for only 10 licenses. And if it's a revenue generator, my suggestion is you fulfill the ordinance number. Because both sets of staff reports call for a lot less revenue than you can actually accumulate from the licenses that the ordinance calls for. It's about $100,000 shy in the report regarding the permit. Also, the potential revenue generation that you show for the tax itself, I get that you're still working the tax numbers out and that you've got some feedback from a lot of different folks. I'm hoping that you ask for that feedback from those that are in the industry currently, in licensed facilities, obviously not in this city, but in other jurisdictions and other states, because the revenue generation has been incredibly fruitful. But if it's done right, so the voters understand what it's for and how it's going to be used. Not that you can tell them, never mind. So the revenue generation to me in this document is about $2.4 million shy of what it should be per the ordinance, based on industry standards. And that underestimation also looks like it's only based on 10 licenses, not 17. Some of the formulas that are in this document might serve the city better to be reworked, and information come from those in the industry that understand how they can generate that revenue and legally and properly and timely turn it over to the jurisdictions that they are required to turn it over to. I would also suggest that development agreements are probably a bad idea. These aren't developers, these are business folks. And these business folks are trying to make a living, create revenue for the city, create jobs, and pay their taxes properly. And in order to do that, you have to have something that is in place before the voters that you all have agreed to put before the voters, which I think is admirable. Again, I want to congratulate you for doing that. But that voter approval needs to be something that they know what to expect. The business owners know what to expect. Development agreements change with mayors and councils. They change with a lot of things. Recommendations from folks like us who know the industry, believe it or not. I know the industry. I know that's a shocker. But I would appreciate you guys tapping into the brains. It's free consult information. I'm not going to charge you the $500 an hour that all the other consultants charge the city. Thank you again.
Thank you. Chelsea McCamick?
How's it going? I wanted to see if you guys could maybe make an amendment to the proposed tax. The proposed tax on cultivation is $7 to $10 per square foot. And then the tax on the micro business is the 2.5 to 6%. But if you include cultivation in your micro business, the cultivation portion of the micro business is being charged way more tax than that $7 to $10 per square foot. So our suggestion would be to, all cultivation will be charged $7 to $10 per square foot. And then the rest of the options, the licensing options, including the microbusiness, would be charged the 2.5 to 6%. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Penman? Linda Sines.
Thank you. I'm here to express my extreme disappointment in which the decision was made to contract out the city attorney and his staff. My husband is Gary Sines, our city attorney. He is a professional man with the utmost dignity and integrity. A decision was made to contract out the city attorney's office without any discussion, conversation, or it appears concern as to how it would affect these employees of our city who have dedicated much of their careers to us. To put it lightly, Gary was completely blindsided by the city manager, mayor, and council. It appears that the city manager and mayor went behind closed doors and made a decision to use contract employees to replace the city attorney's office. Without any knowledge of this, at the time of a budget meeting, Gary asked for the salary of 2 vacant deputy positions in his office to be restored, but it was denied. He asked council to make a motion to restore the positions into his budget, but not one council member would. That was when he knew what was happening and that he had no one on his side. Gary warned that if these 2 positions were not restored, that other staff members would feel that their jobs were in jeopardy and seek employment elsewhere. And that is exactly what has happened. Effective early July, all but 1 deputy attorney will be gone. Gary never had intentions of being the city attorney, but in 2013 he was asked to run. And given the circumstances in the state of our city at the time, he felt it his obligation and love for our city to step up. He won the election and ran again uncontested in 2015. Since taking office, he has received nothing but thanks and praise from all walks of life in our city. The first thing Gary did once he took office was to open the doors of communication. Literally, the physical doors on the 6th floor of City Hall between the mayor, the city manager, and the city attorney were locked closed. Gary had those doors opened, and for the first time in many years, communication was open again. Given the fact that Gary was purposefully left out of any discussion, meeting, conversation about how the city could or should change his office, is reminiscent of the past, and he did not deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you. James Penman.
Agenda item 40 recommends that you repeal an important city ordinance that prohibits any city official from hiring legal counsel without the approval of the mayor and city council. The rationale offered for this repeal is an allegation that the city attorney may have a conflict on the outsourcing of legal services because it may ultimately result in the abolishment of his job. The repeal of this ordinance is unnecessary because, 1, the city council can waive any conflict, and 2, city attorneys past and present often have had legal conflicts identical to the one alleged tonight, and this ordinance was never an obstacle in such situations. When the city attorney has a conflict, the city attorney simply conflicts off, and the city council decides which lawyer to hire. Tonight, this agenda item asks you to establish a process to hire an outside law firm, to authorize the city manager to hire legal counsel to fill the temporary vacancies, and to repeal a necessary city ordinance. That is just too big of an elephant to eat in one night. Everything except the urgency item, filling the temporary vacancies, should be continued and a public hearing held to effectively review those issues. Under the city's new charter, the city attorney is an integral component of the charter's checks and balances on the authority of the city manager. That is why, under our new city charter, the city attorney reports directly to the mayor and council, not to the city manager, and that is why only the mayor and council and not the city manager hire and fire the city attorney. This item improperly inserts the city manager in one of the charter-mandated duties of the mayor and council by having the city manager instead of the city attorney fill vacant legal positions. This proposal ignores the city charter, and more importantly, it is a violation of California's conflict of offices doctrine. The council can solve this alleged problem simply by waiving any conflict and or by directing the city attorney to contact the law firm of Coda Cole & Huber and negotiate a temporary agreement with that firm, which has hired 3 of the city's in-house attorneys, to temporarily assign them to continue working in the San Bernardino City Attorney's office. Coda Cole & Huber is an applicant for our contract city attorney work. They'll be pleased to make this assignment of their new hires. There is chronic tension between many city councils and the city manager over the ultimate control of legal advice. The voters put that to rest in this charter by giving that to you. Given the language in our new city charter, the city manager, her competency and expertise notwithstanding, should not be involved in this process in any way and should not be advising the council on this matter. It's insane. More importantly, because the city manager is an attorney, I'm not going to go into that. Deal with the urgency matter tonight. Shorten tonight's agenda. Give yourselves time for more careful deliberation. You haven't heard the truth about the actual cost of an in-house attorney versus outsourcing. Outsourcing is more expensive. You need time to hear that. But tonight, give Gary the opportunity to fill the vacancies in his office, not a person whom the law does not recognize as having that right. You don't have the authority to delegate that to the city manager. You don't have that legal authority.
Candace Armijo. Sean Ahmed. Zeta Gutierrez. Guillermo Nurcles. Scott Stevenson. Sean Ahmed. Linda Jackson. Any other public speakers that wish to speak at this time on items not on the agenda? Okay, we will now move to
Mayor,
consent
now
calendar.
would there be a chance to bring that other item forward to get, well, we've gone off calendar
If we don't have
before.
anybody that's pulling it, it's just a vote on the calendar, the consent calendar, so. All right. Councilman Mulvihill?
I have none, Your Honor.
Councilman Richard?
I have none.
Councilman Nickel?
I had my questions answered. No polls.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Councilman Charette?
None.
Councilman Valdivia?
I'd like to just make a comment on 26 through 30. And that I'll reserve comment on the rest of my polls. I appreciate our staff for responding to me, our city manager. I just appreciate the very good work on the backup material from 26 to 30. So thank you, staff, and all the playground equipment and improvements, the lighting at the senior center there at Paris Hill Park. So I appreciate it. With that, none today, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrios?
I too want to give my appreciation to all the work that's going to be done in the second ward at Paris Hill Park. And I did have a question on 29 that the city manager can answer now that we had a discussion about, and was the fact that
Before we go into item 29, I need to declare a conflict, so we need to not have any discussion at this time if you want to pull it and then have discussion about it.
I think I
But
can. I think without pulling it, I think I can address the question that Councilmember Barrios, and Councilmember, if this doesn't then resolve, but I think without pulling it so you don't have to delay. There was a question about when we're looking at bids, are we looking at, other than just contracting for work, are we looking at things like, here's an example, solar options where you have the opportunity to pay over time, or you can capture savings from installation of solar or solar lighting, solar panels on buildings and things. We constantly look for those options. Sometimes they are more cost effective, but we do look at what that long-term payback is before we make recommendations. So this evening, you have a recommendation for just contracting for work in a more traditional manner replacement. There are some that we're currently looking at where we're talking about other solar options, and that's probably the easiest example, solar options where we are finding that it may, when we look at the cost for installation, what the potential cost savings is to the city, and then what we would realize over a period of time, we may be coming forward with some recommendations where we do some type of lease option purchase rather than a simple installation. Does that
Answer your question?
Well, no, if you still have a question, then we can pull it, but.
Don't be shy.
Councilmember Marquez?
None, Your Honor.
All right, again, I do have a conflict on item 29, it not being pulled. I don't need to remove myself. I do also want to comment that this week's agenda, together with last week's agenda, the items from item 14 through 30 and 19 and 22 last time amount to approximately $7.5 million worth of work that's being brought forward.
That's some good stuff.
And it's an incredible amount of effort on part of the staff, and I want to thank them for bringing so much work, and really demonstrates the progress that we are making. So thank you very much, staff. And Councilman Richard?
I have a conflict on item number 13 because I own my property right around that area.
So noted. Thank you.
Assessment rules.
I'd like to verify that I heard Mr. Charette make the motion and Mr. Valdivia second it. Okay.
Oh. This is Jim.
Which item?
Thank you.
Hang on.
So,
I know.
on the consent calendar items, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
All right.
Thank you. Next item is item number 34. This has to do, you're welcome, Councilman Charette. Try to accommodate.
Thank you.
Adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino approving a conditional funding commitment for Phase 2 of the Arrowhead Grove project.
Mayor, members of council, we will try to shorten our 4-hour presentation to just a few slides.
If it's 4 hours, I move to continue.
You're out of order.
But I do want, because I have a sense that we will go through this fairly, I want to say thank you to the county staff that's here, the National Corps staff. We have Steve Pontel, Maria Razzo, Dina, I can name them all, Sandra, Gil, so we have everyone here, and Kathy. We have a great opportunity. You're aware of the Arrowhead Grove project. We've had some challenges, but we have some great opportunities and I think some terrific news moving forward. We do have a little bit of a challenge that we're here to talk to you about this evening, and so I think Kathy and Dina and Maria are going to kind of take the lead in the presentation. And again, we're excited, but we do have a challenge, and we think we have a backup plan that we're hoping that you'll approve this evening. And so with that, we'll kind of move quickly. If you want us to spend a little more time with something, we will, but just in the interest of the hour. And then I want to thank them for sticking around. They've been here for a long time today. So, Kathy, you want to start?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am going to try to make this fairly brief. On paper, it looks like a really complicated item, but hopefully I can break it down and make it as simple as possible. So as you're all aware, Arrowhead Grove is a fabulous project, partnership between the county, the Housing Authority, the city. As you know, Valencia 9 was built off-site. That was the first phase, and we all partnered on that one. Then we built the first phase on-site, which was Olive Meadows. Back in January, we presented to you doing a conditional commitment of $1.5 million of NSP money and a small portion, about $180,000 worth of CDBG money, so that we can apply for the basically the cap and trade, or the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities, which is also known as ASIC. The National Corps did submit for that application. Basically, that we were requesting $20 million towards the construction of both phases 2 and 3, which was 184 units, 36 of which would have been market rate. Basically,
We thought we would know sooner about that status of that application, but given the fact that the Strategic Growth Council staff, the good news is they are recommending approval of this application. However, we will not know until they have their council meeting, which is scheduled for 28th of this month. So as a backup plan, we collectively decided that we really needed to apply for what they call 9% tax credits. And that's a very competitive application. And so what we were having to do is come up with a plan, kind of a B1 and a B2 for lack of arguments. But anyway, so what we would do is we would take that original 1.5 million that we had originally committed, but then we would have to supplement that with another additional 883,000 to be able to apply for the tax credit application. The reason why there's this timing issue is the 9% tax credit application is actually due July 2nd. And so there's a timing issue. So we're applying for this kind of backup plan, but we're really hopeful and feel pretty strongly that we're going to get the recommendation of the Strategic Growth Council to approve the $20 million grant. So in which case, this request would no longer be valid. We go back to the original request of the 1.5 of the NSP money and the basically 180 future CDBG funds. So I'm hoping to make that as simple as possible. We do have a PowerPoint. If you'd like, I would request that Maria Razzo, the Executive Director, she can walk you through the PowerPoint if you'd like. And again, National Corps is here, the county's here, everybody's here. So.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. I'll move for approval on the matter. I'm supportive of it. I just want some clarity regarding the 883,000. My question is, so we're applying for the 9% tax credit, and I'd like to know that is there some type of commitment, refund process of the 883,000 if in fact it is approved in November of 2018, and I understand the timeline and the time frame, we need to act now.
Right.
What happens there if this is approved in November?
So if it's approved on June 28th by the Strategic Growth Council, this action will not go forward.
Okay.
So the 883 would not be
Perfect.
included.
Perfect. Move for approval.
But the 1,000,005 will be part of that commitment.
Correct. And the roughly 180,000 future commitment to CDBG money.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, since we have Mr. Pontel here, I did have a quick question. In January, I had the opportunity to have a discussion with, or go to symposium on EB5 funding. Is this something in the future that we might be able to look at for these types of projects? Is this something that we've explored? Is there any opportunity? None.
No.
Little tiny bit on commercial opportunities, but not on the housing side.
Not at all on the housing side. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan of this project because we just have to continue the good work that is going on, and thank you for waiting. I do have a specific question regarding the number of units. The packet reflects 120 affordable units, and then it has 136 units. Walk me through with that. Okay, so basically the 120 units would be on the existing funding commitments that we have today. As a B2, the developer and people were going to try to see if we could get additional funding from yet another source, because right now we're all tapped out. So we would have to find funding sources from San Manuel, someone that might be willing to come forward, but we have a very narrow window, again, because we would have to submit that application by July 2nd. So we threw both options out there just in the event that someone really generous came forward with more money. And my final request, can you send us an email or let us know what the outcome, if we made the cut? Because then we need to move forward. I think we're on a momentum and we need to.
If this is awarded, this will be a huge.
It's a milestone.
Huge win for the entire Inland Empire. And so we've already talked about a media strategy related to that. So, and the county is really taking the lead with that with National Corps. So again, you will certainly hear about that.
Thank you, partners.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yeah, I've sort of lost track of the numbers. With Arrowhead Vista, what will be, given what we're talking about now, and if the grant comes along, how much we're going to be, what are the total number of units that we're going to have in this project?
For the application, for the ASIC application, we would have 184 total, and 36 of which would be market rate. If we go with the 9% tax credit, it would be 120, all affordable, no market rate.
What I'm saying is for the total project, going with the Arrowhead Road.
Oh, the total.
And Arrowhead Vista.
So entitled, there are, good afternoon, I'm sorry, Maria Raza with the Housing Authority. Good evening, yes.
It's almost morning.
So total entitled 411 units.
411.
Which include 20% of those are market rate units. So
20%?
20% market rate units, correct? 86. So it's highly likely, because of the recommendation from the Strategic Growth Council, that we will receive the $20 million Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities funding. And so we will know next Thursday, June 28th. With the addition of those 184 units, the total number will be 319 completed. And so, as you know, we've already completed 136. That takes care of more than half of the 252 original public housing units. And so right now we have 116 public housing units left to convert. The next phase with the ASIC funding would complete the public housing replacement, which would be great news, because then HUD would come off title and the Housing Authority would then have ownership of the remaining site. So that would leave a remaining 92 units left to build on that site in future phases.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Barrios.
Just a quick question. Can one of you clarify the difference between low-income housing, affordable housing, and market rate housing, so the public knows what's going to be built?
Yes, so there are references to low-income housing that speaks to the replacement of the public housing units. So we have gone through a process with HUD in converting the public housing units to Housing Authority ownership and getting HUD off title to more site-based rental affordable subsidy. And the affordable, what we call affordable units, would be non-converted public housing units, continue to be affordable, and then, of course, the market rate units, which would not be subsidized.
So is affordable subsidy like Section 8 housing?
Not necessarily. So in the next phase, they would be tax credit units.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? No? Please. We already have a motion in multiple seconds.
On item 34, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 35. This is to approve the selection of a delegate and up to 2 alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference, September 12th through the 14th, 2018, Long Beach, California.
I'd like to recommend Councilman Charette.
Let me
check my calendar.
That would be the one to serve as the voting member for the...
Yes.
Okay.
There's 2 alternates,
Right.
though, too. Yeah.
Should we take the first vote and then we do the alternates?
Do we have a second? Was there a second?
Do we have a motion for the alternates?
Pardon?
Do you want to add alternates to that?
Sure, let's put alternates on.
Ms. Marquez, Mr. Barrios, I'll take volunteers.
I'm going volunteer.
Oh, you're going?
Yes.
Are you going? No, I'm not.
Jesus, please.
I'll be secondary alternate.
Tertiary.
Okay, so you're, and who is seconding Mr. Mulvihill's?
Second.
Okay.
So could you restate it?
So the motion was made by Mr. Mulvihill, seconded by Mr. Valdivia, to make Fred Charette the delegate Ms. Marquez, the alternate, and Mr.
No.
Valdivia.
Mr.
Mr. Barrios, the first. Right. Mr. Barrios, the first alternate, and Mr. Valdivia, the second alternate. So,
We have a motion?
yes,
And
and now we just need a
Everybody-
vote.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
since we
Sid.
have been all over the agenda, we also have Veronica Martindale here with the Measure Z committee, and so if we could take the Measure Z item just out of deference to Veronica.
Let's hear the result first. of this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the outcome of item number 35? City Clerk?
City Clerk.
The motion for item 35 was made by Mr. Mulvihill, seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. And Measure Z is which item?
Is item 42, I apologize.
Item number 42, is the council in agreement to move this forward? All right, Measure Z, funding, fiscal reports. To receive, review, and discuss a report from Measure Z, Citizens Oversight Committee regarding use of Measure Z funds consistent with the intent, the advisory Measure YY for fiscal years 2010-11 through 2015-16.
And Mr. Mayor, Veronica does have a report, but I wanted to thank the committee. They hadn't met in several years. They got the audits on the Measure Z funds up to date. They had countless meetings, really making sure that they agreed with because there was a tremendous amount of analysis that was required. Remember, during those same years, we were in bankruptcy, there was a recession, and so it was difficult to say that we were going to add additional services. And so the committee spent a considerable amount of time, and so she's been here late. They've done a great job, and I want to thank her for that, and then she'll walk through the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I know you spend a lot of time, but I'm Reverend Veronica Martindale Taylor, the Measure Z Oversight Committee Chairperson. And before beginning this Measure Z presentation, I wanted just to take a moment to just thank Measure Z Citizens Oversight Committee members. Some were here tonight, but I'd just like to thank them as committee members. So the committee and the staff have met on several occasions, as it was stated before, in recent months to review Measure Z revenues and expenditures, and together with the audit results for fiscal years 2010 and 11 through 15 and 16, the committee's report is before you tonight and concludes that the Measure Z funding was used for purposes consistent with the advisory Measure YY for law enforcement staffing. Next year, we anticipate our report and audits will be more timely, given the assignment of city staff and understanding the importance of their roles. I would now like to turn the presentation over to our Finance Director, Brent Mason, and he will walk you through the reports in greater detail and answer questions you may have this time. Okay?
Any questions?
I don't have any.
Excellent,
So
Brent.
do we have, this is just a receive and file, so there's no action taken. Thank you very much for your report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for moving this forward. We have already completed item number 36. We'll now move to item 37. Item 37 is the discussion regarding potential cannabis tax measure for the November 2018 ballot. Discuss and provide direction to staff regarding a potential cannabis tax ballot measure for the November 2018 general election. Mr. Persico?
We also have consultants from HDL here as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Manager, council members. We do have our consultant, HDL, who has been here through the entire process. I'm going to make a few introductory comments and then turn it over to Tim Cromartie with HDL. There were some comments that were made about some of the assumptions on the number of permits and were the revenue estimates correct. If you look at packet page 1408, in the agenda. What HDL did in conjunction with staff was the city council can issue up to, under the ordinance that was adopted back in April, the city council could adopt or approve up to 17 permits. We actually haven't closed the first round of permits. That closes on Monday. So what we've done is, based upon HDL's expertise, has made some reasonable, educated assumptions on the number of permits that we're going to get in each category. So based upon their professional expertise working across the state, they believe we will get 4 cultivation permits, 2 micro businesses, 4 manufacturing, 4 retail permits, 2 distribution permits, and 1 testing lab. And we had to make these assumptions because the city council, if they do decide to move forward with a ballot measure, has to notify the county by August 10th. We will not have issued, the city council will not have granted final approval on the permits before August 10th. So all of this is based upon their professional expertise on what's happened in other states. So they have put together, in conjunction with staff, a very conservative, and then an aggressive approach based upon up to 17 permits being issued. And when you look at the numbers, it generates between approximately $810,000 a year up to almost $2.5 million, really depending upon what position the council would like to take on this. So I wanted to kind of clarify some of the comments that were made and some of the assumptions that were made. And now I'm going to turn it over to Tim, and Tim will kind of walk through what they've seen in other cities and what their how they've laid out the options. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Well, first I'll walk you through the basics of the proposed ordinance, review the fiscal analysis with you, talk about review the cumulative tax calculation, which is really going to be an assessment of what cities are up against when they're trying to assess an appropriate local tax rate, given the landscape and the regulatory and tax landscape for cannabis in California, and then share with you some potential next steps. These ordinances they have a standard structure. It's authority, purpose, definition, the reason that the tax is being imposed, the guidelines for reporting and remittance, what the standards are for when the tax is deemed delinquent, penalties and interest, administration of the tax, and an appeal procedure. That's not all of the major provisions, but those are the highlights. This would be, frankly, the same for any tax. So this really follows the structure for the same as the structure for property tax in terms of how the organization of the ordinance is laid out. Tax policy on cultivation. It is simplest in most cases to assess a tax based on the square footage, based on an approved permit. The reason for that is square footage is very predictable. It's based on if it's a 5,000 or 10,000 foot cultivation space, you get a steady stream of revenue month in and month out. You can plan and, more importantly, budget around that revenue stream because it will be the same regardless of how the business performs. Another option, which some jurisdictions have undertaken, frankly against our advice because we don't think it's the best approach, is to, for cultivation, adopt a tax based on gross receipts. The risk with that is if the crop fails, if there's a problem, if the business has a decline for any reason, then your revenues take a hit. And you can't plan or budget around that. So your revenues will be much more subject to market conditions, to the ups and downs of that business operation. However, a tax based on square footage gives you, again, a steady revenue stream. That can be reduced.
Councilor Nickel has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in terms of that $7 to $10 annually, what is the escalator? How does that adjust over time?
It would adjust based on your assessment of.
CPI or what?
Pardon?
A CPI or what happened?
It's not a CPI. It's based on changes in market conditions. If you feel like the traffic is such that it will withstand an increase, then you have the option to do that.
So 10 years from now, the dollar falls, what happens to that tax?
Obviously, you would look at wanting to increase it. But if the dollar falls, the value of the dollar falls, there might be other things going on with the economy that might affect the cannabis
I just
market.
get concerned when I see dollar taxes tied to square footage, that I like to have some mechanism so that we don't have to come back and visit it again and have,
Well,
I don't
you
want to have to
can-
go back to voters consistently. I'd like to have some escalator in there so there's some mechanism that adjusts over time with the value of the dollar.
You can have a CPI index. Another approach would be to assess it based on a percentage of gross revenues. And there's a way to calculate that so that it would be equivalent to $10 or $7 per square foot.
Yeah, I'm good with the logic behind it. I just want to make sure there's an escalator CPI. I think if we could add that in there, then I'd feel more comfortable.
We didn't do it for this presentation, but we have added CPIs for other jurisdictions.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Next, the rate of the tax. The goal here is you want it to be high enough to generate some significant proceeds for the city, but not so high that you discourage people from coming into the regulated market or encourage local black market activity. The goal of the entire regulatory structure is to get most of the cannabis activity out there within the regulated market so that it can be regulated and taxed. If the tax rates are too high, it will retard that process. People will stay in the black market because there's a higher cost of entry. There's significant regulatory costs that these cannabis businesses have to undergo. And by the way, if you are a typical normal mainline business, if you're selling tires or computer chips in the state of California, you get a host of about 23 tax deductions that are available to you as a legitimate mainstream business. That is not available to the cannabis businesses. So that revenue, they essentially, that they could recognize some savings on, they get to eat that plus pay all of the regular taxes at the state level, plus the regulatory fees. One of the problems is that the state tax rate right out of the gate is significantly higher than we think it should be ideally. It is a cumulative total of 25%. That is based on a 15% excise tax on all sales and a separate cultivation tax that's equivalent to an additional 10%. So once you factor in Bradley Burns alone, you're already inching up toward 30%, which is the pain point at which people in the industry have told us, and this is borne out by experience in Colorado, that is the pain point at which people will make the decision to stay in the black market. You will have operators out there that will not enter the regulated market, and you will have consumers that will continue to purchase from the black market if the tax rate is too high. That is the bind that cities are in, unfortunately. There was a bill moving through the legislature earlier this year to lower that state tax rate. Unfortunately, it died in the Appropriations Committee just a couple of weeks ago. But you want to ideally hit a sweet spot where, again, you're generating significant revenue, but you're not encouraging black market activity.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, there was a public comment, and I tend to agree with the assessment, but on the micro business, particularly carving out just the cultivation component and making that consistent with all cultivation, making sure that we don't run into the problem that you just mentioned, where there might be an abnormal or a misalignment between the taxation on the cultivation under a micro-business structure. So I just want to make sure that under micro-business, the cultivation component is consistent with the cultivation tax that is mentioned.
Yes, and you can structure that tax locally and tailor it to your assessment of the market needs and what your local.
I just want to get your feedback on that, if there's any.
I think it's a
issues
wise
there.
thing to do because micro businesses, it's a combined operation.
Right.
Cultivation is frankly the only thing that's taxed on anything other than gross receipts typically, and that can. Some folks in the industry argue that has a negative impact on the business. They don't think that's necessarily a fair tax methodology.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Another thing to bear in mind, particularly on cultivation, is that the state, as of March of this year, they had already issued cultivation licenses sufficient to meet over 200% of the demand for cannabis in California. So there's already a question of where the excess supply is going. It certainly has the attention of the federal government and Attorney General Sessions. Another factor is that we expect that there will be a number of business failures over the next 1.5 to 2 years. A significant portion of that is going to be cultivation because, frankly, we anticipate there's going to be a glut on the cultivation sector of the market. It's just something to bear in mind in regard to deciding which licensed activities you're going to allow in your community. You want to have the flexibility to increase or decrease the tax rate. Many of these local tax measures will set a maximum, and the council will then decide some initial rate that is lower than that, perhaps with a schedule for an increase, or maybe you just leave it in place with an understanding that you'll revisit it later if need be. Minimum and maximum rates are a good idea. Yes, sir.
Councilman Valdivia.
If we could back up to that last slide. So are you suggesting then that the range in the backup material, you'd favor the range for latitude and flexibility at the council level?
Yes. Now, within that range, we strongly urge that you be conservative because of the various factors I've mentioned. The thriving black market that's right here in California. We are supplying cannabis to certainly all of the western United States, if not the entire country. There's a lot of suspicion on the part of the federal government that we have so much capacity here, both legal and illegal, in terms of cultivation capacity, that a lot of it's leaving our shores. So we recommend a tax rate on the gross receipt side of between 2 to 6%.
Thank you.
Because we don't believe the market, if you want to have significant appreciable revenue that's going to be sustained, we don't think the market will bear more than that.
The oversupply of the 200% for cultivation, does that include the black market? Or is are those just the permits that have been issued?
Those are just the legal cultivation permits that have been issued, cultivation licenses that have been issued by the state. That does not factor in the illicit activity out there.
What would be the estimate of the oversupply if you factor in
There's no way to know that. We do know that the state is so concerned about it that they have, in the governor's budget this year, they allocated $15 million for enforcement activities specifically to attack the black market. I think that was in response to the fact that they had to justify the administration's hostility to the proposal to lower the state tax rate. And if they had opposed that and killed that bill and sat on their hands with respect to enforcement activity against the black market, it wouldn't have boded well for the administration's stewardship of this as we try to get these businesses into the regulated market and get the regulatory structure up and running. But there's no way to estimate that. We do know that it is significant.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the chart that generally talks about proposed initial rates. Not all of these things are necessarily activities that you're going to embrace here in San Bernardino, but it's meant to just give you a general idea. The proposed initial rates for indoor cultivation, if it's artificial lighting, are $7 a square foot. For mixed lighting, it's $4 a square foot. Outdoor cultivation, which tends to be the least popular in many jurisdictions, is $2 a square foot. For nurseries, which are smaller operations dealing in immature plants only, it's $1 per square foot. Testing labs, we switched to, and all these other categories remaining, we switched to a gross receipts methodology, so 1% for testing, 2.5% for retail. Some jurisdictions are frankly higher than that, but again, there's a sustainability problem in terms of whether that's going to yield the revenue and not stimulate black market activity. And 2.5% both for distribution and for manufacturing. Question?
Councilmember Mark Mulvihill. Could you turn your mic on?
You have $7 per square foot for cultivation indoor artificial lighting. I was out, in fact, I'm at a presentation here earlier this year, probably back in February, I had gone through a cannabis cultivation facility, and they have a $25 per square foot for the first 3,000 feet, and they seem to be doing quite well.
$25?
$25 per square foot for the first 3,000 square feet, and then $10 per square foot of the remaining space utilized in connection with cultivation. Yeah, that's part of the packet material. It's on page 1411, Desert Hot Springs. And they had a cannabis facility. They were expanding. They had a number of applications come in.
Well, that seems extremely high. It remains to be seen if they're going to yield the revenue that they would, because again, on that product, that's a cumulative total of over 50% when you factor in just the state rate alone, the state tax rate plus to what they're charging there. That's staggering that they would charge that.
Yeah, but again, the reason why I bring it up is the fact that, yeah, there was about 35 planners that went out there to go through their facility. They had a 40,000 square foot facility. They're opened up an 80,000 square foot. And again, the land out there, there was a lot of other large operations that were purchasing land around them, and again, they seem to be doing quite well.
Some of these local tax rates were put into effect before the state regulatory structure with the state taxes were in place. For example, I believe the city of Santa Barbara has authorized a local tax of up to 25% as well. They're not currently charging 25%, but they can go to that rate. They have authorization in their ordinance to do that. It remains to be seen if that is going to happen. A lot of these jurisdictions have, again, issued these things before the state tax rate was enacted and came online. And one of the concerns is that the state itself, based on the current tax rate, so far this year has revenue equivalent to 50% of what the projections were. So their revenues are 50% below what they expected, and that we may see the same type of thing at the local level because, again, these tax rates are significant. This is an industry that until recently was not regulated at all, and if you're serious about trying to bring them into the regulated market, you want to keep the tax rates at reasonable and reasonably low, at least initially. So many of these higher rates do predate the regulatory structure, and we'll see. We'll see if they yield the revenue. I think Santa Barbara's current rate is about 10%, which again is higher than what HDL is recommending for any jurisdiction. So I'll go on to proposed maximum rates. The cultivation for indoor goes from 7 to 10. For indoor mixed lighting, it goes from 4 to 7. There's an increase for outdoor from 2 to 4. Cultivation goes from $1 to $2 a square foot and on. I think testing goes up a little bit to 2.5, retail, et cetera. So these rates go up a bit, but they don't, there's no quantum leap. And the reason, again, is you want to maintain a relatively conservative approach on these taxes if you're serious about wanting these businesses to be sustainable, to contribute significant revenues to your community, and to stay within the regulated market. Now, the fiscal analysis for retailers is interesting because when you add a new business, you don't necessarily double your money. And by that I mean for scenario one, you have gross receipts of $2.5 million for two businesses. If you and the total gross receipts for that would be $5 million. You add another business, 3 businesses, so your gross receipts per business, that's and the gross receipts column is per business, it's $2.5 million. You go to 7.5 for total gross receipts. For scenario 3, it's again $2.5 million per business. With 4 businesses, that's $10 million. Now, often these numbers will look different in a community that's smaller, significantly smaller than San Bernardino. You are seeing these numbers on gross receipts go up pretty much as you'd expect them to, because you have a large market here. You are a major metropolitan area. You're surrounded by other outlying suburban areas, and there's a lot of demand here locally. For smaller communities, these numbers don't always go up. You wouldn't necessarily double your money. But what this amounts to is you see the tax rates there, 2.5%, 4%, and 6%, and how the revenues will increase depending on the strategy that you want to use. Scenario one would be a relatively conservative strategy of just 2 retail operations on up to a very aggressive strategy of 4. This is based on what our assessment of what the local market will sustain in San Bernardino. But there is a saturation point at which you're not going to get more bang for your buck bringing in additional businesses. For cultivation, the scenarios are, again, 5,000, 10,000, and 22,000 square feet. Your total square footage there is again reflected in 5,000, a total of 10,000, and a total of 44,000 square feet. Now these numbers are going to be relatively steady revenues, particularly if you assess a fee based on square footage. Those monies are going to come in like clockwork. If you switch to gross receipts, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation. There will be changes in revenues based on what the market is doing. There will be changes in revenues based on fears of enforcement action and what that federal enforcement action particularly, and the impact that has on consumer behavior. Not necessarily consumer demand. They may just start going to the black market as opposed to going into a regulated market, going into a shop where they've got to show their ID, et cetera. So these cultivation is going to be lucrative up to a point, but again, remember, there is a glut on the market already, and there's a question about how many of those businesses are going to be still in business 2 years from now.
Councilman Malveal?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Again, my experience is limited to Desert Hot Springs with some brief comparisons to Palm Springs and La Quinta and so forth. But these small, what I'll call mom and pop operations, I mean, they're talking about 80,000 square foot operations all at once. And then bringing in, and in fact, they were saying that a neighbor of theirs is going to bring 120,000 square foot. You've got scale economies, given the indoor lighting and all the computerized operations and the carbon dioxide enhancement and so forth. I mean, I don't think that these, 5,000 square is not going to be able to compete with, again, they're not going to be able to compete with a large tax burden simply because larger operations are going to outcompete them. And so I guess thinking about something, again, a very small operation is simply not going to be very competitive. And so I don't think that even thinking about something like that is going to be really what we're going to be looking for, especially in San Bernardino. We got so many large warehouses coming in. I just imagine there's going to be some of those that are going to be going over to large cultivation operation. Again, just a comment. I don't think I've got a question here. But again, we're dealing with, the industry's already gotten to be very large, big operations that have large scale economies coming in. They've got, everything's computerized down to the second in terms of the watering process, the enhancement of carbon dioxide, et cetera. And so I guess thinking about having a 5,000 square foot, they're not going to be able to afford to compete unless we, don't tax them at all. And I don't think we should be in the business trying to subsidize mom and pop operations because, and again, this operation La Quinta, there's I asked the question, Is this the only operation that the fellow has? No, the man lives in L.A. and he's got 3 operations elsewhere. And they're talking about R.J. Reynolds coming in and Monsanto and so forth. Again, I think in the long term, these small operations are simply not going to make it. And I don't think we should be terribly concerned about them.
Well, your point is well taken that there's going to be a significant amount of competition. I would hasten to add, though, that you're not, here in San Bernardino, you're not necessarily going to be in competition with Desert Hot Springs. They're far enough away that they've got their own market. One of the things, though, that needs to be taken into account is, yes, they will have economies of scale if they can get the operation off the ground. Desert Hot Springs, as you said, is planning a major indoor cultivation operation. When I was at the League of Cities, I understand. When I was at the League of Cities, we heard a concern from Southern California Edison that cultivation operation over time would pull so much power that they might have to build another power plant, which they did not have any plans, intention, or budget for doing.
They solved that. They did have an issue with Edison, but Edison came along and boosted their power.
Okay. But and Desert Hot Springs is, again, it's a large cultivation operation, but remember, there's already a glut of cultivation capacity on the market. So even a well-funded, large operation, it remains to be seen whether it is going to survive given all the excess capacity that's out there.
The thing
There's
is,
a lot
the
of competition
small-scale
at every
operation
level.
is going to go under first if there's a glut. In other words, the small scale can least afford the economies that large-scale operations have, and so it's a small-scale operation that's going to go under first. And so I guess that's my point.
And your point is well taken, sir. There's a lot of fear in the Tri-County area of North, Lake Mendocino and Humboldt about that exact thing. And there's a lot of farmers that feel like their livelihood, multiple generations of farmers that feel like their livelihood is endangered.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Next on manufacturing, again, you have 3 scenarios, and we don't think that the market will sustain more than 4 manufacturing operations here in San Bernardino. Again, these are projections, but it's roughly 2.5 million in gross receipts per business, with the numbers going up again as they did with retail, 5 million, 7.5 million, and 10 million in terms of gross receipts, with the corresponding increases in the actual gross revenues received based on the tax rates to the right of that. Now, manufacturing is a little bit of a different animal because it's not dependent on local demand the way a retail operation would be. A manufacturing facility can manufacture its products and literally transport them all over the state. So there's no sensitivity to local demand with a manufacturing type of operation. Any questions on this one?
Just a quick question. How many pounds per square foot can you generate a year?
Pounds per square
on
foot?
Cultivation, on the cultivation side, how many pounds per square foot? I know what you get, 2, 3 harvests per year?
With indoor cultivation, the short answer to your first question is I don't know. That's information we can probably develop and have for you.
Yeah, I know we got that presentation once before from HDI. I was trying to recall what the numbers were. I know we went through it.
I can share that with you.
Okay. I just want to get some context while we're talking about these numbers in terms of price per pound and then understanding the market dynamics, just so we can kind of put this all together.
If I could we asked that question on our tour out in Desert Hot Springs, and they don't measure it by per square foot. They deal with lights, the lights that they're using. And
I know we got some rough estimates.
Well, it's true that you can get more harvest with indoor cultivation because you have absolute control. Right. It's a climate-controlled environment, number one, and if it's artificial lighting, you can literally manipulate when the plants bloom by depriving them of light 10 to 12 hours a day. And with that ability, you can get more harvests per year, at least 3 per year. Whereas with outdoor cultivation, you're at the mercy of Mother Nature. And probably only 1 harvest annually.
Thank you.
So for micro businesses, there's two scenarios here because again, you may not have very many of them. They can have unique challenges. The first scenario would be just one business, that's 3.5 million in gross revenues, and the range, depending on the tax rate, would be 87,500 to 210,000 annually in revenues. That number. That number on the bottom right should be significantly larger. I'm noticing that myself. That must be a typo. So I apologize for that. But the revenue would go up commensurately with two businesses.
So micro businesses, according to our local ordinance, allows for 3 of the 17 types. The gross receipts in column 2 there, is that multiple various scenarios? Any one of the 3 could be in that bucket, right?
When you say any one of the 3, what do you mean? Because we're only talking about 2 businesses total.
So define micro businesses then. Is it 2 of the 17 or 3 of the 17? Doesn't state law allow for 3?
It's 3.
So 3.
3.
So, for instance, it could be delivery, cultivation, and retail.
That is-
Or manufacturing, testing, and delivery.
That
Or
is-
any variation of those 17.
Correct.
Okay.
So as Councilmember Nickel had suggested earlier, what we put together was taxing micro businesses as a percentage of gross receipts. I think Councilmember Nickel is correct. We should clarify that if the portion of the micro business, which is cultivation, would be taxed on a per square foot basis.
So with that caveat.
These numbers would change.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
That was my point of clarification.
We haven't run those numbers, but I think he brought up a good point.
And again, these are just scenarios, so.
That is correct.
So don't take them to the bank, but.
Right.
My only concern is that we might be shortchanging ourselves, so if staff could make sure that we have good concrete numbers so that if there are micro businesses in our community, that they're paying their fair share and
Yes.
they're taxed accordingly.
That is correct.
Okay.
We will make that revision. So if the vote at the end of this is to bring back an ordinance, we will do that.
Very good. Thank you.
And there is one exception to the micro business rule. There's one type of licensed activity that can't be under that rubric, which is testing. Testing labs, according to state law, must be siloed off. And if you own or operate a testing lab, you can't have an ownership interest, nor can you operate any of the other license types. And the reason for that is that the testing labs are a critical part of the state's ability to maintain and enforce the health and safety standards. So last one, I believe, next to last is distribution. Distribution centers, again, are not going to be dependent on local demand because they literally move the product between licensees from the cultivation facility to the testing lab, from the cultivations, once the batch has been approved, directly to a retail establishment. They can go regional or statewide, so they're not going to be dependent on local demand. The numbers are going to go up steadily for that reason. If you have one business, the gross receipts are going to be $2 million. 2 of those businesses, they're going to be $4 million, and the revenue yield, depending on the tax rate, will be anywhere from $50,000 to $240,000 annually. These distribution is also responsible for collecting the revenues at every level of when the product is moved in the stream of commerce, and for making sure that the testing lab requirements are complied with. So they will perhaps stand to get a bigger chunk of the revenue that's out there in the market. So you may want to look at that type of licensed activity with greater interest. Testing labs, again, there's going to be a growing need for them as we go deeper into the regulated market. They're not super profitable, as you can see. One of them is going to yield $1 million annually in gross revenues, and for that reason, based on the tax rate, the maximum is going to be about $25,000 per year. The irony is that there's going to be a great need for testing labs, but because of their revenue potential for cities, they're not as appealing as some of the other licensed activities. So then, again, the fiscal analysis that we worked up, as Mr. Persico said, goes from very conservative to aggressive. We anticipated that if you wanted to go with a very aggressive strategy with a total of 17 businesses, you would yield 1.1 to 2.4 million. Mid-range would be 15 businesses, 1 million to 2.1. And then I believe we have the most conservative strategy of 11 businesses, where it's 810,000 to 1.5 million. It depends on what your comfort level is and what your mix of the businesses is that you care to authorize and permit in the city here. So this is very hard to read, but this is a chart laying out what cities are up against with regard to setting local taxes. In a nutshell, it shows the state tax rate, the cumulative tax rate, which again is an excise tax of 15%, a separate cultivation tax of 10%. It shows down in these lower fields the county sales tax rate, and whether or not there, depending on your city, there's an additional tax rate above and beyond that. All those things have to be factored into the cumulative total, and then you look at what you've got to work with in terms of wiggle room between that number and 30%, which is why many cities, they may not have more than 2 or 3%, which is why our recommendations on setting the local tax rate are so conservative, because you don't have a lot of room between that 25 and the 30%, and Bradley Burns and other sales taxes are already wired into any commercial cannabis purchase. But that's basically what this chart is communicating. Any questions on this?
I'd like to just point out Councilmember Nichols' question about an escalation. I believe in the sample that you prepared for us, there is an escalation clause in there. It's not based on CPI, though. It's based on inflation.
The eyes are the first to go.
Should be a close approximation. So, and it's my understanding the proposed ballot measure that's incorporated on page 1401, packet page 1401, is establishing maximums.
Yes, sir.
And the actual rates would then be determined by ordinance
That's correct.
Passed by the council. And this is just to establish the maximum rates not to exceed, correct?
That's absolutely right.
Thank you. Any further questions? So the recommendation is that it be a maximum of $10 per canopy square foot, and then 6% for gross receipts for retail, 4% for all other cannabis businesses.
Yes.
And then any of those ranges that we talked about.
That's correct.
The council would take up if this measure then was passed.
Right. And if anyone has any lingering questions about the relatively low numbers in terms of the tax rates, I remind you that, respectfully, you will often receive more revenue and a more robust revenue stream with a lower tax rate, for the simple reason that you will have a higher degree of compliance. There will be more people out there willing to pay it that will be doing it on a regular basis. More people will be encouraged to come in out of the black market.
On packet page 1415, the 29.94% rate that you're showing in your model is based on what rates for those different? Is that the $7 rate per canopy square foot?
If it's cultivation, then yes.
It's based on the 7?
Correct.
And the 2% or 2.5%?
That would be a gross receipts for one of the other license types, such as retail.
And so that would be the total tax for the, based on the cities on top of the state tax.
That's right.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one other question related to the issue, but it's not related to the tax. It's related to our regulatory ordinance, which is, I don't believe, included in this discussion, which would need to be discussed at some point in time because of the need for the city to be able to solidify the ordinance in a measure that would be voted upon.
I think, obviously, this item, we're talking about the numbers related to potential taxes, but I think what we're hoping for is direction about whether you want to see this come forward in the form of an ordinance for an upcoming ballot, and did you also want us to put forward something related to your regulatory scheme?
Councilman Nichol.
I would like to make a motion to that effect. I think I'd like to see both. And just making sure we have that caveat of making those slight adjustments on the cultivation side, the micro business side, and making sure that.
And in that regard, council member, one of the discussion items that I think we need to consider is, do we want to combine them on one measure, or do we want separate measures? And we could maybe have some input from HDL or city managers to the preferred methodology for how that ballot would be approached.
I think we have some perceptions now and can certainly address those, but I think really what we're hoping to do is get a consultant on board and provide some additional input to you. Yeah.
So that decision, you could give the direction now that you want both of them to come forward. And
yeah, let's make them both come forward, and then we'll have a conversation about combining or separate, whatever makes sense.
Councilman Valdivia.
You know, the question I still have before us is, Andrea, you suggest that there should be a two-part ordinance. Is that, did I understand you correctly? So that there's a taxing component to the ordinance, or the ballot measure, and then a regulatory ordinance. And why the second one?
Well, a couple of things, and I don't really have an answer. I really think it's more analysis that we need to provide and then give to you so that you
As
can
options.
determine. Right. I think there is the potential. We've talked with the city attorney's office, and obviously we've had significant discussion related to marijuana litigation and potential measures. There is probably a value to at least giving you one as an option, including that regulatory framework on a ballot, so that it's not only been adopted by the city council, but it's also been approved by the voters. But we also, one of the things you requested that we do is to obtain a consultant to assist you in really analyzing what's the best format, the structure, and then giving you some options for you to consider.
The deadline, as I understand it, would be the first Friday in August. I don't know, do we have, I think I'm favoring more just a tax ballot measure. We have the regulatory ordinance already, correct?
And Gary, you may want to weigh in on this. You know, we have had discussions. There's some, and certainly Stephen's also available. You know, there's been some discussions about, you know, there are several other potential measures that, you know, you may be interested in having this explored at the same time with.
We're talking, Stephen, about our regulatory ordinance and the effect of putting it on the ballot.
Sure. I can think of a couple of good reasons why you may want to place it on the ballot. I mean, certainly there's political reasons. From a legal perspective, we still have outstanding appeals on the Measure O and
Correct.
Measure N litigation.
Correct.
If 510 was approved by the voters, it would moot out all of that litigation.
I'm sorry, say that last sentence.
It would moot that litigation.
If 510 was what?
If it was approved by the voters, that could save a significant amount of money on future litigation costs and add certainty to the businesses who want to establish their businesses.
And what if there are competing referendums or citizens initiatives passed prior to and qualify before the initiative? I mean, certainly that's something as really a threat to the city.
Yes.
To have some type of regulatory framework.
So if there were competing measures, again, it'll depend on how the measures are framed. Are they framed in such a way that if one receives more votes, they're actually in competition with each other? So that's going to depend. I would say that would simply add more uncertainty to anyone who wanted to establish a business in this area in the city of San Bernardino. Council tried to give certainty by moving forward, establishing a regulatory framework, and then moving forward on getting those applications. I mean, frankly, you have moved very quickly on getting that out there. If we had a competing measure that was placed on the ballot, I think that what you'll see is some uncertainty, both on the legal side, because we'll have to grapple with essentially the same issues we grappled in 2016. And I think from a practical standpoint, if I was establishing a business, there's going to be some uncertainty. This license that I'm going to get from the city, is it going to be good in 6 months?
And you're suggesting that the regulatory ordinance, if it were coming before the voters, that provides additional certainty to businesses?
Yes. It could, because we could eliminate, like I said, we still have the Measure O lawsuit, although the city was successful in its case in the trial court level. That has been appealed to the appellate court, and that has the potential to be appealed up to the California Supreme Court. The people who were litigating against have already done that, gone to the appellate court, gone to the Supreme Court, when they've litigated against the city of Upland. So they're shown a willingness to do that. It would eliminate that issue. We currently have lawsuits from the proponents of Measure N claiming that when Measure O was invalidated, Measure N came into effect. So having this on the ballot and approved by the voters would essentially eliminate all that uncertainty from those 2016 ballot measures, both giving certainty to the industry and the city and also eliminating future litigation costs.
Well, and I'd like to know what when you come back to the council with the analysis, what the option to provide the regulatory ordinance or the regulatory framework before the voters, are there additional added costs to the process?
There is. I think that the city clerk obtained estimates on how much each ballot measure will cost. So if you put
I think I read the backup, it's like 40,000, 49,000.
It's about, I think when, in 2016, it was like 50,000 each.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good approximation. I mean, we're having a general election
Per ballot
anyway.
measure.
Yeah, so we're having a general election anyway. You're just adding to it. You know, if we do the tax measure, that's one. If you have our own regulatory measure, that's two. If somebody turns in signatures and they get qualified in time, that's three or more.
Thank you.
And currently, there's one or two
Honestly,
petitions that I think are circulating.
I've
Is
lost
that
count of
correct,
numbers.
City
Ballot
Clerk?
title and
there's
summaries
one
I've
that's
done.
actually circulating. There's another that we need a ballot title and summary from the city attorney's office before it can be circulated. It's due next week, and I expect to have petitions for the one that's circulating now turned in Monday. Proponents have said they're turning them in on Monday.
Thank you.
So we have one active one.
So, Councilmember Mulvihill, or Councilmember Nichol, been called three names tonight, Benito and Mulvihill.
He'll answer to anything.
Your motion is to bring forward
Yeah, bring
the...
forward both and
Yeah.
recommend a combination of both, potentially.
And
Try
we-
them together or separately.
And we are also pursuing, we're trying to get an RFP out, so we have a consultant on board. We've identified firms. So again, we're hoping that we're able to return with that at the same time.
All right. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second? I'll second.
Have a second?
Yes.
On item 37, the motion was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying. Would it be possible, since it is late and we've not done any portion of the agenda in order, to go ahead and take 44 only because it's also a cannabis type item? It is a public hearing. And then that way we can release the, there are people here that are interested in cannabis, but there's also the consultants. So if you wouldn't mind going to 44.
44?
Yes, 44.
Going once? All right.
As long as we ultimately get to item 40 before the night's over.
Trying. Okay. So 44.
Just one
Cannabis
moment.
regulatory fee.
bounced
Mark.
around quite a bit. I'm trying
Yeah.
to keep track of where we.
I'm sure we haven't done this one yet, though, so.
I know we haven't done it yet, but I want to
It's
keep
page
track of.
1489
Oh, yeah, 14,
in the
yeah.
packet. For those who are following along at home, keeping score. Your scorecard doesn't read
These are
right.
the
We've
people
had
that
so many
can't
pitcher
sleep.
changes and base runner changes.
Mr.
Yes.
Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. The item before you is a regulatory fee. This would be a fee which would go along with the ordinance which the City Council adopted for commercial cannabis activities back in April. When the City Council adopted that ordinance, there were a number of fees that were suggested that needed to come forward. So the council has established application fees. The council has established a number of other fees. This is a regulatory fee that would be imposed annually on anybody which, received a permit from the city of San Bernardino. Based upon the analysis of all of the staff costs, as well as the consultant costs, we believe that the fee to the cost, that is, to regulate these licenses, is $15,015.55. We have a breakdown that includes police department time, city manager's office time, community development department, my department's time, finance, and then HDL. And this would actually be going out to the businesses, physical inspections of the businesses as well as of the records. And we are suggesting that the council adopt the resolution and put this regulatory fee in place. And that concludes my report.
And this is in addition to the fees that were already previously adopted.
That is correct, yes.
Questions from council?
I'd like to move for approval.
The motion, second. No further discussion. $44. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Excuse me. We need to back up a little bit. This public hearing is now open, and we do have speakers. Please come forward, anyone that wants to speak and be sworn in. City clerk will swear you in.
Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body. Yes.
Great.
Push the button.
Oh, button. Just to be sure, and I read the backup, which I typically do, the 150 or the 15,11550, that was based on 10 licenses?
It is not. It is based upon 17 licenses, and the inspection costs are really separate from the number of licenses which are granted, because the same amount of work would be done for each license. So whether the council ultimately approves 7 or goes up to the maximum of 17, the staff work involved in monitoring them is the same.
Got it. Thank you.
Is the fee applied after the permittee is awarded the permit?
That is correct, yes.
The other fees, the application fees, those are all paid at time that the...
At the time the service is rendered. So yes, the application fees are for staff's time.
Zoning fee?
Correct, yeah. The zoning verification, all of those fees. Those are non-refundable, whether the permit is ultimately granted or not, like all other permit fees. Once the council holds a hearing and grants a permit to 1234 Main Street, they would then have to pay the $15,000 to actually start their operations.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, I'm sorry, one more thought. So to think about reading the ordinance that says that you have to apply for renewal if in fact you can keep your license and do the right thing. So 90 days before your license expires, because it expires 12 months from the day you get it, clearly, flat out, per the ordinance, expires. So 90 days before that, you go through the application process all over again, the way I understand it.
They would, an applicant would need to apply, and then staff would start their review process at that time.
Okay, so that fee that you're just describing in this item number, is that the same exact fee every year, or is that going to be revisited every single year?
It would be the same fee every year. Because the amount of police, I'm not saying police as in our police department, but the amount of monitoring work that needs to be done is the same every year.
It can't possibly be. Okay. So it's,
We set it, though, by resolution, so that each year we could look at that
Correct.
and make sure that it currently, it's set by resolution, so it can be reviewed each year. Yeah. I realized what you're getting to, Councilmember.
Which means it actually could go down.
It could actually go down. If we find, that we find more effective or efficient ways to move through the process, yes, it could conceivably go down as well. So we will review it each year, just to make sure that it's consistent with what we're expending, because remember, it's a cost recovery mechanism.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez?
I believe my question has been answered. Thank you.
I have a couple of the speaker slips. Carmel Rowe? Mark Estemeyer? Robert Porter? All right. Any other speakers for the public hearing? If not, we have a motion. In a second. City Clerk?
Computer for my microphone. I'm sorry. The motion was made by Mr. Nichol, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now go back to item number 38, I believe is the next item on the agenda, and this is the approval of the fiscal year 2018-19 proposed operating budget, capital improvement programs, and appropriations limit calculation for fiscal year 2018-19, and the salary schedule. We have a motion, a second. City Manager, did you have something?
Just in case we do have anyone watching, this council has looked, we had 3 study sessions on this item. We had a public hearing on it. In addition to that, there were 2 days where I had council members were invited to come in and meet with me and the staff. So I just don't want anyone to think you're moving an entire multi-million-dollar agenda, like that. You've had a lot of discussion previously on it.
Thank you. We have motion. City Clerk?
We still need a couple more votes.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone, come on.
I wanted the presentation.
On item 38, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item 39. This is a recommendation to adopt Resolution 2018-187 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, calling and giving notice of the holding of a general municipal runoff election to be held on Tuesday, November 6, 2018, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Bernardino to consolidate said election with the November 6, 2018 statewide general election and permit the San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters to render election services to the City of San Bernardino for said election, authorizing the city manager to pay the invoice of the costs of the election.
Second.
Motion, multiple motions, multiple seconds. I don't know who said what.
I heard the motion made by Mr. Valdivia and seconded by Mr. Nichol.
All right.
And the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 14. This is a recommendation
40.
to discuss and provide.
No.
40. 40. You're listening. That's good.
Mayor, before you start discussion, I just want to note my abstention for the record, and I'm going to leave the dais.
please.
Discuss and provide direction related to the process to be utilized to review, analyze, and make recommendations related to the proposals received from law firms in response to the request for proposals for municipal legal services and proposals for city prosecutor services.
Mayor, members.
City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, at a recent meeting, you requested that we solicit proposals for city attorney services. As you requested, we did do that. At about the same time, though, given the potential uncertainty and the request that was made, several attorneys have transitioned out of the office or are in the process of transitioning out. Earlier, before the request for proposals, there were 2 existing vacancies in the department. So at this point, the city attorney and I have talked about the need for a transition or an interim plan. Again, he's at the point where it's him in his office and one other deputy city attorney, 5 or 6, I think. Gary and I have talked about this. Deputy City Attorney 4. Gary and I did talk about this, and again, his interest and concern is that as people transition out of the office, certainly we have attorneys here this evening, but over the next 2 weeks at different times over that next 2-week period, there will be people transitioning out of the office. So we talked about what the transition plan would look like, and so there's really 2 issues before you. There's the long-term issue that we need direction on as to how you want to proceed with those proposals, and then we really do have an interim need, a very pressing need, to continue to ensure that the office has the staff that are required to effectively perform their duties. Gary and I talked about this. Gary did have a chance to review this agenda item and the proposed interim plan. And really, it's out of necessity, given the transitions that we expect to be occurring over the next couple of weeks. We did remove his name from this item, but I think he does want to speak to this. I did want to walk through, though, before Gary talks about a few things and just kind of walk through where we are and what we have today, and then get your feedback on a couple of items. The council is aware that there was a recent organizational assessment of the city attorney's office. It did include extensive interviews with the city attorney's office staff, including the city attorney himself. The recommendations were finalized after a series of meetings with the city attorney, a couple of consultants that we engaged. The organizational assessment was actually contracted for and coordinated by the city attorney's office, and there was a lot of information and data that was included as part of that report. And ultimately, I think that's what caused the council to at least want to explore what your potential options might be with respect to the city attorney's office. So we were asked to solicit proposals. At the time the agenda was published, we had 3 proposals in. I've quickly counted them. I think there's 10, but I'm not certain, but there's about 10 of them. We are in the process, or will start the process, we haven't spent much time with it now, but cataloging those, beginning to do an analysis for you in preparation, because again, we need to have some finality to this discussion. So we will begin pulling together the information, making those available, but we want direction from you this evening on how you'd like to proceed with that. We certainly do plan to provide a spreadsheet to you so you can see the comparison, but we recommend that there be a committee of you that maybe looks at all those, makes some recommendations to the larger body, interviews, maybe narrows down the field of candidates or firms, and then makes some recommendations ultimately to the full body for an interview of the city attorney's office. One question that I thought you may have, and so I did spend enough time with the proposals to at least have a sense. Each one of the firms has suggested that they have a structure that would involve a city attorney serving as kind of the lead attorney for that firm, that would report directly to the mayor and city council, and then would be the one that was responsible for really coordinating the work with the city manager's office and the departments that they provide service to. So there would be some level of coordination with the city attorney's office, but ultimately that attorney would report directly to the mayor and city council, would work with the city attorney to the extent that he wants to be engaged in those discussions. So that's for the services. Gary and I had also already solicited proposals for city prosecutor services because there had been some vacancies in the office, and we were looking at ways to really enhance that code enforcement program that the council has expressed significant concern with. We did, prior to the council directing that we solicit proposals for the general city attorney services, we had solicited proposals and received 7 proposals, and so what I'm suggesting is that you also, as part of that discussion, look at whether or not you want to have a general city attorney's office that is responsible for the prosecution services, or if you want to use one of those other firms for prosecution services, then again, coordinating the work through the city attorney. So I'd like to also bring that forward and have you begin reviewing those proposals as well, because I think there's some firms that just specialize in that. So that's really the first issue. What are we going to do on a long-term basis? And then going forward, because we are in a transition period and we need to ensure that we're able to complete the work that we have numerous cases that need to be addressed. We're recommending that we give very limited authority to the city manager using law firms that you've already engaged. One of the things that Gary brought to my attention, I think it's a good suggestion. Originally, I had suggested that I only have authority up to $25,000, but in reviewing the suggestion, Gary said, I think it probably needs to be a little bit higher because of the timing of your council meetings over the next couple of weeks, that up to $50,000, so that, again, a law firm you already use, scope of work that is within the work that needs to be completed, so there's a level of urgency to it, and then I would report that back to you so you have a sense of what we're doing. And again, we see this as being just simply an interim measure until you make a decision about the long-term solutions. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. We do feel that this is significant and needs to be addressed as quickly as possible.
Is the 25,000 what's included in here?
No,
or is it
Gary
50,000?
asked that I changed it to 50,000, so I did.
It's been up.
It's
Okay.
been up, yeah.
That amount is for an interim period, and it's only, that would be the upper limit.
Right.
But it's only for the interim period, which in my mind is possibly as short as 60 days before we get the other law firm in here. Just for the record, I would like, you've all heard my opinion with respect to the city attorney's exclusive authority to select the method by which the legal services are provided and the law firms and or lawyers that provide that. I concur with what the city manager has indicated that regarding our discussions and so on. My concern is now with continuing to be able to provide legal services to the city. I think this accomplishes that, given that I had previous objections. I'm in agreement, given our discussions with the city manager, that I have exercised my authority and control over the law firms that we're going to use. And I had actually made a recommendation as to some specific law firms doing specific kinds of work. We've had that preliminary discussion. We will continue those discussions. As early as tomorrow morning, you'll be here at 7?
Yeah, yes. Well, in fact, Gary, I will be wearing this. You're going to recognize me. I will be wearing this.
So I just want to indicate to the court that my opinions, as I've expressed prior to today, still remain. But however, that being so, I'm working with the city manager in agreement with how we're going to proceed, at least in the interim period, because we haven't made a decision as to no decision has been made with respect to the firm that will ultimately act as city attorney in the interim, where we've already had some preliminary discussion and are agreeing, and I expect that we will continue to work cooperatively in terms of the firms that are going to take the work over in the interim period between now and the time.
And those firms are firms that we've already engaged.
Yes.
This isn't outside of the existing.
Right. These are firms that have already been selected
that are doing work currently
approved
for
by
the
the city attorney and are already doing work for us. That's correct.
So you've already had that oversight of the selection, and that selection was through your office.
That is
This
correct.
is just giving basically spending authority
Yes.
to be able to engage for additional potential scope of services within those firms that we already have contracted with.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, I think just the nuance of the way this is going to need to occur, people are transitioning at different dates and times, and there are, for instance, the attorney that handles litigation, she has hearings that are coming up, within a couple weeks after her departure, so there needs to be a level of flexibility that as those attorneys transition out, then we'll transition firms that are already being used in on an interim basis just to handle the workload until a decision is made with respect to the larger long-term solution. But again, we're going to need that flexibility because as people transition out, we're going to need to have someone that can pick up that workload. The other thing that is a little unique here in that it is requesting spending authority, but we would use the salary savings from those positions, because remember, as the employees transition out of the organization, we will have salary savings, and that's what we will use to fund then the interim contract services that are picking up that workload.
Thank you. Councilman Schreck.
You're talking about, you suggested a committee or an ad hoc committee maybe to interview the ones, and you've said you've received like up to 10 proposals.
I quickly counted them as I was walking in here. I think it's 10 of them. And I would suggest that you look at each one of that a committee at least look at each one of them. We'll provide some analysis for you, but that you look at each proposal.
Each proposal, rather than, I was going to suggest maybe that it get narrowed down with your expertise, and perhaps, you two are attorneys, none of us are, but then maybe an ad hoc committee that could look at the final 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever.
That would, in addition to, I think, that would also expedite the process, I believe.
That's really where I'm going with this, is expediting the process. And so I would like to see it probably a committee that would have to look at only maybe 2 or 3 that you two have kind of agreed on would be the best of the 10. Narrow it down.
I think what I'd like, and we certainly can do that for you, but I think what I'd like to do is have us at least go
At
through
least
the
see
process
the 10 maybe.
Taking the 10 of them, doing some kind of an analysis so you can at least see those and ranking them, so you see the
Right.
ranking, and then after looking at that, you can decide how many you feel that you need to look at.
Yeah, okay.
So you would identify the ones that you would rank as the top
As
ones?
the top,
Right.
yeah.
Right, okay. And we would see the analysis,
The-
and then we
yeah.
could decide which ones the ad hoc committee wants to
And then-
interview.
And then that way, if you look at it, and maybe Gary and I have ranked, 3 firms, top 3 firms, and we say, gosh, because a couple of them are very close, we're recommending that you talk to 3. May very well be that you look at the list and you say, no, you know what, if we're going to talk to 3, we like this one for whatever reason. We like this one too, and we ranked them number 5. You still then have the ability to look at them if you want to.
Councilman Valdivia.
I think the important note here is that there needs to be more public engagement and discussion on this. My concern is that there really hasn't been the direct engagement process from the public. So how do you intend to remedy that? What is your proposed plan here? It seems as though have you done a financial analysis on this? I mean, are we moving? I understand. On your recommendation on item 4, the recommendation number 2, I understand the urgency to get and contract special counsel.
Right.
Because of the lack of workers or city attorneys or deputy city attorneys. So I understand option number 2. I get that. Option number 1, 3, and 4, I think there needs some more deliberation. I think there needs a better public input. The discussion component here has really not been had with the public. So can you maybe address that and speak to it?
We certainly can do anything the council would like. Under the charter, you're
Can you
responsible.
speak up a little bit?
Oh,
I
sure.
can't.
Under the charter, the council is responsible for hiring various positions, the city manager position, ultimately, once their terms of office are expired, the city attorney and the city clerk. So, whatever process you would like to use to engage the community in decisions that you're making about really the 3 employees that work directly and report directly to the mayor and council. Remember, under the charter, the mayor and council collectively, as the 8th body member of this community, really hire and develop and evaluate and have the ultimate authority to retain or not retain 3 positions, and that's the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney's office. So certainly some cities do have some kind of a citizens panel that interviews, so they will engage a firm, and I'll use a city manager recruitment, for instance. In some cities, they choose to use a firm that then engages potential candidates. They narrow that down to a few, and then there's a community panel in addition addition to a council panel that identify the top candidate, with the council ultimately, though, reserving the right to reject or deny, reject or accept their recommendations. So again, if you'd like us to implement something like that, we can. That's not the process you used to, so we tried to mimic the process you used for the city manager position.
If I could also respond. I believe your question may be that the issue of contracting out the city attorney's service rather than having an in-house. Was that your question? That has not been vetted and fully discussed.
Correct.
Well, and I agree with you. That's a major policy change. The city historically has always had an in-house, and to go from an in-house to a fully contracted city attorney is a major policy change that deserves discussion. My only problem with that is that now we have reached a point where because of the circumstances that you described and I believe everybody's aware of, we need to move forward and provide a service. In other words, to make a decision now and say, well, we like the old way better, let's keep it in-house. That train's out of the station because because people have already acted on the belief that is in the works.
And I understand
that
that.
discussion, I think,
probably
might have been had, but I think at this point we should probably move forward with that.
I understand that, Gary. I'm simply saying that so that words aren't put in my mouth. No, I get it. That items number 1, 3, and 4 deserve a little bit better public engagement, discussion. I understand the urgency on number 2. I get that. And that satisfies the need of your shortage in your shop. I get it. Would the council be considerate of the need to provide special counsel services because of this urgency, and then possibly entertain contemplating more public discussion on items 1, 3, and 4? That's my question to the council: is can we engage 2 now, today, and then somehow provide a little bit more public discussion on those other items?
Councilman Shred.
I don't agree with that at all. We are elected to make decisions, and we're at Gary uses the train left the station. I was going to say the horse is already out of that barn.
There's about
20 of those. Yeah, the horse is out of the barn, and we need to move on this, and it is really our responsibility to hire people, and particularly at these levels. And I don't see us getting into a public, I don't know am I using the wrong word, public display of, getting input and engaging. I appreciate our public, but I think they appreciate us, and they elect us to do a job and to make those kinds of decisions. We've done it with the city manager, and we've done it very successfully. And so I think we need to move with haste under the circumstances. So I don't see that we need a lot of further discussion on this. We need to get moving and get a firm hired, and that can be done through, and if there's an ad hoc committee, I don't know if the public's open to that. That's a public meeting, isn't it, or isn't it? It isn't necessarily, I don't think, no. But again, I'm not really in favor of getting a lot of input on who we hire. And as you said, maybe we should have, in retrospect, had further discussion on whether we should contract out or not, but that horse has left the barn, and we need to move forward and get a firm hired in here. So I wouldn't support delaying this in any way, shape, or form.
Councilman Nichol.
Well, I'm just trying to get some clarity. So number 2 says that we're going to engage special counsel services on an interim basis. And my understanding of, give me a definition of special counsel. What is quote-unquote special counsel?
Well, anything, as they transition out of the organization, I'm going to need someone to fill that void. So it may be litigation work, and we do use, one of the benefits that we have is the city attorney's office already uses special attorney services for a whole host of things. We have special counsel for water issues, special counsel for employment issues, use of force litigators. So we have a marijuana, the cannabis items that you've been discussing this evening. So we are fortunate that we do have a robust bench of attorneys that are outside of our normal in-house system that have been providing services to the city. So really in the interim, we propose that rather than engaging a firm we haven't used previously, that we go to those people that are already advising the office on various matters. There may be a few general items here and there that come up where they may need some additional support just because of the sheer number of people that have left and the frequency, the timing of their departure. But these are any law firm that would come in on an interim basis or for a temporary basis for a very specific project for us.
Okay. So this isn't permanent. This will lead to a permanent.
This is interim.
And I want to make sure, though, that we have a conversation about what the structure is going to look like permanently, because I think there needs to be some conversation about what this looks like. I think this is a very fundamental matter to the governance of our city going forward. We need to make sure that we have a very clear understanding of what the road forward looks like and whether or not we have an in-house city attorney that contracts out the bulk of services, or we just contract everything out. I'm certainly not at this point convinced one way or the other that I know which direction is best, and I want, I understand the need. We got to get this done tonight. Don't get me wrong. We're going to get this done tonight, but I want to make sure that we're also very clear in terms of ensuring that the road forward includes a deliberation on what that structure looks like. We may, I'll be honest, I'm kind of open to the idea of maybe hiring one or two permanent city attorneys, a deputy, that are our employees that, are responsible to the council, and that the balance of those attorney services might be contract. I'm not at the point yet where I really am at a point to decide one way or the other what that structure looks like. But on an interim basis, absolutely, we got to make sure that we're addressing the caseload. So I'll support. In terms of repealing Chapter 2.20, is that absolutely necessary tonight? Do we have to?
Fundamentally, you should be the ones contracting for legal services. And so, yes, these are fundamental things. You are responsible for the legal services in this community. And the charter has been very explicit. There are some assurances about terms of office, and one of the things that Gary and I have talked about, and remember when we discussed initially the charter implementation process, one of the things that the special counsel related to the charter specifically said is, and there was a question, can people be transitioned out of their elected positions sooner than their terms of office expire? And the answer to that is no. So, but that doesn't mean that their roles don't change, and that we, as soon as the Secretary of State received the copy of our charter, it became the charter of the City of San Bernardino, and so we are transitioning all of our systems to that.
So what is the effect of repeal? Who has that authority?
That means that you would have the authority.
The council
has
that
the
authority. Okay, not.
Which is what our job is.
Okay, I want to make sure that is
That's
the council's authority.
The council's authority.
Okay.
Yeah. And remember, you are ultimately the client. The city attorneys may serve the city departments and provide legal advice to them and assist them.
Because I think, to the comment that was made, and I got this comment from constituents as well, these are important decisions. These are fundamental to the, the balance of power, the proper governance. So as long as that authority resides with the council.
Resides with the council.
I'm
and again,
comfortable.
you ultimately are the client.
Okay.
The whatever ordinance is adopted or whatever resolution, they're superseded by the charter. So the charter always controls. And if there's a conflict between any ordinance or resolution and the charter, of course the charter supersedes and prevails in that conflict. So there's nothing you can do that's going to change the charter, and who has authority. You have the authority under the charter to appoint the city attorney. So that can't be changed except by the voters, as you know.
This is very similar to the other changes that we've made with the help of Barlow in all of those other changes that we've already made to align the municipal code. This is just one of those additional corrections that is aligning the municipal code with the current existing charter. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, I enjoy the comments that have been made. Henry's comments about going slow. This is a big step and a change in organization. But I also agree with what Fred had to say. Contracting with a large law firm as opposed to hiring specific attorneys. The reality is with the large law firms, our issues are specialized, and it's difficult to get a large enough under our government, in one department, the kind of specialists that we need for the wide variety. Plus, if one person happens to have expertise in one particular area, a large law firm has several people who might be knowledgeable, and they can bounce ideas off one another and finally hone just what their positions happen to be. And so I'm very much in favor of going with a large law firm, because then we can, hire the exact individual who can come up with the exact approach to a given problem. I mean, it's not a new model. That's why we've got 10, and I'm not quite sure how many successful ones we're going to have, but we have a handful of successful ones that have been in business for decades, and they've been providing the wide variety of services that we just simply can't do with a fixed number of individuals that we have on the roster. And again, these larger law firms, I mean, I'm not quite sure how many offices Best and Krieger has. I'm just thinking of one, but they're all over the place. And they can call on people in L.A. and San Diego and San Francisco and so forth, can just simply provide you the quality of service that having everything under one roof, a handful of people here, simply can't provide. And so that's why what Fred had to say, really struck a chord with me, that we, again, move cautiously. It's a change, and, we bringing the public in. I heard some comments tonight that somehow some people tend to be very provincial in things, and, these people aren't from San Bernardino. We need, our special, we need to have special attention here. Nobody knows our situation like, and somehow, law is a specialized area itself, and you need to have experts in law. And also, along with that, that special city prosecutor. Are we voting on them tonight?
What I would like is whatever system that you use to evaluate the proposals, that you evaluate those in the same context. It may very well be, and I will tell you, I glanced at the proposals enough. They're all highly qualified law firms. They're law firms that you've seen.
Because that has been a missing element of our code enforcement. We simply, we write tickets, they go no place. The district attorney is not concerned about our code enforcement issues.
And the other thing that's really, just to expand upon what he's saying, part of our challenge is when we have a fixed number of people, we don't have the ability to expand and contract. So for instance, if we decide we're going to really push code enforcement, and like we've done recently, and we've dramatically increased the number of citations that we've issued or contacts with a private law firm, we do have the ability to expand and contract. So if we need 10 lawyers, 10 prosecutors that day, because we have such a caseload, they can expand and contract a little more easily than our own services are capable of doing.
I inquire on the proposals that you received for prosecutors. Is there one that we're already doing business with? That we can utilize immediately?
There are about 3 of them that.
Okay, because we're going to need one immediately.
I know, Gary. I told you, at 8 o'clock tomorrow, I promise we'll meet. Yeah. And again, so I mean, I'm hoping that you can evaluate those in the same context because, you know.
Looking at the weeds around your house here, Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. There has been a brief discussion on creating an ad hoc committee. Mayor, will you be doing that, those appointments to this ad hoc committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Barrios, did you have a question?
Like, my question, I think you answered it, is like, how long are we going to take to bring somebody? He's like, well, we need to do it now. So that was my question.
Okay. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and I think the point I was trying to make, and I completely agree with you, Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you.
I think the point I'm trying to make is who manages that firm on a day-to-day basis? Is it going to be the city manager?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be a lead attorney that we as the council hire as a city employee that is an attorney that oversees that firm? And I completely understand the model. I've worked in agencies where we contract out all our legal services, and all those legal services are directed by the CEO. Okay? That's a model. I'm not saying that might be the model we go with. But there's also an alternative model that says, well, we hire somebody who is an employee of the city,
Right.
who is an attorney, whose job it is to manage that firm and/or firms that provide those services to the city. And they are accountable to us as a city employee. So, and that's another model.
Right.
And my point is, I'm not at the point yet where I know Model A or Model B is the best approach yet. And I think before we make, but I get, on the interim basis, we're gonna cover the ground on this.
I think in part, though, and I'm going to speak on behalf of me, and then Gary can correct me. I think part of the reason why we didn't explore that with you is because today we still have a city attorney.
Right. No, I get that.
And so I guess from our perspective at this point, he and I would still, I would make sure that the departments were working effectively with the attorney's office. If there were issues, Gary is still ultimately accountable to. Now, as Gary transitions out of the organization, then I think when that is the time then when you need to have that discussion about, is that our opportunity then to change that model?
Well, yes, or maybe no, because part of me says you may want somebody that you hire in that position that sort of maybe serves as a deputy to Gary for a period of time and then transitions into that role.
I think that's kind of the concept, that there will be somebody with the firm who is going to oversee.
No, and I understand that model, but what I'm saying is I'm not convinced that having somebody that's accountable to a firm as opposed, no, they would be accountable to their firm. They would be an employee of the firm that you hire as. So, no, these are two different models. We have one model where we have the person that's sitting in Gary's chair is an employee that we hire that is on our payroll versus somebody that's sitting in that chair that is a contractor who is accountable to their firm as an employee. Those are two different models, and I am not 100% convinced tonight that I know which model is best for us at this point. I see pros and cons on both sides, and I think to your point, Jim, we got to get somebody now. We got to get this interim approved, but I want to make sure, and maybe it's in the context of this committee, that they really make sure that they think about this, because this has an effect on the governance of our city in a very major way.
Right.
What that person sitting in that chair, who they are ultimately accountable to, a firm or to us,
Right.
is a very significant decision that we need to make sure we get right.
And I think it can be in the context of that committee because, again, Gary's not leaving anytime. He's, certainly until 2020, and you may want to talk
Can't
about
get
what
rid of me that easily.
succession plan.
But that's quite right. I think that will probably be vetted. What is the best model to use in terms of how you actually structure that, and probably will be revetted once I'm out of office, and you're going to make the ultimate decision on how that structure is going to look, exactly how it's going to look.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, I just wanted to say one thing. I agree with what Henry is saying. We want to, I believe that we need to have an attorney that we hire. But we're talking about the attorneys, but we're not even talking about the rest of the staff in the attorney's office. What happens to the staff? I know that I've talked to a lot of city employees, and a lot of them are running scared right about now because they don't know what's going to happen to their jobs. So if we start outsourcing, I mean, we've been outsourcing and outsourcing and outsourcing. This is my first time sitting with the outsourcing community here, but if we do the attorney's office, what office is next? So they're running scared as to what is it me next? Am I going to be out of a job next? And you know, my career is all about employees, hiring people, putting people to work. That's what we need in the city of San Bernardino. We need people to go to work. And here we are putting people out of work. So I'm not in agreement with putting anybody out of work. And especially some of these lower paying positions are people that live in the city of San Bernardino. And why are we going and putting them on the unemployment line?
I can say that that is, in fact, a very real concern. In fact, I voiced that on this meeting of the 17th when two of my positions were being removed. I thought that would cause some of those concerns within my office. Those can and will be addressed. In fact, Andrea has an appointment with my office tomorrow to begin to discuss with my staff various options that there may be available to them and what otherwise the process might look like. But yes, indeed, it's a concern that needs to be considered very early on in any process where you do a contracting out.
And I think that's part of the reason why we need to have these discussions very early on, because remember, in our budget situation, originally we looked at the budget, we had a hole of about $5 million. We were able to look at where we were. We had some additional revenues that we didn't anticipate. We were able to trim back on some things. We thought, okay, that can be a tomorrow discussion. We don't need to do that today. Let's focus on those basic services, because what we'd like to do is always put the council in the position where you can make changes like this through a transition, because remember, transitions are always easier than just a swift change. So we want to stop the swift decision-making and really be able to be strategic. And when you have more time, then you can begin to plan for this. I guess in this situation, we are fortunate in that we have a couple vacancies, so we're able to deal with some of it that way. And then we'd like to look for what other opportunities are there within the organization. But really remember, at the end of the day, we talked about the idea we've got to define what are our basic important services, because we want to create those opportunities to reinvest in the community. We talked tonight about whether you want to call it a $13 million animal control shelter or $17 million. That's a real need. If somehow we need to deal with that, and there may be some, I guess I'm not optimistic that we're going to get a 100% funded shelter by someone, so I think there is going to have to be some general fund contribution to that. We've got $182 million backlog of deferred maintenance. We have the Vermont area, which, now that the residents aren't here, I agree. I would love to give them a building, not a modular building, a brick and mortar building. Your area desperately, the Delman Heights, when I listen to them talk about the hundreds of kids that are coming there, and they're operating out of a modular unit. So that's the struggle. We've got to find the right size organization where we're providing high quality services, and some of it may need to be through other systems. And I am also one that will tell you, when we contract for services, we still have to have a city staff person. Someone has to be responsible for making sure that the council's getting the value out of that service. We owe it to our residents and our taxpayers. So we've got to find what that right model is so that we can save as much money as we possibly can to keep reinvesting in the streetlights and the potholes and the community centers and all these things that the community is correct. It's been deferred for a long time, and we've got to build a better and a higher quality of life for them.
And I agree with that, but I just say that not on the backs of the employees. Let's find different ways that we can bring revenue to the city. Let's find different ways where we could maybe apply for grants or however to fund some of the other other things, so we can keep
Right. Oh, I agree.
our employees, because our employees are very valuable.
That's right. Well, and to that point, we talked about the cannabis tax tonight. There are discussions at the state level about dramatically changing the sales tax structure. Some of those proposals could dramatically reduce the sales tax revenues to San Bernardino. So we have to be, and one of the principles, you'll recall a couple of months ago, April, I guess it was, you adopted a legislative platform which really focused on protecting city resources and revenues because, we have a community that demands services and deserves better services than what we've been able to provide in the past. So I guess with all of these discussions, I hope that we never wait until the last minute, until we're broke or we're in bankruptcy, so that we can be strategic, because then you have more time to help people through the process so that you can find vacancies that they can fill, or you can find other ways to help soften that impact to them. Okay.
All right, do we have a motion to move forward?
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion and a second. No further discussion, City Clerk?
The motion was made by Mr. Charette and seconded by Mr. Mulvihill and passed 7-0.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. 6-1 with Mr. Valdivia voting no.
Thank you. Next is item number 43. This is a recommendation to review and discuss the proposed initiative that would require supermajority approval to enact new local government revenue measures, including the potential financial impact to the city of San Bernardino, and provide direction to staff.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
It's just Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you. We're approaching the midnight hour, sir. I'd like to move to continue this. There's no urgency or action required. This is almost a staff report. We're approaching the midnight hour. I'd like to move to continue this to July 5th calendar agenda, if there's no objections, Ms. City Manager.
No, I mean, this is an item related to revenues, and we're trying to bring things forward to you.
No second.
We have a motion and a second to continue item number 43.
And the only other thing, though, before everyone leaves, July 5th, I do think we need to talk about, and maybe before you vote on moving it to July 5th, do we want to have a July 5th meeting? I think we need to know that. Because
Councilman Mulvihill.
I've had a couple of...
Councilmember Richard. Councilman Nickel. Councilman Charette. Councilman Valdivia. Yeah. Councilman Randy.
We're going to be...
Okay.
Can
All
I
right,
just...
so we'll
can
move
I
this to the 5th.
Can I just remind one other thing, though? Some of you told me that you had conferences you were going to that started that week. Does that refresh anyone's? So everyone's still? Okay. All right.
All right, so.
Okay, I'm going to schedule it then.
So on item 43, the motion to continue to the 5th was made by Mr. Valdivia, seconded by Mr. Barrios, and it passed 6-1 with Mr. Charette voting no.
What's next?
Boy, midnight exactly.
So this meeting is adjourned until July 5th.